You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, Collected Works, Volume 130. It is 23 lectures given between the 17th of September, 1911, and the 19th of December, 1912. And the lectures are either translated or revised by Matthew Barton. Lecture 1 is entitled The Christ Impulse and Historical Development, and it's given in Lugano on the 17th of September, 1911. We shall begin by discussing something of a general character, and since we are a small, intimate circle, we can then elaborate on any aspect that especially interests you. I would like to make some general statements about the being of man in connection with world being, with the macrocosm. And I will not approach it so much in the style of my book titled Theosophy. You can all gain what you need to from that. But I invite you to consider especially man's inner nature. If now and then we contemplate ourselves as human beings, we are immediately struck by the fact that we experience the world about us through our senses, and then think about the impressions we have received. We constantly observe these two attributes of man's being. If, for instance, we have put the light out at night and review the day's impressions before going to sleep, we are conscious that all day long the world has worked upon us. Now only the memory pictures of the day's impressions surge up and down in our souls. We know that we are thinking about them. Our soul now inhabits the after effects of what has taken place in us through outer impressions. Leaving more ordinary, trivial matters on one side, we see these memories of the day as individual to us. It is only because we are intelligent, individual human beings, beings with an intellect, that we are capable of receiving impressions of the world in this way. Now, in our spiritual life, this individual aspect is closely connected with external impressions. During the day, whilst we observe the world, our sense impressions and our thoughts intermingle. And at bedtime, when we no longer have any fresh sense impressions, but let those we have had pass through our soul, then we know very well that these are our pictures of what is outside. Our impressions of the outer world merge with what we are as individuals. They become one. Now, as we all know, one can make this inner individual element within us more and more alive, more and more exact, by the means already known to us and described, for instance, in my book titled How to Know Higher Worlds. What you can experience, first of all, in your inner life, is that you feel you are not absolutely dependent in your thoughts on the external world. If, for instance, someone can think about what happened on Saturn, Sun, and Moon, then he has higher thoughts of this kind. For, of course, nobody can have external impressions of what happened on old Saturn, old Sun, and old Moon. We do not even need to go so far. If we ask ourselves in a quiet moment, quote, how many of my concepts have changed since my youth, close quote, this in itself is taking an independent, individual stand with regard to the world. When we form views about life, we feel ourselves becoming more independent in our intellect. Becoming independent in the individual element of the intellect is of great importance for human beings. For what does this mean? What does it mean for the human being to grasp general truths about life, not just in theory, but through experience, even of things that are independent of external impressions? It means that he is becoming more independent in his etheric body. That is the first step in a long process. At the beginning, he does not even notice that he is freeing his etheric body a little. Ultimately, he can make it completely independent of the physical body. Whilst the beginning is just a tiny step toward becoming independent, the end is a total drawing out of the etheric body and a perceiving with it. We then have perceptions in the environment with this independent etheric body. We can even perceive in this way when we are not yet very advanced in inner mystical experience. We can grasp this, and to a certain extent understand it, if we remember what our perception is like in the physical body. With our physical body, we perceive by means of our senses, which are independent of each other. Our eyes function separately, and so do our ears. We can perceive the world of color and the world of sound separately. We can no longer do this when we perceive with our intelligence. In the case of intelligence, everything is a unity. Nothing is divided into separate spheres. Likewise, we cannot perceive with etheric eyes and etheric ears as though they were separate sense realms, but we perceive the etheric world in general. And when we begin to say something about it, we can describe how etheric experience works as a comprehensive whole. I will not discuss how much further this experience can lead, but only point out that when we perceive how our intelligence forms general truths, then we can perceive something of the etheric elements. Whoever perceives the etheric world and can gradually realize that a higher world of this kind exists can have an inner conviction that an etheric body is the basis of the physical body. As soon as we speak of such a thing as the etheric body, we must take our lead from important things we can learn through direct experience. As soon as we know that the physical body is interpenetrated by an etheric body, we will readily understand the occultist describing how paralysis is an abnormal occurrence of what otherwise happens through normal training. It can happen that a person's etheric body withdraws from his physical body. Then the physical body becomes independent. Paralysis could possibly result, for the physical body has been deprived of its enlivening etheric body. But we do not need to go as far as the appearance of paralysis, for we can understand its appearance in everyday life even better. For example, what is a lazy person? He is someone who has a weak etheric body from birth, or who has let it grow weak through neglect. We try to correct it by relieving the physical body of its leaden heaviness, and by some means making it lighter. A thorough cure, however, can only arise by way of the astral body, for this can stimulate the etheric body to fresh life. But you have to realize something else. The etheric body is actually the bearer of our whole intellect. When we go to sleep at night, all our thought pictures and memories actually remain in the etheric body. The human being leaves his thoughts behind in the etheric body and does not return to them until morning. By laying aside the etheric body, we lay aside the whole web of our experiences. The nature of this etheric body, however, is such that when we investigate it in a spiritual, scientific way, we can quite clearly perceive that we are subject to a far greater number of changes in the course of time than we would imagine. We all know, of course, that man has passed through a series of incarnations. It is not for nothing that we are incarnated again and again. Man's vision is limited. It is a general belief that our organization has always been as it is today. In fact, the human organization changes from one century to another, only we cannot perceive this externally. In the frontal lobe of the brain, there is an organ with delicate convolutions that has only developed since the 14th to 15th centuries. It is an organic form for the purely intellectual life of present centuries. We can well imagine that it is impossible for a detail of this kind to alter in the brain without, in fact, the whole human organization altering, even if only slightly. So that the human organization does indeed show signs of changes as the centuries pass by. But it is only through reading the Akashic record that these changes can be confirmed, which is where changes in the etheric body can be best observed. We see that the people of ancient Greece or ancient Egypt had etheric bodies that were quite different. All the etheric streams in them were different. Now, in order to arrive at a thought that can be useful and productive for us, I would like to make a short digression and draw your attention to the fact that even in ordinary life you can assume the existence of more than one world. The human being goes to sleep without knowing that he is passing into another world. But the fact that he is asleep and does not know anything about it does not prove that this other world does not exist. Other worlds do impinge in a certain way. The human being perceives with his senses when he is in the physical world, but not when he withdraws into himself. Then he has a thought world which borders on the physical, and he finds within himself, in addition to the already developed element of intellect, two other elements as well that are quite different again. Can the human being develop these other elements? A simple reflection can show that something else is more characteristic of our inner life than merely having thoughts. This is present whenever we feel ourselves to be moral human beings. That is the world where we connect a feeling of sympathy or antipathy with certain definite experiences. This goes beyond intellectual experience. Someone shows goodwill to another and we are pleased, or he shows ill will and we are displeased. That is something quite different from what is experienced purely intellectually. Mere reflection does not produce in us the feeling of whether a deed is moral or not. A person can be highly intelligent in an intellectual way without feeling the repulsive nature of a purely egotistical action. That is another realm of experience, which we also become aware of when we admire what is beautiful and elevating in works of art, or are repulsed by what is ugly. What elevates us in works of art cannot be grasped by the intellect, but only by our life of soul. So we can say, something comes into our life in this way, which is beyond the intellect. If an occultist observes a soul at the moment when it is experiencing aversion from an immoral deed or pleasure in a moral one, he perceives a higher level of soul life. The mere having of thoughts is on a lower level of soul life than pleasure in or aversion from moral or immoral deeds. If a human being strengthens his etheric body and so develops a more intense feeling for what is moral or immoral, this can be seen not only as increased strength in his etheric body, but as an increase of strength in his astral body too, and a special intensification of the astral forces. So that we can say, a person who has particularly sensitive feelings about moral and immoral deeds will acquire especially strong forces in his astral body, whilst a person who only improves his etheric body intellectually, with exercises, say, that strengthen the memory, can certainly develop his clairvoyance a great deal, but he will not get beyond the etheric astral world, because the intellectual element alone is active within him. If we want to get beyond the astral world, we must do the kinds of exercise in which we develop sympathy for moral deeds and antipathy for immoral deeds. Then we do indeed ascend to a world that is behind our world in more than just an astral sense. We then ascend to the heavenly world, so that we can say, in the great invisible world, the heavenly world of the macrocosm corresponds to our response to moral or immoral impressions, and the astral world of the macrocosm corresponds to our intellectual sense perception of the physical world. All that develops within the intellectual element corresponds to the astral world, whilst what can be developed in relation to moral or immoral deeds corresponds to the heavenly world, the world of Devachan. Then there is yet another element in the human soul. There is a difference between feeling happy about moral deeds and feeling responsible enough to carry out what thus appeals to you and to withstand doing what is not moral. A feeling of responsibility for our actions is the highest level we can reach in the world today. So the human being's soul stages can be set out like this. Number 1, the sense person. Number 2, the intellectual person, who relates to the first invisible world. Number 3, the aesthetic person with moral feelings, who is attracted or repelled by moral and immoral deeds. This corresponds externally to the lower Devachanic world. And number 4, the morally active person. Actually carrying out what we feel within ourselves to be the highest moral ideals corresponds externally to the higher Devachanic world, the world of reason, ruled by those beings who represent absolute reason in the world. When the human being can grasp that his moral impulses give a shadow picture of the highest world from which he comes, he has understood a great deal about the macrocosm. So, we have the physical world and the world of the intellect, the moral world or the heavenly world of lower Devachan, and the world of reason or higher Devachan. Cosmic worlds cast in us shadow pictures of the sense world, the intellectual world, intellectual clairvoyance, the aesthetic world, moral feeling, the world of reason, moral impulses for deeds. Through a kind of self-knowledge, man can perceive these different stages within himself. Now, this whole configuration of the human being has altered in the course of time. In ancient Greek or Egyptian times, the human being was not at all as he is today. In the Greek age, man was so constituted that higher beings ruled over the soul element within him, and so he felt a kind of natural obligation toward those beings. We now live in the age when man is ruled by his intellect, and so he feels something like an aesthetic moral obligation. In those olden times, however, it would have been impossible for anyone to have conceived of acting in a way contrary to a moral impulse that presented itself. In Greece they still felt pleasure and displeasure so strongly that they had to act accordingly. Then came the modern age, when people do not even feel an obligation toward the aesthetic element, as one can see from the saying, quote, "There's no accounting for tastes," close quote, though people who have a developed taste can probably agree among themselves. What was felt in earlier times to be a necessity in the moral and aesthetic sphere is nowadays felt to be so in the intellectual sphere, to have a certain standard in thinking, not thinking as you like, but conforming to the laws of logic. This brings us, however, to the lowest point of human experience. At the moment we are at a transitional stage, as we can well see. For if we look at past millennia, we see the physical body of man drying up more and more, until he has become quite different. 1.5 millennia ago, the physical body was considerably softer and more pliable. It has become harder and harder. On the other hand, something quite different has occurred in the etheric body, something that the human being could have less experience of because this etheric body has passed through an upward development. It is significant that we stand at the important moment when the human being must grow aware that his etheric body should become different. That is the event that will take place in this 20th century. Whilst, on the one hand, an intensification of the intellectual element is making itself felt, On the other hand, the etheric body will become so much more independent that human beings are bound to become aware of it. For a period of time after the Christ event, people did not think as intellectually as they do today. Strengthening the intellectual element causes the etheric body to become more and more independent, so that it can also be used as an independent instrument. And during this process it can be seen to have gone through a hidden development which makes possible the perception of the Christ in the etheric body. Just as the Christ could formerly be seen physically, he can now be seen etherically, so that in this 20th century a beholding of the Christ will occur like a natural event, in the way Paul saw him. A number of people will be able to see Christ in the etheric, which means that we shall know him even if all Bibles are destroyed. We shall not need any records then, for we shall see him. And that is an event equal in importance to what occurred on Golgotha. In the centuries to come, a greater and greater number of people will reach the stage where they can see the Christ. The next 3 millennia on earth will be devoted to the kind of development whereby the etheric body becomes more and more sensitive, so that certain people will experience this and other events. I will just mention one more thing to come. There will be more and more people who want to do something and then have an urge to hold back. Then a vision will follow, and these people will perceive increasingly clearly that what happens in the future is the karmic result of what they had previously done. A few people who are ahead of the rest already feel such things. It happens especially with children. There is a tremendous difference between what trained clairvoyants experience and what I have described here as something that will come about in the natural course of events. Since time immemorial, the trained clairvoyant experienced the Christ by means of certain exercises. On the physical plane, if I meet someone, he is there in front of me with clairvoyant vision. On the other hand, I can perceive him in quite different places, and we do not actually meet. It has always been possible to see the Christ clairvoyantly, but to meet him, now that he stands in a different relationship to humanity, helping us from the etheric world, is something which is independent of our clairvoyant development. From the 20th century onward, in the next 3,000 years, certain people will be able to meet him objectively as an etheric form. That is very different from experiencing a vision of him through inner development. This places the exalted being we call the Christ in an altogether different sequence of evolution from that of the Buddha. The Bodhisattva who became Buddha was born into the royal house of Suddhodana and became Buddha in the 29th year of his life, so that he did not need to undergo further incarnations. When such a being, a Bodhisattva, becomes a Buddha or master, this signifies a higher form of inner development that any human being can pass through. The esoteric training of a human being is a start in the direction that can lead to Buddhahood. That has nothing to do with what happens around us. Such people appear at certain times to help the world forward, but those events are different from the Christ event. Christ did not develop out of another human individuality. He came from the macrocosm, whilst all the Bodhisattvas have always been connected with the earth. So we have to be clear that insofar as we speak about Bodhisattvas or Buddhas, we do not come near to the Christ. For Christ is a macrocosmic being who became connected with the earth for the first time through the baptism by John. That was his physical manifestation. Now, the etheric manifestation is coming. Then will come the astral one, and a higher one still after that. Human beings will first have to be far advanced before they experience that higher stage. What human beings can experience belongs to the general laws of the earth. the being whom we call by the name of Christ or by other names, will also bring about what we can describe as the saving of all souls on earth for Jupiter existence, whilst everything else will fall away with the earth. Anthroposophy is not something arbitrary, but something of importance that had to come into the world. The world must learn to understand the Christ being, who lived for 3 years on the earth at the beginning of our present era. In my book titled The Spiritual Guidance of Man and Humanity, you will find details about the 2 Jesus boys. The Christ event was prepared for by an individuality connected with the sect of the Essenes, Jeshu ben Pandira, who was born 100 years before the 2 Jesus boys were born in Palestine. So you have to distinguish between them and Jeshu ben Pandira, of whom Haeckel, among others, has spoken in a most derogatory way. The Matthew Gospel, in the main, originated from this most exalted person, Jeshu ben Pandira, as a preparation for what was to come. In what way should we understand the relationship of Jeshu ben Pandira to Jesus of Nazareth? The individualities have nothing to do with one another initially, except that one prepared the way for the other. As individualities, they are in no way related. The facts are that in one of the Jesus boys, the one described in the Luke Gospel, we have a somewhat indefinable individuality, so far difficult to understand in that he could speak immediately after birth in a way his mother could not understand. He was not intellectual, this individuality of the Luke Gospel, but tremendously vital and elemental in the realm of moral feelings. The astral body of this being was influenced by the individuality of the Buddha. When he had reached the Buddha stage, Buddha did not need to incarnate on earth any further. As long as he was a Bodhisattva, he continued to incarnate. After he had become Buddha, he was active from the higher worlds, and his activity flowed through the astral body of the Jesus of the Luke Gospel. The forces emanating from Buddha are in the astral body of this Jesus boy. Thus the Buddha stream is contained within the Jesus of Nazareth stream. On the other hand, what is told in Eastern writings, and is also known to be correct by Western occultists, is that at the moment the Bodhisattva becomes Buddha, a new Bodhisattva appears. In the moment when Gautama Buddha became Buddha, this Bodhisattva individuality was taken from the earth, and a new Bodhisattva became active. He is the Bodhisattva who is to become a Buddha in due time. In fact, the time is exactly determined when the successor of Gautama Buddha, Maitreya, will become a Buddha. 5,000 years after the enlightenment of Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree, roughly 3,000 years after our time, the world will experience the Maitreya Buddha incarnation, which will be the last incarnation of Jeshu ben Pandira. This Bodhisattva, who will come as Maitreya Buddha, will also come in a physical body in our century, in his reincarnation in the flesh, but not as Buddha, and he will make it his task to give humanity true concepts about the Christ event. Genuine occultists recognize the incarnations of the Bodhisattva, the Maitreya Buddha to be. In the same way as other human beings, this individuality will also go through a development of the etheric body. When humanity becomes more like him, who is to become the Maitreya Buddha, then this individuality will go through a special development that, in a certain respect, in its highest stages, will be something like the baptism of Jesus of Nazareth. He will undergo an exchange of individuality. In both cases, another individuality comes in. They grow up as children in the world, and after a certain number of years, their individuality is exchanged. It is not a continuous development, but a development that undergoes a break, as was the case with Jesus. In his case, there was an exchange of individuality of this kind in the 12th year, and then again at the baptism by John. This kind of exchange occurs, too, with the Bodhisattva, who is to become the Maitreya Buddha. These individualities are suddenly, as it were, fructified by another. The Maitreya Buddha in particular will live with a certain individuality until his 30th year, and then an exchange will occur in him, as we find with Jesus of Nazareth during the baptism in Jordan. We will always recognize the Maitreya Buddha, however, from the fact that nothing will be known of him prior to this exchange of individuality, even though he is present, and then he will suddenly reveal himself. Leading an unknown life is characteristic of all bodhisattvas who are to become Buddhas. The human individuality in the future will have to be more and more self-reliant. It will be a characteristic of his that he will pass unknown in the world for many years, and it will only be possible to recognize him then through the fact that he works from out of his own inner strength as a self-reliant individual. It has been known for thousands of years past, and is now recognized by occultists of the present day, that the nature of his being needs to remain unknown throughout his youth, until the time of the birth of the intellectual soul, indeed, even until the birth of the consciousness soul, and that he will come into his own with the help of nobody but himself. Any true occultist would find it strange for a Buddha to appear in the 20th century, as every occultist knows that he can only come 5,000 years after Gautama Buddha. However, a bodhisattva can and will be incarnated. It is part of an occultist's basic armory to know that the Maitreya Buddha will be unknown in his youth. That is why I have been emphasizing for years that we should bear this principle of occultism in mind. Before a certain age, nobody should be obliged by any central office or organization to speak about occult matters. I have stressed this for years. When younger people speak, they may do this for good reasons, but they do not do it as an occult duty. The Maitreya Buddha will make himself known through his own power. He will appear in such a way that he can receive no help except from the power of his own soul being. To approach true theosophy, understanding for the whole of earth evolution, is a necessity. Those who do not develop this understanding will destroy the life of the modern theosophical movement. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 2, also entitled The Christ Impulse and Historical Development, given in Lucarno on the 19th of September, 1911. I am very happy to be speaking to you today, among these peaceful mountains and within view of that wonderful lake, about matters appealing to our deepest interests, that is, revelations, realities of the life of the Spirit. And the most obvious fact that strikes those of us who have gathered here today to visit our Alpine friends is this, that a number of our friends have withdrawn up here, not necessarily for the sake of solitude, but at least for the peace and charm of the mountains. And if they ask themselves what their hearts are looking for, they might find that it is something very similar to man's present-day longing for the Spirit. And perhaps it is no illusion to assume that in the wider world the same impulse is at work as the one that has spurred people on to come up here into the solitude of the mountains. Man knows or senses dimly that there is spirituality in all that surrounds us in nature, in forest and crag, wind and storm. The kind of spirituality which, according to a well-known Western figure, is more consistent than man's actions, feelings, and thinking. We cannot help sensing that in everything that surrounds us as forest and crag, mountain and lake, the Spirit is coming to expression. And in spiritual science, we become more and more aware that there is spirit in everything that expresses itself in nature round about us and in the firm earth beneath us. Looking back into the ancient past, we can tell ourselves that we descend from a spiritual past and are the children of ancient times. Just as we create our works of art, exploring what we can make of the material to hand, in just such a way did our ancestors create their implements and tools. And the phenomena of nature are the product of the work of the ancient gods in times long past. And if we permeate ourselves with such a feeling, the whole of nature will gradually become for us what it has always been for spiritual knowledge through the ages. Even though it will seem a Maya, it will become the kind of Maya that is beautiful and great, for the very reason that it is divine spiritual creation. So when we go into nature, we are among memorials, reminding us of the spiritual activity that took place in ancient pre-earthly times. Then we are filled with that tremendous enthusiasm that deepens our feeling for nature and can fill us with warmth. When we can enhance our feeling for nature through spiritual science, we should also feel that it is, in a certain respect, a privilege to dwell within the spirit of nature. And it is a privilege. For we can and ought to bear in mind how many people there are who are unable to get close to the creations of nature in their present incarnation. How many people there are today, especially in cities, who no longer have the chance of feeling the uplifting quality of the divine in nature. And when we look at nature with the power of observation, enhanced by spiritual science, then we know the intimate connection that exists between what we feel for nature and what we call morality, moral life being the highest thing we can strive for in this life. It is a paradox, perhaps, but it is true to say that those people who live in towns and have to forget what oats, wheat, and barley look like, unfortunately get separated in their hearts too from the deepest moral sources of their existence. If we bear this in mind, then we will certainly regard it as a privilege to be able to be close to the sources of nature's spirit. For a feeling like this of itself leads to another, which, supported by spiritual science, must become known in the world. That is, the truth of reincarnation. To begin with, we take it on trust, this truth concerning man's repeated earth lives. But how can a soul retain composure at the present time, when it sees what very different paths of life people tread, and experiences all the glaring but inevitable inequalities in the world? The human being who is privileged to be near the wellsprings of nature not only feels that he has every reason to be happy in knowing the truths of spiritual science, but also feels a great responsibility, a great obligation toward this knowledge of the Spirit. For what is the greatest thing that these souls will be able to bring to the gate of death? These souls who today have the privilege of enjoying peace and health in nature. What will be their finest contribution? If we look for a moment at what is taught us by the spiritual powers that are closer to us now than they were in the 19th century, what can we learn? We can learn, without any doubt, that we can take something different with us into our following incarnations, in our deepest soul, in our deepest feeling, if we imbue ourselves with spiritual science. That we could, if we kept aloof, then we could, if we kept aloof from it. Let me read that again. We can learn without any doubt that we can take something different with us into our following incarnations, in our deepest soul, in our deepest feeling, if we imbue ourselves with spiritual science. Then we could, if we kept aloof from it. Nowadays, we are certainly not expected to take what spiritual science can give us as an abstract theory. What your souls receive, what enters into you as theory, is there so that it can come alive in you. And this happens with some people in this incarnation and with others in the next. It will become real, immediate life, the life we cannot conceive of unless we devote ourselves to that prophetic vision which prompts us to ask, where does this development lead? With all its fruits, it leads straight into outer life. And what we can only express in the form of words today will become vision, vision in the young, vision in the old, vision that brings blessing. All those people who have not yet been able to approach the warmth and light of spiritual science and to acquire the fruits of spiritual science for themselves will feel the blessing of such vision. Everything that can exist in the way of outer personality will in the future have that fire in it for which our present-day theories are the fuel. It is just a handful of people who have the will to be the real bearers of what in the future will have to reach all those who are in need of it. That is the real, genuine fruits of human love and human compassion. We do not study spiritual science for the sake of our own satisfaction, but so that we can acquire gentle hands that have the power to bless, and gentle eyes whose look alone works upon others, so that we can give out all that springs forth from the eyes, all that we call spiritual vision. Those people in particular who have this attitude and who have the good fortune to live so close to nature should pay heed right now to the way everything is changing at present. It is changing. In fact, it is changing throughout the cosmos. It is wrong to say nature makes no leaps. Nature is perpetually making leaps, from leaf to blossom, from blossom to fruit. When the chick develops out of the egg, that is a leap. To say that nature makes no leaps could not be further from the truth. There are leaps everywhere, sudden transitions. And we are living in such a time of transition. During our lifetime there has been a year of great importance, the year 1899. The turn of the 20th century is significant for the whole of cultural development because it is the time when the stream that came from the East and mingled with Western culture ceased in order to make way for what can be drawn from the life of nature to enliven the deepest levels of our life of soul. Those whose spirit is awakened will be able to see beings of a new order in the processes of nature. The human being who has not yet become clairvoyant will increasingly be able to experience that despite all his melancholy feelings concerning all that continually dies away, there is something of a rejuvenating quality in nature. The human being, though, whose clairvoyant faculties have awakened, will see new elemental beings issuing out of dying nature. Whilst in outer physical nature relatively little will be seen by the great change at the turn of the 20th century, the spiritually awakened soul will feel times are changing, and we human beings have the task of preparing spirit knowledge. It will become more and more important to observe such things and carry them in our consciousness. For people are free either to take up such things for the salvation of humanity or to pass them by, which will lead to disaster. That is to say, at the turn of the century, a relatively new kingdom of nature beings will come to life, arising from nature like a spiritual spring, and human beings will be able to see and experience this. And though it would show great apathy of soul if a person were unable to perceive the sprouting forth of springtime, there is still more than this to come. Those people who will grow able to experience as a fact of nature what has just been described will preserve these impressions in quite a different way than through ordinary memory. They will carry beyond the threshold what streams toward them in the form of new elemental spirits, as the seeds carry their life through the winter into spring. What was experienced in spring and what was experienced in autumn, this bursting forth of nature in the spring and this melancholy in autumn, had no connection one with the other in the past. What issues from the memory of the cosmos enables us to carry over something of what we have experienced in the autumn into the spring. If we let the elemental forces of autumn work in us, then we can feel in a new way what will be given us in the future. Everything will acquire something new in the future, and it is our duty to prepare ourselves through our knowledge of the Spirit to understand it. For spiritual science has not come into the world through the personal whims of human beings, but because new things are happening in the heavens that can only be perceived when people take up the results of spiritual research. This is why the Theosophical movement has come into being. In moral life, it is the same as it is in nature. The life of the soul will experience a transformation. Certain things will happen of which people have as yet no idea. I would just like to mention one example. There will be more and more people, especially children, who will have the experience that when they intend doing something or other in the future, a voice will speak in their souls, urging them to be still and listen to what is to be told them from the spiritual world. Something will come to meet them, appearing before their eyes like a vision. First of all, they will be strangely touched by these visions. When they have made a greater contact with spiritual science, they will then realize that they are seeing the karmic counterpart of the deeds they have just done. The soul is being shown, you must strive to take yourself in hand so that you can take part in future evolution. And it is also being shown that there is no such thing as a deed without consequence. And this will be a driving force bringing order into our moral life. Moral impulses will be planted in our souls like a karma in the course of time, if we prepare ourselves to open our spiritual eyes and our spiritual ears to what can speak to us from the spiritual world. We know that it will take a long time before people learn to see in spirit, but it will begin in the 20th century, and a greater and greater number of people will acquire this capacity in the course of 3,000 years. Humanity will devote itself to such things during the next 3 millennia. In order that these things can happen, however, the main streams of development, again directed by beings who oversee the spiritual guidance of humanity, will take their course in such a way that human beings will be able to come to an understanding of occult life as I have described it today. There are 2 main streams. The first is known through the fact that there is a so-called school of Western philosophy, and that the most elementary concepts of the spiritual world arise from the purest depths of philosophy. And it is remarkable what we see when we make a survey of what has gradually taken place within the science of Western culture. We see how some people become purely intellectual, whilst others are rooted in the religious life, yet at the same time are filled with what can only be given through vision of the spiritual world underlying all existence. On all sides we see spiritual life flowing out of Western philosophy. I will only mention Vladimir Soloviev, the Russian philosopher and thinker, a real clairvoyant, though he only saw into the spiritual world 3 times in his life. Once when he was a boy of 9, the second time in the British Museum, and the third time in the Egyptian desert under the starry heavens of Egypt. On these occasions there was revealed to him what can only be seen by clairvoyant vision. He had a prevision of the evolution of humanity. There welled up in him what Schelling and Hegel also achieved through sheer spiritual effort. They stood alone on the heights of thinking, and so we may now place them on the summit, which all educated people will eventually reach. All this has come to expression in the course of previous centuries, particularly the last 4 centuries. When we survey this and work on it with the methods of practical occultism, as has been done recently, in order to make a special investigation into what purely intellectual thinkers from Hegel to Haeckel have worked out, we can see occult forces at work here too. And a very remarkable thing comes to light. We can speak of pure inspiration in the case of just those people who appear to have least of it. Who inspired all the thinkers who are rooted in pure intellectualism? Who gave the stimulus for this life of thought that speaks out of every book to be found, even in the lowliest cottage? Where does all this abstract thought life in Europe come from that has had such a remarkable outcome? We all know, of course, how the following great event took place. An important individuality in the evolution of mankind, one of the individualities that we call a Bodhisattva, incarnated in the royal house of Suddhodana. We all know that this individuality was destined to ascend to the next rank after that of Bodhisattva. Each human being who progresses and reaches the rank of Bodhisattva must become a Buddha in his final incarnation. What does this rank of Buddha signify? What does it signify in the case of the particular Bodhisattva who attained the rank of Buddha as Gautama Buddha? It signifies that Buddha, as with every other Buddha, does not need to incarnate on earth any more in a body of flesh. And therefore, Gautama Buddha was destined, like every Buddha, to work henceforth from the spiritual world. He must not appear again on the earth in physical form, but his achievements in the course of incarnations enabled him henceforth to send his influence into our civilization. The first great deed that the Buddha had to accomplish as a purely spiritual being was, as I indicated in Basle, to send his forces down into the astral body of the Jesus boy described in the Luke Gospel, which came to significant expression in the Christmas message. Divine beings are revealing themselves in the heights, and peace shall come to men of good will on earth. If our souls are stirred by this message, that angel beings hovered in the aureole above the angelic child, we should know that in this aura around Jesus, the forces of the Nirmanakaya of the Buddha were active. Since then, the spiritual forces of the Buddha have been incorporated in the highest individualities involved in the events of which the mystery of Golgotha speaks. His forces thus work also in the worldview of Western philosophers. He himself is the driving force working out of the spiritual world, stimulating a life that has penetrated as far as intelligence and has then gone astray. If we read Leibniz, Schelling, and Soloviev today, and ask ourselves how they have been inspired, we find that it was by the individuality who was born in the palace of Suddhodana, ascended from Bodhisattva to Buddha, and then continued to work selflessly. In fact, he continued to work in such a selfless way that we can go back in time today to a point when not even the name of Buddha was mentioned in the West. You do not find the name of the Bodhisattva who became Buddha, not even in Goethe. You know, though, that he lives in everything. He has met with so much understanding that he works on, unnamed, in Western literature. The Middle Ages knew about this too, but did not speak about it in this way then. They tell us something different. In the 8th century there lived a man called John of Damascus, who wrote a book in the form of a narrative. What was it about? he relates that there once lived a great teacher who became the teacher of Josaphat, instructing Josaphat in the secret doctrine and the great Christian truths. And if you investigate all this, you find truths concerning those things. You also find narratives from Buddhist literature. When we follow up our theme, we come upon a legend, the one that relates that Buddha went on living, not in an earthly human form, but in an animal form, that of a hare. And when a Brahmin once happened to find a hare, which was the disguised Buddha, the Brahmin complained to him about the misery of mankind outside in the world, and Buddha made a fire and roasted himself in order to help mankind. The Brahmin took him and transported him to the moon. When you know that the moon is the symbol of eternal wisdom, which lives in the human breast, then you see there is a consciousness of Buddha's sacrifice, which has been developed and presented in these old legends. What is Buddha's task out there in the spiritual world? It is his task now and forevermore to kindle those forces in our hearts that can give birth to great wisdom. This is how we must understand one force streaming through our world. It is the Buddha force. It is also represented in the form it has taken in our century, even though here it has been reduced to abstraction. We have to try, however, to understand the occult significance of every spiritual form. Alongside this force is the other one, whose source was the mystery of Golgotha, and which combined with the Buddha force to make a necessary whole. Of this force, too, we must partake in earthly life. This force, emanating from Golgotha, with which all people have to connect themselves, not only affects a man's inner life, but involves our whole earthly existence. Whilst the Buddha stream, like any other such stream, concerns all of us as human beings, in the case of the Christ being, we have a cosmic intervention. All Bodhisattvas are individualities who go through life here on earth, who belong to the earth. The Christ individuality comes from the sun, and walked the earth for the first time at the baptism in the Jordan, dwelling in the physical body of Jesus of Nazareth for only 3 years. The uniqueness of the Christ individuality was that he was destined to work for only 3 years in the earthly world. He is the same being to whom Zarathustra referred when he called him Ahura Mazda. He who is behind the visible sun, the same whom the holy rishis announced and whom the Greeks spoke of as the being behind the pleroma. This is the being who has gradually become the spirit of our earth, the aura of our earth, since his blood flowed on Golgotha. The first person to whom it was granted to see him without witnessing the physical event was Paul. Thus, through the mystery of Golgotha, something took place that has brought a completely new course of events into our earthly evolution. Before that time, the greatest variety of concepts could be assimilated through all the different religions. What crossed over from the Buddha religion when the being of Buddha streamed into the astral aura of Jesus, and what I told you concerning the soul seeing and feeling new things in nature, means nothing short of this: that just as the Christ being descended into a physical body through the Jordan baptism, dwelt within it until the mystery of Golgotha, and was therefore here physically on the physical plane, he will now, in the same way, begin working in the etheric world. So we can speak of a physical incarnation from the time of the baptism by John until Golgotha, and now of an etheric reappearance. The etheric Christ will come to be perceived through the development of the etheric body, and also through impressions of autumn which the human being weaves into himself. Why was Christ here in a physical body? It was so that man could evolve further in order increasingly to acquire the capacity to perceive the Christ in the etheric. To sum up, we began this lecture with the elemental spirits manifesting in nature. We continued with those particular visions that impel us to pause in our actions and listen to the inner word. And in all these occurrences, grouping themselves round a central point, we see that those human beings who find the right path to the spiritual world, and this does not mean trained clairvoyants, who have always been able to find the Christ, but human beings on their natural path of development will be able to see the Christ as an etheric vision, see him who will only take part in world events from the etheric realm. We see that all these occurrences group themselves around the future Christ event. And if we look at the whole of spiritual development in its progressive stages, we see that the Buddha who sacrificed himself in the fire of love is the inspirer of our spiritual science. Those people who give careful thought to reading such books as titled The Soul's Probation, which I was able to have performed in Munich, and who become aware of where all the mysterious forces lie that tell us of what surrounds us in nature, and who also pay heed to the wisdom of the future, even if the wisdom of the future is often the folly of the present, as the wisdom of the present is often the folly of the future, these people will become aware that there will be a kind of chemistry pervaded by the Christ impulse, and a kind of botany pervaded by the Christ impulse, and so on. The world does not consist of lifeless molecules. All that is spread out in nature comes from the Spirit. Even a flower is an etheric being. And, on the other hand, the Spirit has entered the earth from outside through this flower. In all the forms that spring forth out of the earth, we can see meaning of the highest order. Then we shall not only know by faith, but we shall understand. Thus we have conjured up the second stream, which has to unite with the first. The coming years will bring many surprises to the earth. In everything that will occur in this way, we shall be able to see the Christ principle, whilst we shall become aware of the Buddha impulse in a more inward way. This is why, unless we have an understanding of those sublime measures through which the world is spiritually guided, we shall not see clearly how to seek the Christ impulse, nor perceive that it is He who, in the course of history, develops one individuality from another. What is it that slakes the thinking man's thirst for knowledge in the sort of phenomenon found in the West, where all thinking is expressed more in the style of, let us say, Galileo, to name an example, or again in the East, where it is expressed in the manner of Vladimir Soloviev? When we see what it is, we acknowledge how objectively the Christ works. Similarly, we can see the Christ impulse in everything that happens outside in the world. Great things will happen in the next epochs of culture. What only arose as a dream of the great martyr Socrates in the fourth epoch will become reality. What was this mighty impulse of Socrates? He wanted anyone experiencing a moral precept and understanding it so thoroughly that it becomes one with his feeling to be a moral person, also carrying his morality into his actions. Consider what a long way from this we still are. What a lot of people can say, such and such must happen, but how few have the inner power, the moral strength to do it. Moral principles will have to be so clearly understood, and moral feelings so positively developed, that we cannot inwardly know something without having the impulse to carry it out enthusiastically. For this really to mature in the human soul, so that a moral impulse does not stop at the stage of understanding, but has inevitably to become a deed, people will have to live their way into these two particular streams. Then, under the influence of the two streams, human beings will develop in increasing numbers who are capable of carrying feeling for and recognition of morality through into action. How can it come about that these two streams unite in humanity, so that through Buddha the Christ can be taken up from within? Through the fact that the position of Bodhisattva has never been left empty. As soon as the Bodhisattva became Buddha, another attained to the rank of Bodhisattva. And this was the particular individuality who is known to have lived as an Essene about 100 years before Jesus of Nazareth. This individuality has been sadly slandered and misunderstood by the writer Celsus, for example, and particularly by Haeckel in his title Riddles of the World. He was the one who carried out his task a full 100 years before the mystery of Golgotha, and is known as Jeshu ben Pandira, one of the incarnations of the Bodhisattva succeeding the Bodhisattva Gautama who became Buddha. He will continue to work as a Bodhisattva until 3,000 years have gone by, and then, when about 5,000 years have taken their course, after the Buddha became enlightened under the Bodhi tree, he will become a Buddha also. Every serious occultist knows that 5,000 years after the enlightenment of Gautama Buddha under the Bodhi tree, that individuality who lives on as Bodhisattva will have become Maitreya Buddha. He will have incarnated frequently before that time comes. And then, when the 5,000 years are over, a teaching will arise that will be the teaching of Maitreya Buddha, Buddha of the good, where the spoken word works at the same time morally. Words are not powerful enough at the present time to describe the reality of this. It can only be perceived in the spiritual world, and human beings will, first of all, have to be mature enough to receive it. What will be special about the Maitreya Buddha is that he will have to repeat in a certain way what took place at the event of Golgotha. We know that the Buddha individuality entered into Jesus of Nazareth and now only works into earth evolution from outside. All those individuals who live as bodhisattvas and will later on become Buddhas have the particular destiny on earth, as every serious occultist can see, of being in a certain respect unknown in their youth. Those who do know something of them may see them as gifted people, but do not see that the being of the bodhisattva is working in them. It has always been like this, and it will be like this in the 20th century too. It will only become recognizable during the time that lies between their 30th and the 33rd year, the same span of time as there was between the baptism in Jordan and Golgotha. Then a change takes place in the human being, and to a certain degree he sacrifices his individuality and becomes the vehicle for another, as the Jesus individuality made way for the Christ. The bodhisattva incarnations, which are those of the future Maitreya Buddha, occur in unknown people. They work as individuals, relying on their own inner strength. The Maitreya Buddha will also work out of his own inner strength and against the stream of general opinion. He will remain unknown in his youth. And when in his 30th year he has sacrificed his individuality, he will appear in such a way that morality will work through his words. 5,000 years after the Buddha was enlightened beneath the Bodhi tree, his successor will ascend to the rank of Buddha, and will be the bringer of the word that works morally. We now say, quote, "In the beginning was the Word," close quote. We shall then be able to say, quote, "In the Maitreya Buddha, the greatest teacher has been given us, and he has appeared in order to make apparent to human beings the full extent of the Christ event. His unique quality will be that he, the greatest of teachers, will be the bringer of the most exalted word," close quote. As it happens so often that great things that should be brought into the world in the right way are so badly misunderstood, we must try to prepare ourselves for what should come. And if we want to approach the Spirit at the point where the spirit of nature also speaks to us morally, then we may say to ourselves, all spiritual science is, in a certain respect, a preparation to help us understand what has been said in relation to that event at the turning point of time. New times were dawning when John proclaimed the Christ. In a certain sense, we can also speak today of new times, in preparation for which it is necessary for our hearts to change. Despite all the machinery of civilization that will appear in the outside world, human hearts must change, so that souls care about the spiritual world, making itself known in a new way at this precise time in which we live. Whether a glimpse of it will become visible here in this life, or at the gate of death, or at a new birth, we shall not only see this new world, but work through and out of this new world. And the best that is often in us will come to realization, because from beyond the gates of death, beings send these forces into us from the other world. And we shall also be able to send these forces if we go through the gate of death, having acquired what we recognize to be the necessary changes for our time, about which I have permitted myself to speak to you today. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 3, entitled Buddha and Christ, the Sphere of the Bodhisattvas, given in Milan on the 21st of September, 1911. Today I want to speak of certain facts belonging essentially to the ethical and moral domain that help us to understand the mission of spiritual science in our time. We are all deeply convinced of the great truth of reincarnation, and so must realize that this repetition of earthly lives has its own good purpose in the evolution of the earth. Occult research answers the question as to why we reincarnate by saying that our experiences differ in each of the epochs in which we are reborn on the earth. In incarnations immediately following the Atlantean catastrophe, the experiences of the human soul were entirely different from those of later pre-Christian epochs and in our own age. I need only briefly mention that in the times directly after the Atlantean catastrophe, souls were endowed with a certain elementary clairvoyance in the bodies they then inhabited. This clairvoyance, once a natural faculty in man, was gradually lost, mainly as a result of the conditions prevailing during the Greco-Roman epoch of culture. Since then, man has developed in such a way that great progress has been achieved on the physical plane, and during the course of the present post-Atlantean epoch, clairvoyance will gradually be reacquired. We are living in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch of culture. The ancient Indian was the first, the ancient Persian the second, the Babylonian Chaldean the third, and the Greco-Roman the fourth. The sixth and seventh epochs will follow our own, at which time another great catastrophe will befall the earth and humanity, as was the case at the end of the Atlantean epoch. Occult research is able to indicate the characteristic trend of human evolution in each of these post-Atlantean epochs of civilization, including the fifth, sixth, and seventh. The essential characteristic of our present fifth epoch is the development of intellect and reason. The main characteristic of the sixth will be that definite feelings regarding what is moral and what is immoral will arise in human souls. Delicate feelings of sympathy will be aroused by compassionate, kindly deeds, and feelings of antipathy by malicious actions. Nobody today has the faintest conception of the intensity of these feelings. In the seventh epoch, the moral life will be still further deepened. Whereas in the sixth epoch man will take pleasure in good and noble actions, In the seventh, the natural outcome of such pleasure will be a moral impulse. In other words, there will be a firm resolve to do what is moral. There is a great difference between taking pleasure in a moral action and the doing of it. So we can say that our own epoch is the epoch of intellectualism. The essential characteristic of the following epoch will be aesthetic pleasure in good and aesthetic displeasure in evil. The seventh will be characterized by an active moral life. Today only the seeds of what will become part of mankind in future epochs are contained in the human soul. And it can be said that all these intellectual aptitudes or predispositions in man, leading to feelings of sympathy or antipathy toward moral impulses aroused by certain actions, are related to the higher worlds. Every moral action has a definite connection with the higher worlds. Our intellectual aptitudes have a supersensible connection with the astral plane. Our sympathies and antipathies for good or evil are connected with the sphere of lower Devakan, and the domain of moral impulses in the soul is connected with higher Devakan. Hence we can also say that in our present age, it is mainly the forces of the astral world that penetrate the human soul and take effect there. In the sixth epoch, it will be the forces of lower Devakan that penetrate more deeply into the soul, and in the seventh, the forces of higher Devakan will work with special strength into humanity. From this it is understandable that in the preceding fourth post-Atlantean epoch, it was the forces of the physical plane that exercised the strongest influence on the soul of man. That is why Greek culture was able to produce such wonderful sculptures, in which the human form was given such magnificent expression on the physical plane. Conditions in that epoch were especially suitable for people to experience the Christ in a physical body. In our present fifth epoch, which will last until the fourth millennium, souls will gradually become able from the 20th century onward to experience the Christ being in an etheric form on the astral plane, just as in the fourth epoch he was visible in a physical form on the physical plane. To understand the nature of development in the sixth epoch, it is well to consider the characteristic qualities of the soul in future incarnations. In our intellectual age today, intellectuality and morality are practically separate spheres in the life of the soul. It is quite impossible for someone to be clever and at the same time, it is quite possible for someone to be clever and at the same time immoral, or vice versa, to be deeply moral and anything but clever. In the fourth epoch, the future juxtaposition of morality and intellectuality was prophetically foreseen by the Hebrews. They endeavored to bring about an artificial harmony between morality and intellectuality, whereas among the Greeks it was a more natural matter of course. Today we can learn from the Akashic records how the leaders of the ancient Hebrews strove to establish this harmony between intellectuality and morality. They wore symbols which they understood so profoundly that when they concentrated their attention on them, making themselves receptive to their influences, a certain harmony was established between what was good in a moral sense and what was wise. The ancient Hebrew priests wore these symbols on their breastplates. The symbol for morality was called Urim, U-R-I-M, and for wisdom, Thummim. When a Hebrew priest wanted to learn whether or not a certain action was both good and wise, he made himself receptive to the forces of Urim and Thummim, with the result that a certain harmony between morality and intellectuality was induced. Magical effects were produced by means of these symbols, and a magical link thus established with the spiritual world. Our task in future incarnations is to achieve through inner development of the soul the effect that in earlier times was produced by means of these symbols. Let us think once again of the 5th, 6th, and 7th post-Atlantean epochs, in order to grasp the way in which intellectuality, aestheticism, and morality will come to expression in man's soul life. In the present 5th epoch, intellectuality can remain unimpaired even if no pleasure is taken in moral actions. In the 6th epoch it will be quite different, in that, from about the 3rd millennium onward, immorality will have a paralyzing effect on intellectuality. The mental abilities of someone who is intellectual and at the same time immoral will definitely deteriorate, and this condition will become gradually more pronounced as man evolves. A person who has no morals will then have no intellectual power, since this will depend entirely on moral actions. In the 7th epoch, cleverness without morality will be non-existent. It will be well to consider here the nature of moral forces in souls in their present incarnations. How can it be that at our stage of evolution a person can become immoral? It is because in earlier incarnations we have gradually descended into the physical sensory world. The more forcefully the impulses belonging to the descending phase of evolution work upon a soul, the more immoral it tends to become. This fact is confirmed by an interesting finding of occult research. You know that when we pass through the gate of death, we lay aside our physical and etheric bodies, and for a short time have a retrospective view of our past life on earth. A kind of sleep then ensues, and after a few months or perhaps years, we waken on the astral plane in Kamaloka. The earthly life just departed is lived over again in backward order, 3 times as fast. At the beginning of this life in Kamaloka, everyone undergoes a significant experience. Most Europeans, or speaking generally, people of modern civilization, experience this as follows. At the beginning of life in Kamaloka, a spiritual individuality shows us a kind of register of our transgressions, in which is inscribed everything we have done out of selfish motives. The more concretely you picture this experience, the better. At the beginning of the Kamaloka period, it is actually as though an individual were presenting you with the record of your physical life. The important fact, for which naturally there can be no further proof because it can be confirmed only by occult experience, is that the majority of Europeans recognize this individual to be Moses. This has been known to Rosicrucian research since the Middle Ages, and it has been confirmed in recent years by very painstaking, delicate investigations. You can gather from this that at the beginning of life in Kamaloka, one feels a great responsibility toward the pre-Christian powers inasmuch as they have drawn us downward. The powers and forces that draw us upward again to the spiritual world fall into 2 categories. The one path is that of wisdom, the other that of morality. The forces to which intellectual progress is mainly due all proceed from the impulse given by a great individuality of the 4th post-Atlantean epoch, who is known to all of you, namely Gautama Buddha. It is a remarkable discovery of spiritual investigation to find that the most penetrating and significant thoughts conceived in our present epoch originated with Gautama Buddha. This is all the more remarkable inasmuch as his name was almost unknown in the West before Schopenhauer's time, by no means long ago. As we know, Siddhartha, the son of King Suddhodana, rose from the rank of a Bodhisattva to that of Buddha when he was 29 years old. An individual who has been raised to Buddhahood does not incarnate again on earth in a physical body. The Bodhisattva individuality who became Buddha 5 or 6 centuries before the Christian era has not reincarnated, nor can he incarnate again in a physical body. Instead, he sends his forces down from the higher supersensible worlds, inspiring all those cultured individuals who are not yet permeated by the Christ impulse. Consciousness of this truth was demonstrated in a beautiful legend written by John of Damascus in the 8th century and well known throughout Europe in the Middle Ages. This legend of Barlaam and Josaphat related how the successor of Buddha, Josaphat, whose name is a phonetic variation of Bodhisattva, received instructions from Barlaam about the Christ impulse. The legend was subsequently forgotten, but it told how the Bodhisattva who succeeded Gautama Buddha was instructed by Barlaam, and his soul was fired by the Christ impulse. In addition to the impulse of Buddha, this Christ impulse, which is connected with the future ascent of man to morality, also continued to work in man's evolution. Although Buddha's teaching is in a particular sense moral teaching, the Christ impulse is not a teaching, but actual power. It works as such, and to an increasing degree imbues man with moral strength. In the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, the Christ being who descended from cosmic heights had first to appear in a physical body. In our fifth epoch, the intense consolidation of intellectual forces will make it possible for human beings to behold the Christ in an etheric form. This is beginning even now in our century. From the 30s to the 40s of this century onward, individuals will appear who have developed in a way that will enable them to see the etheric form of Christ, just as they saw the physical Christ at the time of Jesus of Nazareth. During the next 3,000 years, those able to behold the etheric Christ will steadily increase until about 3,000 years from now, a plentiful number of human beings on earth will not need gospels or such records. They will possess in their own soul lives an actual vision of the Christ. We must clearly understand that in the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, people were only capable of beholding the physical Christ, and so he came in a physical body. In our own epoch and on into the third millennium, they will gradually become able to behold the etheric Christ. He will never come again in a physical body. If we bear in mind the fact that when a person of the present age, who has united himself deeply with the Christ impulse, passes into Kamaloka and is called to account by a figure personifying a moral force, by Moses, we shall understand how a transformation of the Moses individuality can be brought about. What does Moses show us when he confronts us with the record of our sins and transgressions? He reveals the debit side of our karmas. For a soul of our epoch, it is of great significance that the doctrine of karma can be comprehended through the inspiration of Buddha. The reality of the working of karma after death, however, is revealed to us by Moses of the Old Testament. As the influences of the supersensible Christ increasingly pervade human souls, the figure of Moses will be replaced after death by that of Christ Jesus. This means that human karma will be linked with Christ. Christ will unite with our karmas. It is interesting to realize that in the teachings of Buddha, karma is an abstract matter having an impersonal character. In the future incarnations of human beings, as Christ comes into ever closer connection with karma, it will acquire the quality of being, that is, of potential life. Our earlier stages of evolution, our lives in the past, may be related to the words ex Deo nascimur. If we direct our development in such a way that we meet Christ after death instead of Moses, Christ with whom our karmas are then united, we can express it in the words used in Rosicrucian Christianity since the 13th century. In Christo moremur. Buddhahood can be attained only on the physical plane. The qualification for meeting Christ in death can likewise be acquired by the human soul only on the physical plane. A Buddha is first a Bodhisattva and rises to the rank of Buddha during a physical incarnation. It is then no longer necessary for him to return to the earth. Understanding of Christ in the sense just explained can be acquired only on the physical plane. Hence, during the next 3,000 years, people will have to acquire in the physical world the power to behold the supersensible Christ. It is the mission of the spiritual science movement to create, first of all, the conditions that make understanding of Christ possible on the physical plane, and then to make possible the power to behold him. If on the physical plane we have acquired the capacity to behold Christ, we can then do so while living in a physical body, or when we are between death and a new birth. Let us suppose, for example, that someone died before it was possible to behold Christ in his present etheric form. Nevertheless, if during his life in the physical world he had acquired the necessary understanding, vision of the Christ would be possible for him between death and rebirth. Someone, however, who keeps aloof from spiritual life and acquires no understanding of Christ will have to wait until his next incarnation to acquire it. What has just been said will indicate that as humanity lives on through the 5th, 6th, and 7th epochs of civilization, the Christ impulse will gain increasing power on the earth. We have heard that in the 6th epoch, intellectuality will be impaired by immorality. The other aspect is that someone who has paralyzed his intellectual faculty as a result of immorality must turn to Christ with all the greater determination, so that he may imbue him with the moral strength to return to morality. What I have told you here has been carefully investigated by Rosicrucians ever since the 13th century. It is a truth, however, that has always been known to many occultists. If it were to be asserted that Christ could appear again on earth in a physical body, it would, according to occultism, be equivalent to asserting that a pair of scales works more efficiently when supported at 2 points rather than 1. The 3 years of Christ's life on earth in the body of Jesus of Nazareth truly constitutes the fulcrum of earth evolution. Just as there can be only one point at which the scale beam is attached, so there can be only one fulcrum of earth evolution. The teaching of moral development is not the same as the impulse for such development. Before the event of Golgotha occurred, the Bodhisattva, who is the successor to Buddha, was incarnated on earth to teach and prepare those around him for that event. He incarnated in the personality of Jeshu ben Pandira 1 century before the birth of Jesus of Nazareth. Thus, we must distinguish between the Jeshu ben Pandira incarnation of the Bodhisattva who succeeded Gautama Buddha and the incarnation of Jesus of Nazareth, who for 3 years was permeated by the cosmic being we call the Christ. This Bodhisattva who incarnated in Jeshu ben Pandira and also in others returns repeatedly. About 3,000 years hence he will attain Buddhahood, and as the Maitreya Buddha will live through his final incarnation. The Christ individuality was on earth in the body of Jesus of Nazareth for only 3 years, and will not come again in a physical body. In the 5th post-Atlantean epoch, he will come in an etheric body, in the 6th in an astral body, and in the 7th in a mighty cosmic ego that will be like a great group soul of humanity. When a person dies, his physical, etheric, and astral bodies fall away from him, and his ego passes over to the next incarnation. It is exactly the same with the earth. What is physical in our earth falls away at the end of the earth period. and human souls, in their totality, pass over into the Jupiter condition, the next planetary embodiment. Just as the ego of an individual person is the center of his further evolution, so, for the whole of future humanity, the Christ ego in human astral and etheric bodies goes on to ensoul the Jupiter existence. So we see how, starting from physical existence on earth, the Christ gradually evolves as etheric Christ, astral Christ, and ego Christ, to become the spirit of the earth, who then rises to even higher stages together with all mankind. What are we doing when we profess spiritual science today, but teaching what Oriental wisdom so clearly proclaimed when the Bodhisattva, the son of King Suddhodana, attained Buddhahood? The realization was expressed in those Oriental teachings that it was the task of the next Bodhisattva, who would also eventually become a Buddha, to spread over the earth the knowledge that would reveal Christ to us in his true light. Thus the Bodhisattva who incarnated in Jeshu ben Pandira and in others became the great teacher of the Christ impulse. This is clearly indicated in the legend of Barlaam and Josaphat, that tells how Josaphat, the Bodhisattva, is instructed by Barlaam, the Christian teacher. Oriental occult teachings call this Bodhisattva, who will become the Maitreya Buddha, the bringer of the good. We know from occult investigations that the power of the word will be present in Maitreya Buddha, in a degree which people today can as yet have no conception of. Through higher clairvoyant perception of the process of world evolution, it is possible to discover how the Maitreya Buddha will teach 3,000 years from now. Much of his teaching can also be expressed in symbolic forms. But because mankind today is insufficiently mature, it is not yet possible to speak words such as those that will come from the lips of the Maitreya Buddha. In the Eightfold Path, Gautama Buddha gave the great intellectual teachings of right speech, right thinking, right action, etc. The words of the Maitreya Buddha will contain a magic power that will become moral impulses in those who hear them. Should there be a gospel telling of the Maitreya Buddha, it would have to use different words than those used by Christ in the Gospel of St. John, quote, "and the Word was made flesh," close quote. The evangelist of the Maitreya Buddha would have to testify, quote, "and the flesh was made word." The pronouncements of the Maitreya Buddha will be permeated in a miraculous way with the power of Christ. Occult investigations today show that in a certain respect, even the external life of the Maitreya Buddha will be patterned on the life of Christ. When, in ancient times, a great individuality appeared, who was to become a teacher of humanity, it was indicated by signs, special talents, and qualities of soul evident in his early youth. But there is also a different development, in which a complete change in personality becomes apparent at a certain point in life. In such instances, when the individual has reached a certain age, his ego is removed from his bodily sheaths and is replaced by another. Jesus is the most outstanding example of this development, in that in his 30th year, the Christ individuality took possession of him. All the incarnations of the Bodhisattva, who will become the Maitreya Buddha, have shown that in this sense his life too will resemble that of Christ. It is never known during the childhood or youth of an individual that he will become a Bodhisattva at the age of 30 or thereabouts. Also, whenever a Bodhisattva reaches Buddhahood, there is evidence that at the age of 30 or 31, another individuality takes possession of his body. Such a Bodhisattva will never reveal himself in his early youth, but in his 30th or 31st year, he will manifest quite different qualities, because another being has taken possession of his body. Other individualities who will not incarnate as children, but who will take possession of the personality of some human being in this way, are, for example, Moses, Abraham, and Ezekiel. Today it is the same in the case of the Bodhisattva, who in 3,000 years will become the Maitreya Buddha. It would be sheer occult dilettantism to assert that this being would be recognizable in his early years as the Bodhisattva. But between his 30th and 31st years, he will reveal himself through his own power, without having to be proclaimed by others. He will convince the world through his own power, and if he were alleged by some to reveal himself in someone under the age of 30, that fact alone would be evidence of the fallacy of such a statement. Claims like this have frequently been made. In the 17th century, for example, Shabbatai Tsevi in Smyrna proclaimed himself to be an incarnation of the Messiah, or Christ. Hosts of people from all over Europe made pilgrimages to him in Smyrna. It is certainly true that today there is a rooted disinclination to recognize genius in people. But, on the other hand, the sort of mental laziness is prevalent which leads to people being only too ready to acknowledge some individual or other as a great soul merely on authority. It is important for the science of the spirit to be presented in such a way as to be based to the smallest extent possible on belief in authority. Much that I have said today can be substantiated only by means of occult investigation. Yet I beg you not to give credence to these things because I say them, but to test them by everything known to you from history, and above all by what you can learn from your own experience. I am absolutely certain that the more closely you examine them, the more confirmation you will find. In this age of intellectualism, I do not appeal to your belief in authority, but to your capacity for intelligent examination. So let me repeat what I have already said. The Bodhisattva of the 20th century will not rely upon a herald to announce him as the future Maitreya Buddha, but upon the power of his own words. He will stand on his own feet in the world. What has been said here may perhaps be summed up as follows. In our period of evolution, two streams of spiritual life are at work. One of them is the stream of wisdom, or the Buddha stream, containing the most sublime teaching of wisdom, goodness of heart, and peace on earth. To enable this teaching of Buddha to permeate the hearts of all human beings, the Christ impulse is indispensable. The second stream is the Christ stream itself, that will lead humanity from intellectuality, by way of aesthetic feeling and insight, to morality. The greatest teacher of the Christ impulse will be that Bodhisattva who incarnates again and again, and who in 3,000 years will become the Maitreya Buddha. The statement contained in Oriental chronicles is true. Exactly 5,000 years after Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, the Maitreya Buddha will incarnate on earth for the last time. The succession of Bodhisattvas and Buddhas has no relation to the cosmic being we call Christ. It was a Bodhisattva, not the Christ, who incarnated in the body of Jeshu ben Pandira. Christ incarnated in a physical body only once, for a period of 3 years. The Bodhisattva appears in every century until he becomes the Maitreya Buddha. The mission of spiritual science today is to bring about a synthesis of religions. We can conceive of one form of religion in Buddhism, another form in Christianity. As evolution proceeds, the more closely do the different religions unite in the way that Buddha and Christ themselves are united in our hearts. This vista of the spiritual development of humanity brings home to us the need for the vitalizing impulse of spiritual science as a preparation for understanding the progress of culture and events in the great process of our evolution. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is lecture 4, entitled Rosicrucian Christianity, the first of 2 lectures given at Neuchatel, excuse my pronunciation, on the 27th of September 1911. It gives me great joy to be here for the first time in this newly founded group bearing the great name of Christian Rosenkreutz, which gives me the opportunity for the first time of speaking about Christian Rosenkreutz at greater length. What is contained in the mystery of Christian Rosenkreutz? I cannot tell you all about this individuality in one evening, so we shall speak about Christian Rosenkreutz himself today, and tomorrow we shall talk about his work. To speak about Christian Rosenkreutz presupposes great trust in the mysteries of spiritual life. Trust not only in the person himself, but in the great secrets of the life of the Spirit. The founding of a new group, likewise, also always presupposes faith in spiritual life. Christian Rosenkreutz is an individual who is active both when he is in incarnation and when he is not incarnated in a physical body. He works not only as a physical being and through physical forces, but above all spiritually, through higher forces. As we know, man lives not only for himself, but also in connection with human evolution as a whole. Usually when someone passes through death, his etheric body dissolves into the cosmos. A part of this dissolving etheric body always stays intact, however, and so we are always surrounded by these remaining parts of the etheric bodies of the dead, for our good, or also to our detriment. They affect us for good or ill, according to whether we ourselves are good or bad. Far-reaching effects emanate also from the etheric bodies of great individualities. Great forces emanating from the etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz can work into our soul and also into our spirit. It is our duty to get to know these forces, for we work with them as Rosicrucians. Strictly speaking, the Rosicrucian movement began in the 13th century. At that time, these forces worked extraordinarily strongly, and a Christian Rosenkreutz stream has been active in spiritual life ever since. There is a law that this spiritual stream of force has to become especially powerful every 100 years or so. This is to be seen now in the Theosophical movement. Christian Rosenkreutz himself gave an indication of this in his last exoteric statements. In the year 1785, the collected esoteric revelations of the Rosicrucians appeared in the work titled The Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians by Heinricus Mathathanus Theosophus. In a certain limited sense, this publication contains references to the Rosicrucian stream active in the previous century, which was revealed for the first time in the works collected and put together by Heinricus Mathathanus Theosophus. Another 100 years later, we see the influence of the Rosicrucian stream coming to expression again in the work of H.P. Blavatsky, especially in the book titled Isis Unveiled. A considerable amount of Western occult wisdom is contained in this book that is still a long way from being improved upon, even though the composition is sometimes very confused. It is interesting to compare titled The Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians by Heinricus Mathathanus Theosophus with the works of H.P. Blavatsky. We must think especially of the first part of the publication, which is written in symbolic form, in quotes. In the second part, Blavatsky deviates a little from the Rosicrucian stream. In her later works, she departs entirely from it, and we must be able to distinguish between her early and her later publications, even though something of her uncritical spirit already appears in the early ones. That this is said is no more than the wish of H.P. Blavatsky herself, who is not in incarnation now. When we look at the characteristic quality of human consciousness in the 13th century, we see that primitive clairvoyance had gradually disappeared. We know that in earlier times everybody had an elementary clairvoyance. In the middle of the 13th century, this reached its lowest point, and there was suddenly no more clairvoyance. Everyone experienced a spiritual eclipse. Even the most enlightened spirits and the most highly developed individuals, including initiates, had no further access to the spiritual worlds. And when they spoke about the spiritual worlds, they had to confine themselves to what remained in their memories. People only knew about the spiritual world from tradition or from those initiates who awakened their memories of what they had previously experienced. For a short time, though, even these minds could not see directly into the spiritual world. This short period of darkness had to take place at that time to prepare for what is characteristic of our present age, today's intellectual, rational development. That is what is important today in the fifth post-Atlantean cultural epoch. In the Greco-Roman cultural epoch, the development of the intellect was not as it is today. Direct perception was the vital factor, not intellectual thinking. Human beings identified with what they saw and heard, in fact, even with what they thought. They did not produce thoughts from out of themselves then, as we do today, and as we ought to do, for this is the task of the fifth post-Atlantean cultural epoch. Man's clairvoyance gradually begins again after this time, and the clairvoyance of the future can now develop. The Rosicrucian stream began in the 13th century. During that century, individuals particularly suitable for initiation had to be specially chosen. Initiation could take place only after the short period of darkness had run its course. In a place in Europe that cannot be named yet, though this will be possible in the not very distant future, a lodge of a very spiritual nature was formed, comprising a council of 12 men who had received into themselves the sum of the spiritual wisdom of olden times and of their own time. Thus we are concerned with 12 men who lived in that dark era, 12 outstanding individualities who united to help the progress of humanity. None of them could see directly into the spiritual world, but they could awaken to life in themselves memories of what they had experienced through earlier initiations. And the karma of mankind brought it about that everything that still remained to mankind of the ancient Atlantean epoch was incarnated in 7 of these 12. In my title Outline of Esoteric Science, it has already been stated that in the 7 holy rishis of old, the teachers of the ancient Indian cultural epoch, all that was left of the Atlantean epoch was preserved. These 7 men who were incarnated again in the 13th century, and who were part of the Council of 12, were those who could look back into the 7 streams of the ancient Atlantean cultural epoch of mankind and the further course of these streams. Each of these 7 individualities could bring one stream to life for their time and our present time. In addition to these 7, there were another 4 who could not look back into times long past, but could look back to the occult wisdom mankind had acquired in the 4 post-Atlantean epochs. The first could look back to the ancient Indian period, the second to the ancient Persian cultural period, the third to the Egyptian, Chaldean, Assyrian, Babylonian cultural period, and the fourth to the Greco-Roman culture. These 4 joined the 7 to form a council of wise men in the 13th century. A 12th had the fewest memories, as it were, However, he was the most intellectual among them, and it was his task to foster external science in particular. These 12 individualities not only lived in the experiences of Western occultism, but these 12 different streams of wisdom worked together to make a whole. A remarkable reference to this can be found in Goethe's poem titled The Mysteries. We shall be speaking then of 12 outstanding individualities. The middle of the 13th century is the time when a new culture began. At this time, a certain low point of spiritual life had been reached. Even the most highly developed could not approach the spiritual worlds. Then it was that the council of these most spiritually advanced people assembled. These 12 men, who represented the sum of all the spiritual knowledge of their age and the 12 schools of thought, came together in a place in Europe that cannot as yet be named. This council of the 12 only possessed clairvoyant memory and intellectual wisdom. The 7 successors of the 7 rishis remembered their ancient wisdom, and the other 5 represented the wisdom of the 5 post-Atlantean cultures. Thus the 12 represented the whole of Atlantean and post-Atlantean wisdom. The 12th was a man who attained the intellectual wisdom of his time in the highest degree. He possessed intellectually all the knowledge of his time, whilst the others, to whom direct spiritual vision was also then denied, acquired their knowledge by returning in memory to their earlier incarnations. The beginning of a new culture was only possible, however, because a 13th came to join the 12. The 13th did not become a scholar in the accepted sense of that time. He was an individuality who had been incarnated at the time of the mystery of Golgotha. In the incarnations that followed, he prepared himself for his mission through humility of soul and through a fervent life devoted to God. He was a great soul, a pious, deeply mystical human being, who had not just acquired these qualities, but was born with them. If you imagine a young man who is very pious and who devotes all his time to fervent prayer to God, then you can have a picture of this 13th individuality. He grew up entirely under the care and instruction of the 12, and he received as much wisdom as each could give him. He was educated with the greatest care, and every precaution was taken to see that no one other than the 12 exercised an influence on him. He was kept apart from the rest of the world. He was a very delicate child in that incarnation of the 13th century, and therefore the education that the 12 bestowed upon him worked right into his physical body. Now the 12, being deeply devoted to their spiritual tasks and inwardly permeated with Christianity, were conscious that the external Christianity of the Church was only a caricature of real Christianity. They were permeated with the greatness of Christianity, although in the outside world they were regarded as its enemies. Each individuality worked his way into just one aspect of Christianity. Their endeavor was to unite the various religions into one great whole. They were convinced that the whole of spiritual life was contained in their 12 streams, and each one influenced the pupil to the best of his ability. Their aim was to achieve a synthesis of all the religions, but they knew that this was not to be achieved by means of any theory, but only through active spiritual life. And for this a suitable education of the 13th was essential. Whilst the spiritual forces of the 13th increased beyond measure, his physical forces drained away. It came to the point when he almost ceased to have any further connection with external life, and all interest in the physical world disappeared. He lived entirely for the sake of the spiritual development which the 12 were bringing about in him. The wisdom of the 12 was reflected in him. It reached the point where the 13th refused to eat and wasted away. Then an event occurred that could only happen once in history. It was the kind of event that can take place when the forces of the macrocosm cooperate for the sake of what they can bring to fruition. After a few days, the body of the 13th became quite transparent, and for days he lay as though dead. The 12 now gathered round him at certain intervals. At these moments all knowledge and wisdom flowed from their lips. Whilst the 13th lay as though dead, they let their wisdom flow toward him in short, prayer-like formula. The best way to imagine them is to picture the 12 in a circle round the 13th. This situation ended when the soul of the 13th awakened like a new soul. He had experienced a great transformation of soul. Within him there now existed something that was like a completely new birth of the 12 streams of wisdom, so that the 12 wise men could also learn something entirely new from the youth. His body, too, came to life now in such a way that this revival of his absolutely transparent body was beyond compare. The youth could now speak of quite new experiences. The 12 could recognize that he had experienced the event of Damascus. It was a repetition of the vision of Paul on the road to Damascus. In the course of a few weeks, the 13th reproduced all the wisdom he had received from the 12, but in a new form. This new form was as though given by Christ himself. What he now revealed to them, the 12 called true Christianity, the synthesis of all the religions. And they distinguished between this true Christianity and the Christianity of the period in which they lived. The 13th died relatively young, and the 12 then devoted themselves to the task of recording what the 13th had revealed to them in imaginations, for it could only be done in that way. Thus came the symbolic figures and images contained in the collection of Hinricus Mattathanus Theosophus and the communications of H.P. Blavatsky in the work titled Isis Unveiled. We have to see the occult process in such a way that the fruits of the initiation of the 13th remained as the residue of his etheric body within the spiritual atmosphere of the earth. This residue inspired the 12, as well as their pupils, who succeeded them, so that they could form the occult Rosicrucian stream. Yet it continued to work as an etheric body, and it then became part of the new etheric body of the 13th, when he incarnated again. The individuality of the 13th reincarnated as early as halfway through the 14th century. In this incarnation, he lived for over 100 years. He was brought up in a similar way, in the circle of the pupils and successors of the 12, but not so secluded as in his previous incarnation. When he was 28 years old, he conceived a remarkable ideal. He had to leave Europe and travel. First he went to Damascus, and what Paul had experienced there happened again to him. This event can be described as the fruits of what took place in the previous incarnation. All the forces of the wonderful etheric body of the individuality of the 13th century had remained intact. None of them dispersed after death into the general world ether. This was a permanent etheric body, remaining intact in the ether spheres thereafter. This same highly spiritual etheric body again radiated from the spiritual world into the new incarnation, the individuality in the 14th century. Therefore he was led to experience the event of Damascus again. This is the individuality of Christian Rosenkreutz. He was the 13th in the circle of the 12. He was named thus from this incarnation onward. Esoterically, in the occult sense, He was already Christian Rosenkreutz in the 13th century, but exoterically he was named thus only from the 14th century. And the pupils of this 13th are the successors of the other 12 in the 13th century. These are the Rosicrucians. At that time, Christian Rosenkreutz traveled through the whole of the known world. After he had received all the wisdom of the 12, fructified by the mighty being of the Christ, it was easy for him to receive all the wisdom of that time in the course of 7 years. When, after 7 years, he returned to Europe, he took the most highly developed pupils and successors of the 12 as his pupils, and then began the actual work of the Rosicrucians. By the grace of what radiated from the wonderful etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz, they could develop an absolutely new world conception. What has been developed by the Rosicrucians up to our time is work of both an outer and an inner nature. The outer work was for the purpose of discovering what lies behind the Maya of the material world. They wanted to investigate the Maya of matter. Just as man has an etheric body, so does the whole of the macrocosm have an etheric macrocosm, an etheric body. There is a certain point of transition from the coarser to the finer substance. Let us look at the boundary between physical and etheric substance. What lies between physical and etheric substance is like nothing else in the world. It is neither gold nor silver, lead nor copper. It is something that cannot be compared with any other physical substance, yet it is the essence of all of them. It is a substance that is contained in every other physical substance, so that the other physical substances can be considered to be modifications of this one substance. To see this substance clairvoyantly was the endeavor of the Rosicrucians. The preparation, the development of such vision, they saw to require a heightened activity of the soul's moral forces, which would then enable them to see this substance. They realized that the power for this vision lay in the moral power of the soul. This substance was really seen and discovered by the Rosicrucians. They found that this substance lived in the world in a certain form, both in the macrocosm and in man. In the world outside man, they revered it as the mighty garment of the macrocosm. They saw it arising in man when there is an harmonious interplay between thinking and willing. They saw the will forces as being not only in man, but in the macrocosm also, for instance, in thunder and lightning. And they saw the forces of thought on the one hand in man, and also outside in the world, in the rainbow and the rosy light of dawn. The Rosicrucians sought the strength to achieve such harmony of willing and thinking in their own soul, in the forces radiating from this etheric body of the 13th, Christian Rosenkreutz. It was established that all the discoveries they made had to remain the secret of the Rosicrucians for 100 years, and that not until 100 years had passed might these Rosicrucian revelations be divulged to the world. For not until they had worked at them for 100 years might they talk about them in an appropriate way. Thus what appeared in 1785 in the work titled The Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians was being prepared from the 17th to the 18th century. Now it is also of great importance to know that in any century the Rosicrucian inspiration is given in such a way that the name of the one who receives the inspiration is never made public. Only the highest initiates know it. Today, for instance, only those occurrences can be made public that happened 100 years ago, for that is the time that must pass before it is permissible to speak of it in the outside world. The temptation is too great that people would fanatically idealize a person bearing such authority, which is the worst thing that can happen. It would be too near to idolatry. This silence, however, is not only essential in order to avoid the outer temptations of ambition and pride, which could probably be overcome, but above all, to avoid occult astral attacks, which would be constantly directed at an individuality of that caliber. That is why it is an essential condition that a fact like this can only be spoken of after 100 years. Through the works of the Rosicrucians, the etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz became ever stronger and mightier from century to century. It worked not only through Christian Rosenkreutz, but through all those who became his pupils. From the 14th century onward, Christian Rosenkreutz has been incarnated again and again. Everything that is made known in the name of Theosophy is strengthened by the etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz. And those who make Theosophy known let themselves be overshadowed by this etheric body that can work on them both when Christian Rosenkreutz is incarnated and when he is not in incarnation. The Count of Saint-Germain was the exoteric name of Christian Rosenkreutz's incarnation in the 18th century. This name was given to other people too. However, therefore not everything that is told about Count Saint-Germain here and there in the outside world applies to the real Christian Rosenkreutz. Christian Rosenkreutz is incarnated again today. The inspiration for the work of H.P. Blavatsky, Isis Unveiled, came from the strength radiating from his etheric body. It was also Christian Rosenkreutz's influence working invisibly on Lessing that inspired him to write titled The Education of the Human Race, 1780. Because of the rising tide of materialism, it became more and more difficult for inspiration to come about in the Rosicrucian way. Then, in the 19th century, came the high tide of materialism. Many things could only be given very incompletely. In 1851, the problem of the immortality of the soul was resolved by Wiedemann through the idea of reincarnation. His text was awarded a prize. Even around 1850, Drossbach wrote from a psychological point of view in support of reincarnation. Thus, the forces radiating from the etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz continued to be active in the 19th century too. And a renewal of theosophical life could come about because, by 1899, the short Kali Yuga had run its course. That is why it is now easier to approach the spiritual world, and spiritual influence is possible to a far greater degree. The etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz has become very powerful, and through devotion to this, man will be able to acquire new clairvoyance and invoke lofty spiritual forces. This will only be possible, however, for those people who follow the training of Christian Rosenkreutz correctly. Until now, an esoteric Rosicrucian preparation was essential. But the 20th century has the mission of enabling this etheric body to become so mighty that it can also work exoterically. Those affected by it will be granted experience of the event that Paul experienced on the road to Damascus. Until now, this etheric body has only worked upon the Rosicrucian school. In the 20th century, more and more people will be able to experience the effect of it. And through this, they will come to experience the appearance of Christ in the etheric body. It is the work of the Rosicrucians that makes possible the etheric vision of Christ. The number of people who will become capable of seeing it will grow and grow. We must attribute this reappearance to the important work of the 12th and the 13th in the 13th and 14th centuries. If you can become an instrument of Christian Rosenkreutz, then you can be assured that the tiniest soul steps you take will be there for eternity. Tomorrow we will come to speak about the work of Christian Rosenkreutz. a vague longing for spiritual science is present in mankind today, and we can be sure that wherever students of Rosicrucianism are striving seriously and conscientiously, they are working creatively for eternity. Every spiritual achievement, however small, brings us further. It is essential to understand and revere these holy matters. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is the 5th lecture, entitled Rosicrucian Christianity, and it is the second one given in Neuchatel on the 28th of September 1911. My task today will be to tell you something about the work of Christian Rosenkreutz. This work began in the 13th century, is still going on today, and will continue on into eternity. The work began, of course, with what I told you yesterday of the initiation of Christian Rosenkreutz, and all that took place between the Council of the 12 and the 13th. When Christian Rosenkreutz was born again in the 14th century, in an incarnation lasting more than 100 years, his main task was instructing the pupils of the 12. At that time, hardly anyone else came to know Christian Rosenkreutz apart from these 12. This is not to be understood as if Christian Rosenkreutz did not meet other people, but only that the other people did not recognize him for what he was. Fundamentally, this has remained the same until today. However, the etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz has been constantly active in the circle of his pupils, its forces working in ever-growing circles, until today many people are actually able to be influenced by the forces of his etheric body. Christian Rosenkreutz selects those whom he wants to have as his pupils in a remarkable way. The one chosen has to pay attention to a certain kind of event, or several events in his life of the following kind. Christian Rosenkreutz chooses people so that, for instance, someone comes to a decisive turning point, a karmic crisis in his life. Let us assume that a person is about to commit an action that would lead him to his death. These things can be very different from one from the other. This man goes along a path which, without noticing it, can lead him into great danger. It leads to the edge of a precipice, perhaps. Then the man, now only a step or two from the precipice, perhaps hears a voice saying, "Stop," so that he has to stop without knowing why. There could be 1,000 similar situations. I should say, of course, that this is only the external sign of being outwardly qualified for a spiritual calling. To be inwardly qualified, the chosen person has to have an interest in something spiritual, theosophy or some other form of spiritual science. The external event I have described is a fact of the physical world, though it does not come by means of a human voice. The event always occurs in such a way that the person concerned knows quite clearly that the voice comes from the spiritual world. He may at first imagine that the voice has come from a human being who is hidden somewhere. But when the pupil is mature enough, he discovers that it was not a physical person intervening in his life. In short, this event convinces the pupil that there are messages from the spiritual world. Such events can occur once or many times in life. We have to understand what effect this has on the soul of the pupil. The pupil tells himself, "I have received another life through grace. The first one was forfeited." This new life given him through grace sheds light on the whole of the pupil's further life. He has a definite feeling, which can be described in this way: "Without this Rosicrucian experience of mine, I should have died. My subsequent life would not have had the same value but for this event." It can happen, of course, that even though someone has already experienced this once or even several times, he does not come to theosophy or spiritual science at once. Later on, however, the memory of the event can come back. Many of you here can examine the past course of your lives, and you will find that similar occurrences have happened to you. We give too little attention to such things today. We ought to realize how very important occurrences pass by without us noticing them. This is an indication of the way the more advanced pupils of Rosicrucianism are called. This kind of occurrence will either pass a person by without being noticed at all, in which case the impression is blotted out and he attaches no importance to it, or, assuming the person to be attentive, he will appreciate its significance, and he will then perhaps realize that he was actually facing a crisis then, a karmic crisis. His life should actually have ended at that moment. He had forfeited his life, and was only saved by something resembling chance. Since that hour, a second life has been grafted onto the first, as it were. You must look on this life as a gift and live it accordingly. When such an event awakens in a person, the inner sense of looking at his life from that time onward as a gift, this makes him nowadays a follower of Christian Rosenkreutz, for that is his way of calling these souls to him. And whoever can recall having had such an experience can tell himself, Christian Rosenkreutz has given me a sign from the spiritual world that I belong to his stream. Christian Rosenkreutz has added the possibility of such an experience to my karma. That is the way in which Christian Rosenkreutz makes his choice of pupils. He chooses his community like this. Whoever experiences this consciously knows a path has been shown me, and I must follow it and see how far I can use my forces to serve Rosicrucianism. Those who have not understood the sign, however, will do so at a later time, for whoever has received the sign will not be free of it again. That a person can have an experience of the kind described is due to his having met Christian Rosenkreutz in the spiritual world between his last death and his latest birth. Christian Rosenkreutz chose us then, and he put an impulse of will into us that now leads us to such experiences. This is the way in which spiritual connections are brought about. To go further, let us discuss the difference between Christian Rosenkreutz's teaching in earlier times and in later times. This teaching used to be more in the nature of natural science, whereas today it is more like spiritual science. In earlier times, for instance, people observed natural processes and called this science alchemy. And when such processes took place beyond the earth, they called it astrology. Today we start from a more spiritual perspective. If we consider, for instance, the successive post-Atlantean cultural epochs, the culture of ancient India, ancient Persia, the Egyptian, Chaldean, Assyrian, Babylonian culture, and the Greco-Roman culture, we learn about the nature of the development of the human soul. The Rosicrucians of the Middle Ages studied natural processes, regarding them as the earth processes of nature. They distinguished, for instance, 3 different natural processes, which they regarded as the 3 great processes of nature. The first important process is the salt process. Everything in nature that can form a deposit of hard substance out of a solution was called salt by the medieval Rosicrucian. When the medieval Rosicrucian saw this salt formation, however, his conception of it was entirely different from that of modern man. For if he wanted to feel he had understood it, the witnessing of such a process had to work like a prayer in his soul. Therefore the medieval Rosicrucian tried to make clear to himself what would have to happen in his own soul if the formation of salt were to take place there too. He arrived at the thought. Human nature is perpetually destroying itself through instincts and passions. Our life would be nothing but a decomposition, a process of putrefaction, if we only followed our instincts and passions. And if man really wants to protect himself against this process of putrefaction, then he must constantly devote himself to noble thoughts that turn him toward the Spirit. It was a matter of bringing his thoughts to a higher level of development. The medieval Rosicrucian knew that if he did not combat his passions in one incarnation, he would be born with a predisposition for illness in the next one, but that if he purified his passion, he would enter life in the next incarnation with a predisposition for health. The process of overcoming, through spirituality, the forces that lead to decay is microcosmic salt formation. So we can understand how a natural process like this occasioned the most reverent prayer. When observing salt formation, the medieval Rosicrucians told themselves with a feeling of deepest piety, divine spiritual powers have been working in this process for thousands of years, in the same way as noble thoughts work in me. I am praying to the thoughts of the gods, the thoughts of divine spiritual beings that are behind the Maya of nature. The medieval Rosicrucian knew this, and he said to himself, when I let nature stimulate me to develop feelings like this, I make myself like the macrocosm. If I observe this process in an external way only, I cut myself off from the gods. I fall away from the macrocosm. Such were the feelings of the medieval Theosophist or Rosicrucian. The process of dissolution gives a different experience. It was a different natural process that could also lead the medieval Rosicrucian to prayer. Everything that can dissolve something else was called by the medieval Rosicrucian quicksilver or mercury. Now, he asked again, what is the corresponding quality in the human soul? What quality works in the soul in the same way in which quicksilver or mercury works outside in nature? The medieval Rosicrucian knew that all the forms of love in the soul are what correspond to mercury. He distinguished between lower and higher processes of dissolution, just as there are lower and higher forms of love. And thus the witnessing of the dissolution process again became a pious prayer. And the medieval Theosophist said to himself, God's love has been at work out there for thousands of years, in the same way as love works in me. The third important natural process for the medieval Theosophist was combustion, that takes place when material substance is consumed by flames. And again the medieval Rosicrucian sought the inner process corresponding to this combustion. This inner soul process he saw to be ardent devotion to the deity, and everything that can go up in flames he called sulfur. In the stages of development of the earth, he beheld a gradual process of purification similar to a combustion or sulfur process. Just as he knew that the earth will at some time be purified by fire, he also saw a combustion process in fervent devotion to the deity. In the earth processes he beheld the work of those gods who look up to mightier gods above them. And permeated with great piety and deeply religious feelings, at the spectacle of the process of combustion, he told himself, gods are now making a sacrifice to higher gods. And then when the medieval Theosophist produced the combustion process in the laboratory himself, he felt, I am doing the same as the gods do when they sacrifice themselves to higher gods. He only considered himself worthy to carry out such a process of combustion in his laboratory when he felt himself filled with the mood of sacrifice. when he himself was filled with the desire to devote himself in sacrifice to the gods. The power of the flame filled the medieval theosophist with lofty and deeply religious feelings, and he told himself, "When I see flames outside in the macrocosm, I am seeing the thoughts and the love of the gods, and the gods' willingness to sacrifice, to make offerings." The medieval Rosicrucian produced these processes himself in his laboratory, and then he entered into contemplation of these salt formations, solutions, and processes of combustion, letting himself at the same time be filled with deeply religious feelings, in which he became aware of his connection with all the forces of the macrocosm. These soul processes called forth in him divine thoughts, divine love, and divine sacrifice. And then the medieval Rosicrucian discovered that when he produced the salt process, noble, purifying thoughts arose in him. With the solution process, love was stimulated in him. He was inspired by divine love. And with the combustion process, the desire to make a sacrifice was kindled in him. It urged him to sacrifice himself on the altar of the world. These were the experiences of one who did these experiments. And if you had attended these experiments yourself in clairvoyant vision, you would have perceived a change in the aura of the person carrying them out. The aura that was a mixture of colors before the experiment began, being full of instincts and desires to which the person in question had perhaps succumbed, became single-hued as a result of the experiment. First of all, during the experiment with salt formation, it became the color of copper, pure divine thoughts. Then, in the experiment with solution, the color of silver, divine love. And finally, with combustion, the color of gold, divine sacrifice. And then the alchemists said they had made subjective copper, subjective silver, and subjective gold out of the aura. And the outcome was that the person who had undergone this and had really experienced such an experiment inwardly was completely permeated by divine love. Such was the way these medieval theosophists became permeated with purity, love, and the will to sacrifice. And by means of this sacrificial service, they prepared themselves for a certain clairvoyance. This is how the medieval theosophist could see behind Maya, into the way spiritual beings helped things to come into being and pass away again. And this enabled him to realize which forces of aspiration in our souls are helpful and which are not. He became acquainted with our own forces of growth and decay. The medieval theosophist Heinrich Kunrat, in a moment of enlightenment, called this process the law of growth and decay. Through observing nature, the medieval theosophist learned the law of ascending and descending evolution. The science he acquired from this he expressed in certain signs, imaginative pictures and figures. It was a kind of imaginative knowledge. One of the outcomes of this was titled The Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians, mentioned yesterday. This is the way the best alchemists worked from the 14th to the 18th and until the beginning of the 19th century. About this truly moral, ethical, intellectual work, nothing has been published. What has been written about alchemy concerns purely external experiments only, and was only written by those who performed alchemy as an end in itself. The false alchemist wanted to create physical substance. When he experimented with the burning of substances, he saw the material results as the only thing gained, whereas the genuine alchemist attached no importance to these material results. For him, it all depended on the inner soul experiences he had whilst the substance was forming, the thoughts and experiences within him. Therefore, there was a strict rule that the medieval theosophist who produced gold and silver from his experiments was never allowed to profit from it himself. He was only allowed to give away the metals thus produced. People today no longer have the correct conception of these experiments. We have no idea what the experimenter could experience. The medieval theosophist was able to experience whole dramas of the soul in his laboratory. When, for example, antimony was extracted, the experimenters saw significant moral forces at work in these processes. If these things had not taken place at that time, we would not be able to practice spiritual scientific Rosicrucianism today. What the medieval Rosicrucian experienced when he beheld the processes of nature was a holy science. The mood of spiritual sacrifice, the tremendous joys, the great natural events, the pain and sadness too, as well as the events that uplifted him and made him happy. All these experiences that he had during the experiment he performed worked on him in a liberating and redeeming way. All that was planted in him then, however, is now hidden in the innermost depths of man. How shall we rediscover these hidden forces that used to lead to clairvoyance? We shall find them by studying spiritual science, and by devoting ourselves deeply to the soul's inner life in serious meditation and concentration. By means of inner development of this kind, work with nature will gradually become a sacrificial rite again. For this to come about, human beings must go through what we now call spiritual science. Human beings in their thousands must devote themselves to the science of the Spirit. They must cultivate an inner life, so that in the future the spiritual reality behind nature will be perceptible again, and we learn to understand again the spirit behind Maya. Then in the future, although it will only happen to small numbers to begin with, people will be able to experience Paul's vision on the road to Damascus, and to perceive the Etheric Christ, who will come among us in supersensible form. But before this happens, man will have to return to a spiritual view of nature. If we did not know the whole significance of Rosicrucianism, we could believe that humanity was still at the same stage as it was 2,000 years ago. Until man has gone through this process, which is only possible by means of spiritual science, he will not come to spiritual vision. There are many good and pious people who are theosophists at heart, although they are not followers of spiritual science. Through the event of the baptism in Jordan, when the Christ descended into the body of Jesus of Nazareth, and through the mystery of Golgotha, mankind became capable of later beholding and recognizing the Christ in the etheric body, in our century, in fact, from 1930 onward. Christ has only walked on the earth once in a physical body, and we should learn to understand this. Quote, "The second coming of Christ," close quote, means seeing Christ supersensibly in the etheric. Therefore, everyone who wants to tread the right path of development must work to acquire the capacity to see with spiritual eyes. It would not signify human progress for Christ to appear again in a physical body. His next appearance will be a revelation in the etheric body. What was given in the different religious creeds has been gathered into one whole by Christian Rosenkreutz and the Council of the 12. This means that everything that the separate religions had to give and all that their followers strove and longed for will be found in the Christ impulse. Development during the next 3,000 years will consist in this: the establishing and furthering of an understanding of the Christ impulse. From the 20th century onward, all religions will come to be reconciled in the mystery of Rosicrucianism. And in the course of the next 3,000 years, this will become possible because it will no longer be necessary to teach from records or documents. For through beholding Christ human beings will themselves learn to understand the experience Paul had on the way to Damascus. Mankind itself will pass through the experience of Paul. The Maitreya Buddha will appear 5,000 years after Buddha was enlightened under the Bodhi tree. That is about 3,000 years from now. He will be the successor of Gautama Buddha. Among true occultists, this is no longer in doubt. Occultists of both the West and the East are in agreement about it. So, two things are beyond question. Firstly, that the Christ could appear only once in a physical body. Secondly, that he will appear in the 20th century in etheric form. Great individualities will certainly appear in the 20th century, like the Bodhisattva, the successor of Gautama Buddha, who will become the Maitreya Buddha in about 3,000 years. But no true occultist will give to any human being physically incarnated in the 20th century the name of Christ. And no real occultist will expect Christ to be incarnated physically in the 20th century. Every genuine occultist would find such a statement mistaken. It is to Christ especially, however, that the Bodhisattva will point. Secondly, it will be 3,000 years before the Bodhisattva, who appeared in Jeshu ben Pandira, appears as the Maitreya Buddha. The real occultists in India, in particular, would be horrified if we were to maintain that the Maitreya Buddha would appear before then. There could well be the kind of occultists in India, of course, who are not real occultists and who, for reasons of their own, speak of a Maitreya Buddha already in incarnation. Proper devotion to Rosicrucian theosophy and to Christian Rosenkreutz can protect anyone from falling into these errors. All these things are stated in Rosicrucianism in such a way that they can be tested by reason. Ordinary common sense can test all these things. Do not believe anything on my authority, but just take what I say as stimulus and then test it for yourselves. I am sure that the more you examine it for yourselves, I am sure that the more you examine theosophy or spiritual science, the more sensible you will find it. The less you take on authority, the more understanding you will have for Christian Rosenkreutz. We know Christian Rosenkreutz best when we enter properly into his individuality and become conscious that his spirit lives on. And the closer we approach to his great spirit, the stronger we shall become. We can hope for a great deal of strength and help from the etheric body of this great leader, who will always be there if we ask him to help us. We will also be able to understand the strange event of Christian Rosenkreutz falling ill if we absorb ourselves properly in the work of spiritual science. In the 13th century, this individuality lived in a physical body that grew weak to the point of transparency, so that for several days he lay as though dead. And during this time he received from the 12 their wisdom and also experienced the event of Damascus. May the spirit of true Rosicrucianism be with you and inspire you in this group. Then the mighty etheric body of Christian Rosenkreutz will be all the more active here. May this group be one of the building stones in the temple we wish to raise. We have to begin it in the spirit of Christian Rosenkreutz. Let me read that again. We have begun it in the spirit of Christian Rosenkreutz. Let us try to carry our work further in the same spirit. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. This is Lecture 6, entitled The Etherisation of the Blood, given in Basle on the 1st of October, 1911. Wherever we human beings strive for knowledge, whether as mystics or realists, or in any way at all, the need to acquire self-knowledge is ever present through the ages. But as has been repeatedly emphasized on other occasions, self-knowledge is by no means as easy to achieve as many people believe, anthroposophists sometimes among them. The anthroposophist should be constantly aware of the hindrances he will encounter in his efforts. But the acquisition of self-knowledge is absolutely essential if we are to reach a worthy evolutionary goal, and if our life and actions are to be worthy of us as human beings. Let us ask ourselves why the achievement of self-knowledge is so difficult. Man is a very complicated being. If we mean to speak truly of his inner life, his life of soul, we shall not begin by regarding it as something simple and elementary. We shall, rather, have the patience and perseverance, the will, to penetrate more deeply into that marvelous creation of divine spiritual powers known to us as man. Before we investigate the nature of self-knowledge, two aspects of the life of the human soul may present themselves to us. Just as the magnet has north and south poles, just as light and darkness are present in the world, so there are two poles in man's life of soul. These two poles become evident when we observe a person placed in two contrasting situations. Suppose we are watching someone who is entirely absorbed in the contemplation of some strikingly beautiful and impressive natural phenomenon. We see how still he is standing, moving neither hand nor foot, never turning his eyes away from the spectacle presented to him. And we are aware that he is inwardly picturing what he sees before him. That is one situation. Another is the following. Someone is walking along the street and feels another has insulted him. Without thinking, he is roused to anger and gives vent to it by striking the person who insulted him. There we are witnessing a manifestation of forces springing from anger, a manifestation of impulses of will. And it is easy to imagine that if the action had been preceded by thought, no blow need have been struck. We have now pictured two contrasting situations. In the one there is only ideation, a process in the life of thought from which all conscious will is absent. In the other there is no thought, no ideation, and immediate expression is given to an impulse of will. Here we have examples of the two extremes of human behavior. The first pole is complete surrender to contemplation, to thought, in which the will has no part. The second pole is the impelling force of will without thought. These facts are revealed simply by observation of external life. We can go into these things more deeply, and we come then into spheres in which we can find our bearings only by summoning the findings of occult investigation to our aid. Then another polarity confronts us, that of sleeping and waking. From elementary anthroposophical concepts, we know that in waking life, the four members of man's being, physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego, are organically and actively interwoven, but that in sleep, physical and etheric bodies remain in the bed, while astral body and ego are poured out into the great world, bordering on physical existence. These facts could also be approached from a different point of view. What, for example, is there to be said about ideation, contemplation, thinking, and about the will and its impulses? On the other hand, during waking life, and during sleep on the other. When we penetrate more deeply into this question, it becomes evident that in his present physical existence, man is in a certain sense always asleep. Only there is a difference between sleep during night and sleep during the day. Of this we can be convinced in a purely external way. For we know that we can wake in the occult sense during the day. That is to say, we can become clairvoyant and see into the spiritual world. The physical body in its ordinary state is asleep to such perception, and we can rightly speak of an awakening of our spiritual senses. In the night, of course, we are asleep in the normal way. It can therefore be said that ordinary sleep is sleep in relation to the outer physical world, while daytime consciousness, at the present time, is sleep in relation to the spiritual world. These facts can be considered in still another light. On deeper scrutiny, we realize that in the ordinary waking condition of physical life, man has, as a rule, very little power or control over his will and its impulses. The will is very detached from daily life. Only consider how little of all you do from morning to evening is really the outcome of your own thinking, of your personal resolutions. When someone knocks at the door and you say, "Come in," that cannot be called a decision of your own thinking and will. If you are hungry and seat yourself at table, that cannot be called a decision made by the will, because it is occasioned by your circumstances, by the needs of your organism. Try to picture your daily life, and you will find how little the will is directly influenced from the center of your being. Why is this? Occultism shows us that in respect of our will, we actually sleep by day. That is to say, we are not in the real sense present in our will impulses at all. We may evolve better and better concepts and ideas, or we may become more highly moral, more cultured individuals, but we can do nothing as regards the will. By cultivating better thoughts, we can work indirectly upon the will, but as far as life is concerned, we can do nothing directly to it. For in the waking life of day, our will is influenced in an indirect way only, namely through sleep. When we are asleep, we do not think. Ideation passes over into a state of sleep. The will, however, awakes, permeates our organism from outside, and invigorates it. We feel strengthened in the morning because what has penetrated into our organism is of the nature of will. That we are not aware of this activity of the will becomes comprehensible when we remember that all conceptual activity ceases when we ourselves are asleep. To begin with, therefore, let me give you this stimulus for further contemplation, further meditation. The more progress you make in self-knowledge, the more you will find confirmation of the truth of the words that man sleeps in his will when he is awake, and sleeps in his conceptual life when he is asleep. The life of will sleeps by day, the life of thought sleeps by night. Man is unaware that the will does not sleep during the night, because he only knows how to be awake in his life of thought. The will does not sleep during the night, but it then works, as it were, in a fiery element, works upon his body in order to restore what has been used up by day. Thus there are two poles in man, the life of observation and ideation, and the impulses of will. And man is related in entirely opposite ways to these two poles. The whole life of soul moves in various nuances between these two poles, and we shall come nearer to understanding it by bringing this microcosmic life of soul into relation with higher worlds. From what has been said, we have learned that the life of thought and ideation is one of the poles of man's life of soul. This life of thought is something which seems unreal to materialistically minded individuals. Do we not often hear it said, "Oh, ideas and thoughts are only ideas and thoughts"? This is intended to imply that if someone has a piece of bread or meat in his hand, it is real because it can be eaten, whereas a thought is only a thought, is not a reality. Why is this said? It is because what man calls his thoughts are related to what thoughts really are, as a shadow image is to the actual thing. The shadow image of a flower points you to the flower itself, to the reality. so it is with thoughts. Human thinking is the shadowing forth of ideas and beings belonging to a higher world, the world we call the astral plane. And you represent thinking rightly to yourself when you picture the human head thus, and there's a diagram. It is not absolutely correct, but simply diagrammatic. In the head are thoughts, but these thoughts must be pictured as living beings on the astral plane. Beings of the most varied kinds are at work there in the form of teeming concepts and activities, which cast their shadow images into us. And these processes are reflected in the human head as thinking. As well as the life of thought in the human soul, there is also a life of feeling. Feelings fall into two categories, those of pleasure and sympathy, and those of displeasure and antipathy. The former are aroused by good deeds, benevolent deeds, while antipathy is aroused by unjust, malevolent deeds. Here there is something more than and different from the mere forming of concepts. We form concepts of things irrespective of any other factor, but our soul experiences sympathy or antipathy only in respect of what is beautiful and good, or of what is ugly and evil. Just as everything that takes place in man in the form of thoughts points to the astral plane, so everything connected with sympathy or antipathy points to the realm we call lower Devachan. Processes in the heavenly world, or Devachan, are projected, mainly into our breast, as feelings of sympathy or antipathy for what is beautiful or ugly, for what is good or evil. So that in our feelings, for the moral aesthetic element, we bear within our souls shadow reflections of the heavenly world, or lower Devachan. There is still a third province in the life of the human soul, which must be strictly distinguished from mere preference for good deeds. There is a difference between standing by and taking pleasure in witnessing some kindly deed, and setting the will in action to actually perform some such deed. I will call pleasure in good deeds or displeasure in evil deeds the aesthetic element, as against the moral element, which impels a person to perform some good deed. The moral element is at a higher level than the purely aesthetic. Mere pleasure or displeasure is at a lower level than the will to do something good or bad. Insofar as our soul feels constrained to give expression to moral impulses, these impulses are the shadow images of higher Devachan, of the higher heavenly world. It is easy to picture these three stages of activity of the human soul: the purely intellectual, thoughts, concepts; the aesthetic, pleasure or displeasure; and the moral, revealed in impulses to good or bad deeds, as microcosmic images of the three realms which in the macrocosm, the great universe, lie one above the other. The astral world is reflected in the world of thought. The Devachanic world is reflected in the aesthetic sphere of pleasure and displeasure, and the higher Devachanic world is reflected as morality. Thoughts, shadow images of beings of the astral plane, waking. Sympathy and antipathy, shadow images of beings of lower Devachan, dreaming. Moral impulses, shadow images of beings of higher Devachan, sleeping. If we connect this with what was said previously concerning the two poles of soul life, we shall take the pole of intellect to be that which dominates waking life, the life in which we are mentally awake. During the day we are awake in respect of our intellect. During sleep we are awake in respect of our will. It is because at night we are asleep in respect of intellect that we are unaware of what is happening to our will. The truth is that what we call moral principles, moral impulses, are working indirectly into the will. And in point of fact, man needs the life of sleep in order for the moral impulses he takes into himself through the life of thought to become active and effective. In his ordinary life today, man is capable of accomplishing what is right only on the plane of intellect. He is less able to accomplish anything on the moral plane, for there he is dependent upon help coming from the macrocosm. What is already within us can bring about the further development of intellectuality. But the gods must come to our aid if we are to acquire greater moral strength. We go to sleep in order that we may plunge into the divine will, where the intellect does not intervene, and where divine forces transform into power of will the moral principles we accept, where they instill into our will that which we could otherwise receive only into our thoughts. Between these two poles, that of the will which wakes by night and of the intellect which is awake by day, lies the sphere of aesthetic appreciation, which is continuously present in man. During the day, man is not fully awake. At least, only the most prosaic, pedantic individuals are always fully awake in waking life. We must always be able to dream a little, even by day, when we are awake. We must be able to give ourselves up to the enjoyment of art, of poetry, or of some other activity that is not concerned wholly with mundane reality. Those who can give themselves up in this way form a connection with something that can enliven and invigorate the whole of existence. To give oneself up to such imaginings is like a dream making its way into waking life. You know well that dreams enter our sleep life. These are dreams in the usual sense, dreams which permeate sleep consciousness. Human beings also need to dream by day, if they do not wish to lead an arid, empty, unhealthy waking life. Dreaming takes place during sleep at night in any case, and no proof of this is required. Midway between the two poles we have spoken of come night dreaming and daydreaming, the condition that can come to expression in imagination. So here again there is a threefold life of soul. The intellectual element, in which we are really awake, brings us shadow images of the astral plane, when by day we give ourselves up to thought, wherein the most fruitful ideas for daily life and great inventions originate. Then during sleep, when we dream, these dreams play into our life of sleep, and shadow images from lower Devachan are reflected into us. And when we work actively during sleep, impressing morality into our will, we cannot be aware of this actual process, but certainly we can of its effects. When we are able to imbue our life of thought during the night with the influence of divine spiritual powers, then the impulses we receive are reflections from higher Devachan, the higher heavenly world. These reflections are the moral impulses and feelings which are active within us and lead to the recognition that human life is vindicated only when we place our thoughts at the service of the good and the beautiful, when we allow the very heart's blood of divine spiritual life to stream through our intellectual activities, permeating them with moral impulses. The life of the human soul, as presented here, first from external, exoteric observation, and then from observation of a more mystical character, is revealed by deeper occult investigation. The processes that have been described in their more external aspect can also be perceived in man through clairvoyance. When someone stands in front of us today in his waking state, and we observe him with the eye of clairvoyance, EYE, certain rays of light are seen streaming continually from the heart toward the head. Within the head, these rays play around the organ known in anatomy as the pineal gland. These streams arise because human blood, which is a physical substance, is perpetually resolving itself into etheric substance. In the region of the heart, there is a continual transformation of the blood into the delicate etheric substance which streams upward toward the head and glimmers around the pineal gland. This process, the etherization of the blood, can be perceived in the human being all the time during his waking life. But during sleep, it is different. Then the occult observer is able to see a continual streaming from outside into the brain, and also back from the brain to the heart. These streams, which in sleeping man come from outside, from cosmic space, from the macrocosm, and flow into the inner constitution of the physical body and etheric body lying in bed, reveal something very remarkable when they are investigated. The rays vary greatly in different individuals. Sleeping human beings differ very drastically from one another, and if those who are a little vain only knew how badly they betray themselves to occult observation when they go to sleep during public gatherings, they would try their level best not to let this happen. Moral qualities are revealed very distinctly in the particular coloring of the streams which flow into human beings during sleep. In an individual of lower moral principles, the streams are quite different from what can be seen in an individual of noble principles. Efforts to dissemble are useless. In the face of cosmic powers, no dissembling is possible. In the case of someone who has only a slight inclination toward moral principles, the rays streaming into him are a brownish red in color, various shades tending toward brownish red. In someone of high moral ideals, the rays are lilac violet in color. At the moment of waking or of going to sleep, a kind of struggle takes place in the region of the pineal gland between what streams down from above and what streams upward from below. When a person is awake, the intellectual element streams upward from below in the form of currents of light, and what is of moral aesthetic nature streams downward from above. At the moment of waking or of going off to sleep, these two currents meet, and in someone who is especially clever, but of low morality, a violent struggle between the two streams takes place in the region of the pineal gland. In someone of high morality, there is, as it were, a little sea of light around the pineal gland. Moral nobility is revealed when a calm glow surrounds the pineal gland at these moments of falling asleep or waking. In this way, a person's moral disposition is reflected in him, and this calm glow of light often extends as far as the heart. Two streams can therefore be perceived in man, one macrocosmic, the other microcosmic. To estimate the significance of how these two streams meet in man is possible only by considering, on the one hand, what was said previously in a more external way about the life of the soul, and how this life reveals the threefold polarity of the intellectual, the aesthetic, and the moral element that streams downward from above, from the brain toward the heart. And if, on the other hand, we grasp the significance of what was said about turning our attention to the corresponding phenomenon in the macrocosm. This corresponding phenomenon can be described today as the result of the most scrupulously careful occult investigations of recent years, undertaken by certain truly genuine Rosicrucians. These investigations have shown that something similar to what has been described in connection with the microcosm also takes place in the macrocosm. You will understand this more fully as time goes on. Just as in the region of the human heart, the blood is continually being transformed into etheric substance, a similar process takes place in the macrocosm. We understand this when we turn our minds to the mystery of Golgotha, to the moment when the blood flowed from the wounds of Jesus Christ. This blood must not be regarded simply as chemical substance, but by reason of all that has been said concerning the nature of Jesus of Nazareth, it must be recognized as something altogether unique. When it flowed from his wounds, a substance was imparted to our earth, which, in uniting with it, constituted an event of the greatest possible significance for all future ages of the earth's evolution. And it could take place only once. What came of this blood in the ages that followed? Nothing different from what otherwise takes place in the heart of man. In the course of earth evolution, this blood passes through a process of, in quotes, etherization. And just as our human blood streams upward from the heart as ether, so, since the mystery of Golgotha, the etherized blood of Christ Jesus has been present in the earth's ether. The etheric body of the earth is permeated by the blood, now transformed, which flowed on Golgotha. This is supremely important. If what has thus come to pass through Christ Jesus had not taken place, man's condition on the earth could only have been as previously described. But since the mystery of Golgotha, it has always been possible for the etheric blood of Christ to flow together with the streams flowing from below upward, from heart to head. Because the etherized blood of Jesus of Nazareth is present in the etheric body of the earth, it accompanies the etherized human blood streaming upward from the heart to the brain, so that not only those streams of which I spoke earlier meet in man, but the human bloodstream unites with the bloodstream of Christ Jesus. A union of these two streams can, however, come about only if a person is able to unfold true understanding of what is contained in the Christ impulse. Otherwise, there can be no union. The two streams then mutually repel each other, thrust each other away. In every epoch of earth evolution, understanding must be acquired in the form suitable for that epoch. At the time when Christ Jesus lived on earth, preceding events were rightly understood by those who came to his forerunner, John, and were baptized by him through the rite described in the Gospels. They received baptism in order that their sin, that is to say, the karma of their previous lives, karma which had come to an end, might be changed, and in order that they might realize that the most powerful impulse in earth evolution was about to descend into a physical body. The evolution of humanity progresses, and in our present age, what matters is that people should recognize the need for the knowledge contained in spiritual science, and be able so to fire the streams flowing from heart to brain that this knowledge can be understood. If this comes to pass, individuals will be able to receive and comprehend the event that has its beginning in the 20th century. This event is the appearance of the etheric being of Christ, as opposed to the physical Christ of Palestine. For we have now reached the point of time when the etheric Christ enters into the life of the earth and will become visible, at first to a small number of individuals through a form of natural clairvoyance. Then, in the course of the next 3,000 years, he will become visible to greater and greater numbers of people. This will inevitably come to pass in the natural course of evolution. That it will come to pass is as true as were the achievements involving electricity in the 19th century. A number of individuals will see the etheric Christ and will themselves experience the event that took place at Damascus. But this will depend upon such people learning to be alert to the moment when Christ draws near to them. In only a few decades from now, it will happen. particularly to those who are young. Already there are many signs of this. That some individual here or there has certain experiences. If he has sharpened his vision through studying anthroposophy, he may become aware that suddenly someone has come near to help him, to make him alert to this or that. The truth is that Christ has come to him, although he believes that what he saw was a physical human being. He will come to realize that what he saw was a supersensible being, because it immediately vanishes. Many a person will have this experience when, sitting silent in his room, heavy-hearted and oppressed, not knowing which way to turn, the door will open, and the etheric Christ will appear and speak words of consolation to him. The Christ will become a living comforter to human beings. However strange it may as yet seem, it is true nevertheless that many a time when people, even in considerable numbers, are sitting together, not knowing what to do, and waiting, they will see the etheric Christ. He will himself be there, will confer with them, will make his voice heard in such gatherings. These times are approaching, and the positive, constructive aspect now described will take real effect in the evolution of mankind. No word shall be said here against the great cultural advances of our times. These achievements are essential for human welfare and freedom. But whatever can be gained in the way of outer progress, in mastering the forces of nature, is something small and insignificant compared with the blessing bestowed upon the individual who experiences the awakening through Christ, the Christ who will now be operative in human culture and its concerns. People will thereby acquire unifying positive forces. Christ brings nurturing, upbuilding forces into human culture and civilization. If we look into early post-Atlantean times, we find that people built their dwelling places by methods very different from those used in modern life. In those days they made use of all kinds of growing things. Even when building palaces, they summoned nature to their aid by utilizing plants interlaced with branches of trees and so on, whereas today people must build with broken fragments. All external culture is contrived with the aid of products of fragmentation. And in the course of the coming years, you will realize even more clearly how much in our civilized life is the outcome of destruction. Light destroys itself in this post-Atlantean age. Until the time of Atlantis, the earth was part of an upward, progressive process. Since then, it has been in a process of decay. Footnote, see also the section at the end of the text containing answers given by Rudolf Steiner to questions. End of footnote. What is light? Light decays, and the decaying light is electricity. What we know as electricity is light that destroys itself within matter. And the chemical force that undergoes a transformation in the process of Earth evolution is magnetism. Yet a third force will become active. And if electricity seems to work wonders today, this third force will affect civilization in a still more miraculous way. The more of this force we employ, the faster will the earth become a corpse, so that its spiritual part can work its way through into Jupiter embodiment. Forces have to be applied for the purpose of destruction, in order that man may become free of the earth, and the earth's body may fall away. As long as the earth was involved in progressive evolution, no such destruction took place, for the great achievements of electricity can only serve a decaying earth. Strange as this sounds, it must gradually become known. By understanding the process of evolution, we shall learn to assess our culture in the right way. We shall also learn that it is necessary for the earth to be destroyed, for otherwise the spiritual could not become free. We shall also learn to value what is positive, namely the penetration of spiritual forces into our existence on earth. Thus we realize what a tremendous advance was signified by the fact that Christ lived for 3 years on the earth in a specially prepared human body so that he might be visible to physical eyes. Through what came to pass during those 3 years, people have grown ready to behold the Christ, who will move among them in an etheric body, who will participate in earthly life as truly and effectively as did the physical Christ in Palestine. If people observe such happenings with undimmed senses, they will know that this is an etheric body taking its way through the physical world, but is also the only etheric body able to appear in the physical world as a human physical body appears. It will differ from a physical body in this respect only, that it can be in 2, 3, nay, even in 100, 1,000 places at the same time. This is possible only for an etheric, not for a physical form. What will be accomplished in humanity through this further advance is that the 2 poles of which I have spoken, the intellectual and the moral, will more and more become one. They will merge into a unity. This will come about because in the course of the next millennia, human beings will become aware of the presence of the etheric Christ in the world. More and more they will be influenced in waking life too by the direct working of the good in spiritual worlds. Whereas at the present time the will is asleep by day, and man is only able to influence it indirectly through thought, in the course of the next millennia, through what works into us from our time onward, under the aegis of Christ, a direct influence for the good will also affect our waking deeds. The dream of Socrates, that virtue can be taught, will come true. More and more it will be possible on earth, not only for the intellect to be stimulated and energized by this teaching, but for moral impulses to be disseminated. Schopenhauer has said, quote, "To preach morality is easy, to establish it is very difficult." Close quote. Why is this? Because no morality has yet been truly spread by preaching. It is quite possible to recognize moral principles and yet not abide by them. For most people, the Pauline saying holds good, that the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. This will change, because the moral fire streaming from the figure of Christ will intensify recognition of the need for moral impulses. Man will transform the earth by feeling with ever-increasing strength that morality is an essential part of it. In the future, to be immoral will be possible only for individuals who are goaded in this direction, who are possessed by evil demons, by Ahrimanic, Azuric powers, and, moreover, aspire to be so. In time to come, there will be on earth a sufficient number of individuals who teach morality and at the same time sustain its principles. But there will also be those who, by their own free decision, surrender themselves to the evil powers, and thus enable an army of evil to be pitted against a good humanity. Nobody will be forced to do this. It will lie in the free will of each individual. Then will come the epoch when the earth passes into conditions of which, as in so much else, Oriental occultism and mysticism alone give some idea. The moral atmosphere will by then have gathered strength. For many thousands of years, Oriental mysticism has spoken of this epoch, and since the coming of Gautama Buddha, it has spoken with special emphasis about that future condition when the earth will be bathed in a, quote, moral ether atmosphere, close quote. Ever since the time of the ancient rishis, it was the great hope of Oriental mysticism that this moral impulse would come to the earth from Vishvakarman, or as Zarathustra proclaimed, from Ahura Mazda. Thus Oriental mysticism foresaw that this moral impulse, this moral atmosphere, would come to the earth from the being we call the Christ. And it was upon him, upon the Christ, that the hopes of Oriental mysticism were set. Oriental mysticism was able to picture the consequences of that event, but not the actual form which it would take. The mind could picture that within a period of 5,000 years after the great Buddha achieved enlightenment, pure Akashic forms, bathed in fire, lit by the sun, would appear in the wake of one beyond the ken of Oriental mysticism. Truly a wonderful picture. Something would happen to make it possible for the sons of fire and of light to move about the earth, not in physical embodiment, but as pure Akashic forms within the earth's moral atmosphere. But then, so it was said, in 5,000 years after Gautama Buddha's enlightenment, the teacher will also be there to make known to men the nature of these wonderful forms of pure fire and light. This teacher, the Maitreya Buddha, will appear 3,000 years after our present era and will be able to teach the Christ impulse. Thus Oriental mysticism unites with Western Christian knowledge to form a wonderful, beautiful unity. We are also clearly told that he who will appear 3,000 years after our era as the Maitreya Buddha will have incarnated again and again on the earth as a Bodhisattva, as the successor of Gautama Buddha. One of his incarnations was that of Jeshu ben Pandira, who lived 100 years before the Christian era. The being who incarnated in Jeshu ben Pandira is he who will one day become the Maitreya Buddha, and who from century to century returns ever and again in a body of flesh, not yet as Buddha, but as Bodhisattva. Even now there proceed from him, who later on will be the Maitreya Buddha, the most significant teachings concerning the Christ being, and the sons of fire, the Agnishvatas of Indian mysticism. The indications by which the being who is to become the Maitreya Buddha can be recognized are common to all genuine Eastern mysticism and Christian gnosis. The Maitreya Buddha, who, in contrast to the sons of fire, will appear in a physical body as Bodhisattva, can in the first instance be recognized by the fact that his early development gives no intimation of the nature of the individuality within him. Only those possessed of understanding will recognize the presence of a Bodhisattva in such a human being between the ages of 30 and 33, and not before. Something akin to a change of personality then takes place. The Maitreya Buddha will reveal his identity to humanity in the 33rd year of his life. As Christ Jesus began his mission in his 30th year, so do the Bodhisattvas, who will continue to proclaim the Christ impulse, reveal themselves in the 33rd year of their lives. And the Maitreya Buddha himself, as transformed Bodhisattva, speaking in powerful words of which no adequate idea can be given at the present time, will proclaim the great secrets of existence. He will speak in a language that has first to be created, for no human being today could formulate words such as those in which the Maitreya Buddha will address humanity. The reason why human beings cannot be addressed in this way at the present time is that the physical instrument for this form of speech does not yet exist. The teachings of the Enlightened One will not stream into human beings as teachings only, but will pour moral impulses into their souls. Words such as will then be spoken cannot yet be uttered by a physical larynx. In our time, they can be present only in the spiritual worlds. Anthroposophy is the preparation for everything that the future holds in store. Those who take the process of man's evolution seriously resolve not to allow the soul's development to come to a standstill, but to ensure that this development will eventually enable the spiritual part of the earth to become free, leaving the grosser part to fall away like a corpse, for man could frustrate the whole process. Those who desire evolution to succeed must acquire understanding of the life of the spirit through what we now call anthroposophy. The cultivation of anthroposophy thus becomes a duty. Knowledge becomes something that we actually feel, something toward which we have responsibility. When we are inwardly aware of this responsibility and have this resolve, when the mysteries of the world arouse in us the wish to become anthroposophists, then our feeling is true and right. But anthroposophy must not be something that merely satisfies our curiosity. It must rather be something without which we cannot live. Only then are our feelings what they ought to be. Only then do we live as building stones in that great work of construction which must be carried out in human souls and can embrace all mankind. Anthroposophy is a revelation of world phenomena, which will confront people of the future, will confront our own souls, whether still in the physical body or in the life between death and a new birth. The coming changes will affect us, no matter whether we are still living in the physical body or whether it has been laid aside. Understanding of these events must, however, be acquired during life in the physical body, if they are to take effect after death. To those who acquire some understanding of the Christ while they are still living in the physical body, it will make no difference when the moment comes for vision of the Christ, whether or not they have already passed through the gate of death. But if those who now reject any understanding of the Christ have already passed through the gate of death, when this moment arrives, they must wait until their next incarnation, for such understanding cannot be acquired between death and rebirth. Once the foundation has been acquired, however, it endures, and then the Christ becomes visible also during the period between death and the new birth. And so, anthroposophy is not only something we learn for our physical life, but is of essential value when we have laid aside the physical body at death. This is what I wished to offer you today as a help in understanding man and answering many questions. Self-knowledge is difficult because man is such a complex being. The reason for this complexity is that he is connected with all the higher worlds and beings. We have within us shadow images of the great universe, and all the members of our constitution, physical, etheric, astral bodies, and ego, are worlds for divine beings. Our physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego form one world. The other is the higher world, the heaven world. Divine spiritual worlds are the bodily members of the beings of the higher spheres of cosmic existence. Man is the complex being he is because he is a mirror image of the spiritual world. Realization of this should make him conscious of his intrinsic worth. But from the knowledge that although we are reflected images of the spiritual world, we nevertheless fall short of what we ought to be, from this knowledge we also acquire, as well as consciousness of our worth as human beings, the right attitude of modesty and humility toward the macrocosm and its gods. That is the end of the lecture, and these are the answers given to questions at the end of the lecture. Question: how are the words used by St. Paul, quote, to speak with tongues, close quote, Corinthians 1:12, to be understood? Answer: in exceptional human beings, it can happen that not only is the phenomenon of speaking present in the waking state, but that something otherwise present in sleep consciousness only flows into this speaking. This is the phenomenon to which St. Paul refers. Goethe refers to it in the same sense. He has written 2 very interesting treatises on the subject. Question: how are Christ's words of consolation received and experienced? Answer: people will feel these words of consolation as though arising in their own hearts. The experience may also seem like physical hearing. Question: what is the relation of chemical forces and substances to the spiritual world? Answer: there are in the world a number of substances which can combine with or separate from each other. What we call chemical action is projected into the physical world from the world of Devachan, the realm of the harmony of the spheres. In the combination of two substances, according to their atomic weights, we have a reflection of two tones of the harmony of the spheres. The chemical affinity between two substances in the physical world is like a reflection from the realm of the harmony of the spheres. The numerical ratios in chemistry are an expression of the numerical ratios of the harmony of the spheres, which has become dumb and silent owing to the densification of matter. If man were able to etherealize material substance and to perceive the inner formative principle in the atomic numbers, he would be hearing the harmony of the spheres. We have the physical world, the astral world, the lower Devachan and the higher Devachan. If the body is thrust down lower even than the physical world, one comes into the sub-physical world, the lower astral world, the lower or evil lower Devachan, and the lower or evil higher Devachan. The evil astral world is the province of Lucifer. The evil lower Devachan, the province of Ahriman, and the evil higher Devachan, the province of the Asuras. When chemical action is driven down beneath the physical plane into the evil Devachanic world, magnetism arises. When light is thrust down into the sub-material, that is to say, a stage lower than the material world, electricity arises. If what lives in the harmony of the spheres is thrust down farther still into the province of the Asuras, an even more terrible force, which it will not be possible to keep hidden very much longer, is generated. It can only be hoped that when this force comes to be known, a force we must conceive as being far, far stronger than the most violent electrical discharge, it can only be hoped that before some inventor gives this force into the hands of humankind, human beings will no longer have anything immoral left in them. Question: what is electricity? Answer: electricity is light in the sub-material state. Light is there compressed to the utmost degree. An inward quality, too, must be ascribed to light. Light is itself at every point in space. Warmth can expand in the three dimensions of space. In light there is a fourth. It is a fourfold extension. It has the quality of inwardness as a fourth dimension. Question: what happens to the Earth's corpse? Answer: as the residue of moon evolution, we have our present moon, which circles around the Earth. Similarly, there will be a residue of the Earth, which will circle around Jupiter. Then these residues will gradually dissolve into the universal ether. On Venus, there will no longer be any residue. Venus will manifest, to begin with, as pure warmth. Then it will become light, and then pass over into the spiritual world. The residue left behind by the Earth will be like a corpse. This is a path along which man must not accompany the Earth, for he would thereby be exposed to dreadful torments. But there are beings who accompany this corpse, since they themselves will by that means develop to a higher stage. Reflected as sub-physical world, astral world, the province of Lucifer, in the sub-physical lower Devachan, the province of Ahriman, in the sub-physical higher Devachan, the province of the Asuras. And there's a diagram I'm trying to describe. At the top, life ether, and there's a line that takes it all the way to the bottom, which is sub-physical higher Devachan, terrible forces of destruction. So let me say this again. Life ether is connected to sub-physical higher devachan, terrible forces of destruction. Now below life ether is chemical ether, which is tied to sub-physical lower devachan, magnetism. And then below chemical ether is light ether, which is tied to sub-physical astral world, electricity. That is the end of Lecture 6 by Rudolf Steiner. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 7, one of 2 given in Leipzig, and this is entitled Jeshu ben Pandira and the Christ Impulse. First one here, given in Leipzig on the 4th of November, 1911. When we bring the science of the Spirit to bear upon other spiritual worlds, in addition to our physical world, and declare that the human being has a relationship not only to this physical world, but also to supersensible realms, we may ask what is to be found within the human soul, without calling on any sort of clairvoyant capacity, which is supersensible, which gives an indication that the human being is connected with supersensible worlds. In other words, can even the ordinary person, with no clairvoyant capacity, observe something in the soul, experience something which bears a relationship to higher realms? The lectures today and tomorrow will endeavor to answer this question. When we observe the life of the human soul, it divides clearly into 3 parts, which are in a certain way independent of one another, and yet which are also, on the other hand, closely linked. What first confronts us when we direct attention to ourselves as souls is our conceptual life, which in certain respects also includes our thinking, our memory. Memory and thought are not physical. They belong to the invisible, supersensible world. In our thought life, we have something which points to higher worlds. The nature of this conceptual world may be grasped in the following way. We bring before someone an object which he observes, and from which he then turns away. He has not immediately forgotten the object, but preserves within himself a living picture of it. Thus we have concepts of the world surrounding us, and we may speak of the conceptual life as a part of our soul life. We can observe a second part of our soul life if we inquire whether there is something within us related to objects and other beings in addition to our concepts. We do indeed have something else. It is what we call feelings of love and hate, what our thinking terms sympathy, antipathy. We consider one thing beautiful, another ugly. Perhaps we love one thing and hate another. One we feel to be good, the other evil. If we wish to sum up what thus appears in our inner life, we may call it movements of feeling. The life of the heart is something quite different from conceptual life. In the life of the heart, we have a far more intimate indication of the invisible than in conceptual life. This life of emotions, then, is a second component of our soul organism. We become aware of a third by realizing that we not only consider a thing beautiful or ugly, good or evil, but that we feel impelled to do this or that. We have an impulse to act. When we undertake anything, perform a relatively important act, or even merely take hold of an object, there must always be an impulse within us which induces us to do this. These impulses, moreover, are gradually transformed into habits, and we do not always need to bring conscious impulses to bear when we do something. When we go out, for instance, intending to go to the railway station, we do not have to resolve to take the first, second, and third steps. We simply go to the station. Behind all this lies the third member of our soul life, our will impulses, as something often wholly invisible to us. If we now connect these 3 impulses, characteristic of the human being, with our initial question, whether the ordinary person can infer the existence of higher worlds, we must consider dream life and how this is related to the three soul elements of thinking, feeling, and willing. These three components of our soul life, our thought life, emotions, and will impulses, can be clearly differentiated in our outward lives. Let us first take our conceptual life. The life of thought follows its course throughout the day. If we are not actually void of thought. Throughout the day we have concepts, and when we grow tired in the evening, these concepts first become hazy. It is as if they become transmuted into a kind of fog. They become hazier and hazier, finally vanishing altogether, and we can then go to sleep. Thus this conceptual life, as we possess it on the physical plane, persists from our waking till our falling asleep, and disappears the moment we fall asleep. No one will suppose that his thought life can continue during sleep, just as it does while he is awake, unless he is clairvoyant during sleep. The life of thought, or the conceptual life, which engrosses us fully from our waking till our falling asleep, must be extinguished, and only then can we go to sleep. But the human being must recognize that the concepts he has, which have so fully taken up his attention during the day, and which he always has unless he merely drowses along, are no hindrance to his falling asleep. That this is so is best seen when we surrender ourselves to particular vigorous concepts before falling asleep, for instance, by reading a very difficult book. When we have been thinking really intensely, we most easily fall asleep. And so if we cannot go to sleep, it is good to pick up a book or occupy ourselves with something which requires concentrated thinking. Study a book of mathematics, for instance. This will help us to fall asleep. But not something, on the other hand, in which we are deeply interested, such as a novel containing much that captivates our interest. Here our emotions become aroused, and the life of the emotions is something that hinders us from falling asleep. When we go to bed with our feelings vividly stirred, when we know that we have burdened our soul with something, or when there is a special joy in our heart which has not yet subsided, it frequently happens that we turn and toss in bed and are unable to fall asleep. In other words, whereas concepts accompanied by emotions weary us so that we easily fall asleep, things which strongly affect our feelings prevent us from falling asleep. It then becomes impossible to bring about the separation within ourselves which is necessary if we are to enter into the state of sleep. We can thus see that our emotional life has a different relationship to our whole existence than that of our life of thinking. If we wish, however, to make the distinction quite clearly, we must take something else into account: our dreams. It might be supposed at first that when the variegated life of dreams works upon us, it consists of concepts continuing their existence into the state of sleep. But if we test the matter quite accurately, we can observe that our conceptual life does not continue in our dreams. The activity, which by its very nature wearies us, does not continue during our dreams, except when our concepts are linked with intense emotions. It is emotions that manifest in dream pictures. But to realize this, it is necessary, of course, to test these things adequately. Take an example. Someone dreams that he is young again and has some experience or other. Immediately the dream is transformed, and something occurs which he may not have experienced at all. A kind of event is manifest to him which is foreign to his memory, because he has not experienced it on the physical plane. But persons known to him appear. How often it happens during dreams that one finds oneself involved in actions in the company of friends or acquaintances whom one has not seen for a long time. But if we examine this carefully, we shall be forced to the conclusion that emotions are behind what emerges in dreams. Perhaps we still feel attached to the friend of that time, have not yet quite separated from him. There must still be some kind of emotion in us which is connected with him. Nothing occurs in dreams that is not connected with emotions. Accordingly, we must draw a certain conclusion here, that when concepts of our waking life do not appear in dreams, this proves that they do not accompany us into sleep. When emotions keep us from sleeping, this proves that they do not release us, that they remain with us so as to be able to appear in dream pictures. It is the emotions which bring us dream images. This is due to the fact that the emotions are far more intimately connected with man's real being than is the life of thought. We carry emotions over into sleep. In other words, they are a soul element that remains united with us even during sleep. In contrast with ordinary concepts, the emotions accompany us into sleep. They are far more closely, more intensely connected with the human individuality than is ordinary thinking when it is not pervaded by emotion. What about the third soul component of will impulses? There also we can give a sort of example. Of course, this can be observed only by people who pay attention to the moment of falling asleep in a rather subtle way. If someone has, through training, acquired a certain capacity to observe this moment, he will find it extremely interesting. At first, our concepts appear to us to be enveloped in mist. The external world vanishes, and we feel as if our soul being were extended beyond our bodily limits, as if we were no longer confined within our skin, but were flowing out into the elements of the cosmos. A profound feeling of satisfaction may be associated with falling asleep. Then comes a moment when a certain memory arises. Only very few people have this experience, probably, but we can perceive this moment if we are sufficiently attentive. Before our vision appear the good and also the bad will impulses we have had. And the strange thing is that one feels about the good impulses, quote, this is something connected with all wholesome will forces, something that invigorates me, close quote. If the good will impulses present themselves to the soul before we fall asleep, we feel so much fresher and more filled with life forces, and may often feel, quote, if only this moment could last forever, if only this moment could endure throughout eternity, close quote. Then one feels also how our bodily nature is deserted by the soul. Finally, there comes a jerk, and one falls asleep. One does not need to be a clairvoyant in order to experience this, but only to observe our life of soul. We must infer from this something extremely important. Our will impulses work before we fall asleep, and we feel that they fructify us. We experience extraordinary invigoration. With regards to emotions per se, we had to say that these are more closely connected with our individuality than our ordinary thinking, our ordinary act of conceiving. So we must now say of our will impulses, quote, this is not merely something that remains with us during sleep, but something which becomes a strengthening and empowering of the life within us, close quote. Will impulses are still more intimately connected with our life than are our emotions, and whoever frequently observes the moment of falling asleep feels in this moment that if he cannot look back upon any good will impulses during the day, it is as though something of what enters into the state of sleep had been killed in him. In other words, will impulses are connected with health and disease, with the life force in us. Thoughts cannot be seen. We see the rose bush at first through ordinary physical perception, but when the beholder turns aside or goes away, the image of the object remains in him. He no longer sees the object, but he can form a mental image of it. Thus, our thought life is somewhat supersensible. Completely supersensible are our emotions, and our will impulses, although they are transmuted into actions, are nonetheless supersensible. But taking into consideration everything which has now been said, we can see that our thought life, when not permeated by will impulses, is least closely connected with us. Now, it might be supposed that what has just been said is refuted by the fact that on the following day our concepts of the preceding day arise before us again, that we can recollect them. Indeed, we are obliged to recollect. We must, in a supersensible way, call our concepts back into memory. With our emotions, the situation is different. They are more intimately united with us. If we have gone to bed in a mood of remorse, we shall sense, upon awaking the next morning, a feeling of dullness, or something of the sort. If we experienced remorse, we sense this the next day in our body as weakness, lethargy, numbness. Joy we sense as strength and elevation of spirits. In this case, we do not need first to remember the remorse or the joy to reflect upon them. We feel them in our body. We do not need to recollect what has been there. It is there. It has passed into sleep with us and has lived with us. Our emotions are more intensely, more closely bound up with the eternal part of us than are our thoughts. But anyone able to observe his will impulses feels that they are simply present again. They are always present. It may be that at the moment of waking, we note that we experience again in its immediacy, in a certain sense, what we experienced as joy in life on the preceding day through our good moral impulses. In reality, nothing so refreshes us as that which we cause to flow through our souls on the preceding day in the form of good moral impulses. We may say, therefore, that what we call our will impulses are most intimately bound up with our existence. Thus, the three soul components are different from one another, and we shall understand, if we clearly grasp these distinctions, that occult knowledge confirms that our thoughts, which are supersensible, bring us into relationship with the supersensible world, our emotions with another supersensible world, and our will impulses with still another, even more intimately bound up with our own real being. Thus we can say that when we perceive with the outer senses, we thereby perceive everything that is in the physical world. When we think or conceive, our life of concepts, our thought life, is in relationship to the astral world. Our emotions bring us into connection with what we call the heavenly world, or lower Devakan. And our moral or will impulses bring us into connection with the higher Devakan, or the world of reason, in quotes. Man thus stands in relationship with three worlds, through the impulses of thinking, feeling, and willing. To the extent that he belongs to the astral world, he can carry his thoughts into the astral world. He can carry his emotions into the world of Devakan. He can carry into the higher heavenly world all that he possesses in his soul as will impulses. When we consider the matter in this way, we shall see how right occult science is to speak of the three worlds. And when we take this into consideration, we shall view the realm of morality in an entirely different way. For the realm of goodwill impulses gives us a relationship to the highest of the three worlds into which the being of man extends. Our ordinary thought life reaches only up to the astral world. No matter how brilliant our thoughts may be, if they are not sustained by feelings, they penetrate no further than the astral world. They have no significance for other worlds. You will certainly understand what is meant in regard to external science, dry, matter-of-fact, external science, when we say that thoughts not permeated by emotion cannot express anything about realms other than the astral. Under ordinary circumstances, the thinking of the scientist, the chemist, the mathematician proceeds without any accompanying feeling. It only scratches the surface. Indeed, scientific research even demands that it shall proceed in this way, and because of this it penetrates only into the astral world. Only when delight or repugnance are associated with the thoughts of the research scientist is there added to these thoughts the element needed in order to penetrate the world of Devachan. Only when emotions enter into thoughts, into concepts, when we feel one thing to be good and another evil, do we link thoughts with something which carries them into the heavenly world. Only then can we get a glimpse into deeper layers of existence. If we wish to grasp something belonging to the world of Devachan, theories are no help to us at all. The only thing that helps us is to unite feelings with our thoughts. Thinking alone carries us only into the astral world. When the geometrician, for example, grasps the relationships pertaining to the triangle, this lifts him only into the astral element. But when he grasps the triangle as a symbol, and draws out the inherent meaning in it about the participation of the human being in three worlds, his threefold nature, this helps him to a higher level. One who sees in symbols the expression of soul forces, who inscribes this in his heart, who connects feelings with everything that people generally merely know, brings his thoughts into connection with Devachan. For this reason, in meditating, we must feel our way through what is given us, for only thus do we bring ourselves into connection with the world of Devachan. Ordinary science, therefore, void of such feeling, can only ever bring us into connection with the astral world, however sharp-witted we may be. On the other hand, art, music, painting, and so on, lead us into the lower Devachan world. One might object that if it is true that the emotions really lead us into the lower Devachan world, passions, appetites, and instincts would also do so. Indeed, they do. But this only shows that we are more intimately bound up with our feelings than with our thoughts. Our sympathies may be associated with our lower nature also. An emotional life is aroused by appetites and instincts also, and this leads into lower Devachan. Whereas we absolve in Kamaloka whatever false thoughts we have, we carry with us into the world of Devachan all that we have developed into emotions, and this imprints itself upon us right into the next incarnation, so that it comes to expression in our karma. Through our life of feeling, so far as this can have these two aspects, we either raise ourselves into the world of Devachan or we offend it. Through our will impulses, on the other hand, which are either moral or immoral, we either have a good relationship with the higher world or we injure it, and have to compensate for this in our karma. If a person is so bad and degenerate that he actually injures the higher world through his evil impulses, he is cast out. But the impulse must nevertheless originate in the higher world. The significance of moral life becomes clear to us in all its greatness when we view the matter in this way. From the worlds with which the human being is in such a close relationship, through his threefold soul nature, and also through his physical nature, from these realms proceed those forces which can lead man through the world. That is, we cannot observe an object belonging to the physical world without eyes to see it with, and thus we have a relationship with the physical world. Through our life of thought, we are in relationship with the astral world. Through our life of feeling, we are connected with the world of Devachan, and through our moral life with the world of upper Devachan. Man has 4 relationships with 4 worlds, therefore. But this means nothing other than having a relationship with the beings of these worlds. From this point of view, it is interesting to reflect upon man's evolution, to look into the past, the present, and the immediate future. From the worlds we have mentioned proceed those forces which penetrate into our lives. Here we have to point out that in a previous epoch, human beings were primarily dependent upon influences from the physical world, primarily so constituted as to receive impulses out of the physical world. This lies behind us as the Greco-Roman epoch. During this epoch, Christ worked on earth in a physical body. Since the human being was then primarily constituted to receive the influence of forces existing in the physical world, Christ had to appear on the physical plane. At present, we live in an epoch in which the focus is on developing thinking, in which man receives his impulses out of the world of thought, the astral world. Even external history demonstrates this. We can scarcely refer to philosophers of the pre-Grecian era, at most to a preparatory stage of thinking. Hence the history of philosophy begins with Thales. Only after the Greco-Roman epoch does scientific thinking appear. Intellectual thinking develops for the first time about the 16th century. This explains the great progress in the sciences, which exclude all emotion from the activity of thought. And science is so specially beloved in our day because in it thought is not permeated with emotions. Our science is void of feeling and seeks its well-being in the utter absence of sentiments. Woe betide someone who experiences any feeling in connection with a laboratory experiment. This is characteristic of our epoch, which brings the human being into contact primarily with the astral plane. The next age following our own will already be more spiritual. There, the emotions will play a role even in connection with science. If anyone then wishes to sit an examination for admission to some scientific study, it will be necessary for him to be able to sense the light that exists behind everything, the spiritual world which brings everything into existence. The test of scientific work will then consist in whether a person can develop sufficient emotion, otherwise he will fail the examination. Even though the candidate may have any amount of knowledge, he will not be able to pass the examination if he does not have the right sentiments. This certainly sounds very odd, but it will be true, nonetheless, that the laboratory table will be raised to the level of an altar, where the real test will consist in whether, in the electrolysis of water into oxygen and hydrogen, for instance, a person develops feelings corresponding with what the gods feel when this occurs. The human being will then receive his impulses from an intimate connection with the lower devachan. And then will come the age that is to be the last before the next great earth catastrophe. This will be the age when man will be connected with the higher world in his will impulses, when morality will be dominant on the earth. Then neither external ability, nor the intellect, nor the feelings will hold the first rank, but impulses of will. Not man's skill, but his moral quality will be the decisive thing. Thus humanity will have reached the epoch of morality, during which man will be in a special relationship with the world of higher devachan. It is a fact that in the course of evolution, ever greater powers of love will awaken in a human being, out of which he may draw his knowledge, his impulses, and his activities. At an earlier period, when Christ came down to the earth in a physical body, human beings could not have perceived him otherwise than in a physical body. In our age, the forces are actually awaking through which we will not see Christ in his physical body, but in an etheric form which will exist on the astral plane. Even in our century, from the 1930s on, and increasingly up to the middle of the century, a great number of human beings will behold the Christ as an etheric form. This will constitute the great advance on that earlier epoch, when human beings were not yet ripe for beholding him in this way. This is what is meant by the saying that Christ will appear in the clouds. He will appear as an etheric form on the astral plane. But it must be emphasized that he can be seen in this epoch only in the etheric body. Anyone who believes that Christ will appear again in a physical body loses sight of the progress made by human powers. It is a mistake to suppose that such an event as the appearance of Christ can recur in the same manner as that in which it has already taken place. The next event, then, is that human beings will see Christ on the astral plane in etheric form. And those who are then living on the physical plane and who have absorbed the teachings of spiritual science will see him. Those who are no longer living, but who have prepared themselves through spiritual scientific work, will see him nonetheless in etheric raiment between their death and rebirth. But there will be human beings also who are not yet ready to see him in the etheric body. Those who have scorned spiritual science will not be able to see him, but will have to wait till the following incarnation, when they may devote themselves to spiritual knowledge, and so be able to prepare themselves to understand this manifestation. It will then no longer depend upon whether someone has actually studied spiritual science or not while living on the physical plane. But to those who have not, the appearance of the Christ will be a rebuke and a torment, whereas those who strove to attain a knowledge of the Spirit in the preceding incarnation will understand what they behold. Then will come an epoch when still higher powers will awaken in human beings. This will be the epoch when the Christ will manifest himself in a still loftier manner, in an astral form in the lower world of Devachan. And in the final epoch, that of moral impulse of will, the human beings who have passed through the other stages will behold the Christ in his glory as the form of the greatest, in quotes, ego, as the spiritualized ego self, as the great teacher of human evolution in the higher Devachan. Thus things evolve as follows. In the Greco-Roman epoch, Christ appeared on the physical plane. In our epoch, he will appear as an etheric form on the astral plane. In the next epoch, as an astral form on the plane of lower Devachan. And in the epoch of morality, as the very essence and embodiment of the ego. We may now ask ourselves, for what purpose spiritual science exists? It is so that there may be a sufficient number of human beings who will be prepared when these events take place. And now already spiritual science is working to enable human beings to enter in the right way into connection with the higher worlds, so that they may enter rightly into the etheric astral, into the aesthetic devachanic, into the moral devachanic. In our epoch, it is the spiritual scientific movement whose special aim is to enable the human being in his moral impulses to develop a right relationship with the Christ. The next 3 millennia will be devoted to making visible the appearance of the Christ in the etheric. Only to those whose feelings are wholly materialistic will this be unattainable. A person may think materialistically when he admits the validity of matter alone and denies the existence of everything spiritual, or also through the fact that he draws the spiritual down to a material level. A person is materialistic if he admits the existence of the spiritual only when clothed in matter. Even some theosophists are materialists. These believe that humanity is doomed to the necessity of beholding Christ again in a physical body. One does not escape from being a materialist through being a theosophist, but through comprehending that the higher worlds exist even when we cannot see them in sense manifestation, but must develop ourselves to the stage where we can behold them. If we allow all this to pass through our minds, we may see that Christ is the true moral impulse, permeating humanity with moral power. The Christ impulse is power and life, the moral power which permeates us. But this moral power must be understood. Precisely in our own epoch, it is necessary for Christ to be proclaimed. For this reason, anthroposophy has the mission also of proclaiming the Christ in his etheric form. Before Christ appeared on earth and passed through the mystery of Golgotha, the teaching of Christ had already been prepared in advance. The physical Christ had also already been proclaimed. It was, primarily, Jeshu ben Pandira who was the forerunner and herald, 100 years before Christ. He also had the name Jesus, and in contrast to Christ, Jesus, he was called Jeshu, Jesus ben Pandira, son of Pandira. This man lived about 100 years before the Christian era began. One does not need to be a clairvoyant in order to know this, for it is to be found in rabbinical writings, and this fact has often been the occasion for confusing him with Christ Jesus. Jeshu ben Pandira was at first stoned and then hanged from the beam of a cross, while Jesus of Nazareth was actually crucified. Who was this Jeshu ben Pandira? He is a great individuality who, since the time of Buddha, that is about 600 BC, has been incarnated once in nearly every century in order to help humanity advance. To understand him, we must go back to examine the nature of the Buddha. We know, of course, that Buddha lived as a prince in the Sakya family 5.5 centuries before the beginning of our Christian era. The individuality who became the Buddha at that time had not been a Buddha before. Buddha, that prince who gave humanity the doctrine of compassion, had not been born in that age as Buddha. For Buddha does not signify an individuality, but is a rank of honor. This Buddha was born as a Bodhisattva, and was elevated to the level of Buddha in the 29th year of his life, while he sat absorbed in meditation under the Bodhi tree, and brought down from the spiritual heights into the physical world the doctrine of compassion. A Bodhisattva he had previously been, that is, in his previous incarnations, and then he became a Buddha. But in consequence, the position of Bodhisattva, that is, of a teacher of humanity in physical form, thereby became vacant and had to be filled again. As the Bodhisattva who had incarnated at that time ascended in the 29th year of his life to be Buddha, the rank of the Bodhisattva was at once transferred to another individuality. Thus we must speak of a successor to the Bodhisattva who had now risen to the rank of Buddha. The successor to the Gautama Buddha Bodhisattva was that individuality who incarnated 100 years before Christ as Jeshu ben Pandira, as a herald of Christ in the physical body. He is now the Bodhisattva of humanity until he in his turn advances to the rank of Buddha in 3,000 years from now. In other words, he will require exactly 5,000 years to rise from a Bodhisattva to a Buddha. He who has been incarnated nearly every century since that time is now incarnated at present too, and will be the real herald of the Christ in etheric raiment, just as he prophesied the physical appearance of the Christ. Many of us will ourselves experience people during the 30s, and more later in the century, who will behold the Christ in etheric raiment. Spiritual science exists to prepare for this, and everyone who works at the task of spiritual science shares in this preparation. The manner in which humanity is taught by its leaders, but especially by a Bodhisattva, who is to become the Maitreya Buddha, changes greatly from epoch to epoch. Spiritual science could not have been taught in the Greco-Roman epoch as it is taught today. This would not have been understood by anyone at that time. In that period, the Christ being had to make manifest in physically visible form the goal of evolution, and only thus could he then work. Spiritual research spreads this teaching increasingly among human beings, and they will come to understand the Christ impulse more and more, until the Christ himself enters into them. Today it is possible, by means of the physically uttered word, in concepts and ideas, by means of thinking, to make the goal understandable, and to influence human souls for the good, in order to fire them with enthusiasm for aesthetic and moral ideals. But the speech of today will be superseded in later times, in later periods of time, by forces capable of mightier stimulation than is possible at present through speech alone. Then will speech, the word, release powers conveying feelings of the heart from soul to soul, from master to pupil, from the Bodhisattva to all those who do not turn away from him. It will then be possible for speech to be the direct bearer of aesthetic feelings. But the dawn of a new epoch is needed for this. In our time it would not be possible even for the Bodhisattva himself to exert such influences through the larynx as will then be possible. And during the final period of time, before the great war of all against all, the situation will be such that as speech is at present the bearer of thoughts and conceptions, and as it will later be the bearer of emotions, so will it then carry the moral element, moral impulses, transmitting these from soul to soul. At present, the word cannot exert a direct moral influence. Such words can by no means be produced by our larynx as it is today. But such a spiritual power will one day exist. Words will be spoken through which the human being receives moral strength. 3,000 years after our present time, the Bodhisattva we have spoken of will become the Buddha, and his teaching will then cause will impulses to stream directly into humanity. He will be the one whom the ancients foresaw, the Buddha Maitreya, a bringer of good. He has the mission of preparing humanity in advance so that it may understand the true Christ impulse. His mission is to direct man's gaze more and more to what he can love, increasingly to enable what is disseminated as theory to flow into a moral channel, so that at length all that we can possess in the form of thoughts shall stream into moral life. And, whereas it is still entirely possible today for a person to be very able intellectually, but be immoral, we are approaching a time when it will be impossible for anyone to be at the same time intellectually shrewd and immoral. It will be impossible for mental shrewdness and immorality to go hand in hand. This is to be understood in the following way. Those who have kept themselves apart and have opposed the course of evolution will be the ones who will then battle together, all against all. Even those who today develop the highest intelligence will gain nothing from their cleverness until they develop further in feeling and morality. The highest intelligence is indeed developed in our epoch. It has reached its climax. But someone who has developed intelligence today and who neglects the possibilities of further evolution will destroy himself by his own intelligence. This will then be like an inner fire, consuming him, devouring him, making him so small and feeble that he will become stupid and unable to achieve anything. A fire that will annihilate him in the epoch when moral impulses have reached their climax. Whereas a person can be very dangerous today by means of his immoral shrewdness, he will then be without power to harm. Instead of this power, the soul will then possess ever-increasing moral powers. Indeed, moral powers such as a contemporary person cannot in the least conceive. The highest power and morality are needed to receive the Christ impulse into ourselves, so that it becomes power and life in us. Thus we see that spiritual science has the task in the present stage of the evolution of humanity of planting the seeds for its future evolution. Of course, we must also take into account in spiritual science what has to be considered in regard to the whole of creation, that is, that errors may occur. But even one who cannot as yet enter into higher worlds can carefully test these things and see whether they have the ring of truth. The details must be consistent. Test what is proclaimed. All the individual data which are brought together regarding human evolution, the distinct phases of Christ's appearance, and the like, and you will see that things mutually confirm one another. This is the evidence of truth available even to someone who does not yet see into higher worlds. One can be quite assured. For those who are willing to test things, the doctrine of Christ reappearing in the Spirit will prove to be the only true one. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. This is Lecture 8, the second one given in Leipzig on the 5th of November, 1911, entitled Jeshu ben Pandira and the Christ Impulse. Since we spoke yesterday of the differentiation of the soul life of the human being into three parts, the realm of concepts or of thought, the realm of emotions, and the realm of will impulses, it should be interesting to us now to raise the question, how can self-discipline, the nurturing of soul life, set to work in an appropriate way to develop and cultivate these three aspects of the soul? Here we shall begin with our life of will, our will impulses, and ask ourselves what characteristics we must specially cultivate if we wish to work in a beneficial way on our will life. The most beneficial influence on our will is exerted by a life wholly directed toward comprehending karma. We might also say a soul life which strives to develop, as its primary characteristic, serenity and acceptance of our destiny. And what better way can one find of developing this acceptance, this calmness of soul in the presence of one's destiny, than by making karma an actual content in one's life? What do we mean by this? It means that when our own sorrow or the sorrow of another comes upon us, when we experience joy or the heaviest blow of fate, we shall really be fully aware that in a certain higher sense, not just theoretically, but in a living way, we ourselves have given the occasion for this painful blow of fate. This means developing a mood in which we accept an experience of joy with gratitude, but are also clearly aware, especially in regard to joy, that we must not lose ourselves entirely, since this is perilous. If we desire to progress in our development, we can conceive joy in the following way. For the most part, joy is something which points to a future destiny, not to one already past. In human life, joy is usually something one has not deserved through previous actions. When we investigate karma by occult means, we always discover that in most cases joy has not been earned, and we should accept it gratefully, as sent to us by the gods, as a gift of the gods, and to say to ourselves, the joy which comes to meet us today ought to kindle in us the will to work in such a way as to take into ourselves the forces streaming to us through this joy, and to apply these usefully. We must look upon joy as a sort of prepayment on account for the future. In the case of pain, on the other hand, we have usually merited this, and we always find the cause in our present life or in former lives. And we must then realize with the utmost clarity that we have often failed to conduct ourselves in our outward life in accordance with this karmic mood. When faced with pain, we are not able always to conduct ourselves in outward life in a way that appears to accept our destiny. We do not generally have an insight into such a thing at once, into the law of destiny. But even though we are not able to conduct ourselves outwardly in such a way, yet the important thing is that we do this inwardly. And even if we have not conducted ourselves outwardly in accordance with this karmic mood, yet we should say to ourselves, in the depths of our souls, that we ourselves have been the cause of all such things. Suppose, for instance, that someone strikes us, then he beats us with a stick. In such a case, it is usual for a person to ask, quote, "Who is it that strikes me?" Close quote. No one says in such a case, quote, "It is I that beat myself." Close quote. Only in the rarest cases do people say that it is really they who are punishing themselves. And yet it is true that we ourselves lifted the stick against another person in days gone by. Yes, it is you yourself who raises the stick. When we have to get rid of a hindrance, this is karma. It is karma when others hold something against us. It is we ourselves who cause something to happen to us as recompense for something we have done. And thus we come to a right attitude toward our life, to a broadening of ourself when we say, quote, "Everything that befalls us comes from ourselves. Our own action is fulfilled outwardly, even when it seems as if someone else performed it." Close quote. If we develop such a way of viewing things, then our serenity, our acceptance of our karma in all occurrences, strengthens our will. We grow stronger in facing life with serenity, never weaker. Through anger and impatience, we become weak. In face of every occurrence, we are strong when we are serene. In contrast, we become continually weaker in will through moroseness and unnatural rebellion against destiny. Of course, we must take a broad view of what we consider as destiny. We must conceive this destiny of ours in such a way that we say to ourselves, for instance, that the development of precisely one power or another at a certain period of one's life belongs also to a person's karma. And this is precisely where mistakes are often made in the education of children. Here, karma links up with the problem of education, for education is destiny, the karma of the human being in youth. We weaken the will of someone when we expect him to learn something, to do something for which his capacities are not yet adequate. In educating, one must come to see clearly in advance what is suitable for each stage of life in accordance with the universal karma of humanity, so that the right thing may be done. Doing the wrong thing is rebelling against destiny, against its laws, and is connected with enormous weakening of the will. It is not possible to discuss here how a weakening of the will is associated with all premature awakening of the sensual appetites and passions. It is the prematurely awakened appetites, instincts, and passions which are especially subject to this law. For making premature use of the bodily organs is contrary to destiny. All that is directly against the karma of humanity, all actions opposing the existing provisions of nature, are associated with a weakening of the will. Since any true fundamental principles of education have long been lacking, there are many people in the world now who did not pass through their youth in the right way. If humanity does not undertake to base what is most important of all, the education of the young, on principles of spiritual science, a race will arise with ever weaker wills, and not merely in an outward sense. This takes a deep hold of the life of the human being. Ask a number of people how they came into their present occupations. You may be sure that most of them will answer, quote, "Well, we don't know. We have in some way been pushed into this situation." Close quote. This feeling that one has been pushed into something, has been driven into it, this feeling of discontent, is also a sign of weakness of will. Now, when this weakness of will is brought about in the manner described, still other results follow from this. for the human soul, especially when the weakness of will is evoked in such a way that states of anxiety, of fear, of despair are produced at a youthful age. It will be increasingly necessary for human beings to have a fundamental understanding of higher laws in order to overcome states of despair, for despair is exactly what can be expected when we do not proceed in accordance with knowledge of the Spirit. A monistic and materialistic worldview can only sustain people's strength of will through 2 generations. Materialism can satisfy just 2 generations. The one that founded the conception and the pupils who have received it from the founders. This is the peculiarity of the monistic and materialistic worldview. The one who works in the laboratory for the workshop and who founded the view, whose powers are fully occupied and activated by what he is building up in his mind, experiences an inner satisfaction. But one who merely associates himself with these theories, who takes over a materialism ready-made, will not be able to achieve this inner satisfaction, and then despair will work back upon the culture of the will and evoke weakness of will. Weakening of the will, human beings lacking energy, will be the results of this worldview. The second of the 3 aspects of the supersensible life we mentioned yesterday is that of the emotions. What affects the emotions favorably? If we take the utmost pains to acquire an attentive attitude of mind, a marked attentiveness to the events in our surroundings, do not imagine that this attentiveness is very generally and strongly developed by people. This can be of great value to us. I have often had cause to mention a single example. In a certain country, teachers' examinations were once altered, and for this reason all the school teachers had to sit their examinations again. The examiner had to test both old and young teachers. The young ones could be tested on the basis of what they had learned in teachers' colleges, but how should he test the old teachers? He decided to ask them only about the subjects which they had themselves been teaching year after year in their own classes, and the result showed that very many of them had no notion of the very subjects they themselves had been teaching. Attentiveness, the habit of following with vital interest the things that occur in one's environment, is most beneficial in the cultivation of the emotions, especially. Now, the emotions, like everything else in the soul, are connected in a certain way with the will, and when we influence our emotional life unfavorably, we may thus indirectly influence our will impulses. We nurture our emotions favorably when we place ourselves under the law of karma in relation to our anger and passions, when we hold fast to karma. And this we find in what occurs in our environment. We find it, for example, when anyone does the opposite of what we had expected. We may then say to ourselves, quote, all right, that is simply what he is doing, close quote. But we may also become angry and violent, and this is a sign of weakness of will. Outbursts of violent temper hinder the right development of the emotions and also the will, and also have a far more extensive influence, as we will soon see. Now, anger is something that a person does not by any means have under his control. Only gradually can he learn to dispense with anger. One must have patience with oneself. To anyone who believes he can achieve this in the twinkling of an eye, I must repeat the story of a teacher who was very keen to rid his pupils of anger. When faced with the fact that after all his efforts a boy still became angry, he himself became so angry that he threw the ink bottle at the child's head. A person who permits himself to do such a thing must ponder karma for many, many weeks. What this signifies will become clear to us if we take this occasion to look a little more deeply into the life of the human soul. There are two poles in our soul life, the life of will on the one hand, and that of thoughts, of conceptions on the other. The emotions, the feelings of the heart, are in the middle. Now, we know that the life of man alternates between sleeping and waking, and while the human being is awake, his life of thoughts and conceptions is especially active. For the fact that the will is not very wide awake can become clear to anyone who observes closely how a will impulse comes about. We must first have a thought, a concept. Only then does the will thrust upward from the depths of the soul. The thought evokes the will impulse. When the human being is awake, he is awake in thought, not in will. But occult science teaches us that when we sleep, everything is reversed. Then the will is awake and very active, and thought is inactive. We cannot know this in a normal state of consciousness, for the simple reason that we know things only by means of thoughts, and these are asleep. In this state we do not observe that our will is active. But if we attain clairvoyance and arrive at the world of imaginative representations, we then observe that the will awakes the moment thinking falls asleep, and the will slips into the pictures we thus perceive and awakens these. The pictures are then woven out of will. Thus thoughts are then asleep, but the will is awake. This awakening in our will is connected with our whole human nature in a manner entirely different from our thinking. Depending on whether a person works or does not work, is well or ill, is serene or hot-tempered, the will becomes healthy or unhealthy. And the health or unhealthiness of our will works in the night upon our life condition, right into the physical body. Very much depends upon whether one develops a mood of serenity during the day, acceptance of destiny, and thus prepares one's will so that this will may be said to develop a pleasant warmth, a feeling of well-being, or whether, on the other hand, one develops anger. This unhealthiness of the will streams into the body during the state of sleep at night, and is the cause of numerous illnesses, whose causes are sought for but not found, because the resulting physical illnesses appear only after the lapse of years, or even decades. Only one who surveys great stretches of time can see in this way the connection between conditions of the soul and of the body. Even for the sake of bodily health, therefore, the will must be disciplined. We can also influence our emotions through serenity and acceptance of our karma, so that they work beneficially upon our bodily organization. On the other hand, this organization is most injured through apathy, lack of interest in what is occurring around us. Such apathy is becoming more and more widespread. It is the reason why so few people take an interest in spiritual things. It may be supposed that objective reasons lead to the adoption of a materialistic view of life, but actually, such objective reasons for a materialistic view of life do not really exist. No, it is apathy. No one can be a materialist without being apathetic. It is a lack of attention to our surroundings. Anyone who observes his environment with alert interest is met everywhere by things that only spiritual knowledge can explain. But apathy deadens the emotions and leads to weakness of will. Furthermore, special significance attaches to the characteristic called obstinacy, the attitude of mind that insists inflexibly upon one thing or another. Unhealthy emotions can also bring about obstinacy. These things are often like the serpent that bites his own tail. All that we have mentioned may be caused by obstinacy. Even people who go through life very inattentively may be very obstinate. People who are altogether weak-willed are sometimes discovered to persist obstinately in something when we had not expected it, and weakness of will becomes constantly more marked if we do not strive to overcome obstinacy. It is precisely in persons with weak wills that we find this quality of obstinacy. On the other hand, when we endeavor to avoid becoming obstinate, we shall find that in every instance we have improved our emotions and strengthened our wills. Every time that we actually are goaded by an impulse to be obstinate, but refuse to yield to it, we become stronger for facing life. We shall notice the benefits if we proceed systematically against this fault. Through struggling to overcome obstinacy, we attain inner satisfaction. Healthy cultivation of emotions specially depends upon our struggling in every way to overcome obstinacy, apathy, lack of interest. In other words, interest and attentiveness in relation to the environment foster both the feelings and the will. Apathy and obstinacy have the opposite effect. For a sound emotional life, we have the fine word sensibility. Having sensibility means that something creative and purposeful occurs to one. Children ought to play in such a way that the imagination is stimulated, that the spontaneous activity of their souls is stimulated, so that they have to reflect about their play. They ought not to arrange building blocks according to prescribed patterns. This merely develops pedantry, not creative imagination and sensibility. We are developing creative imagination when we let children do all sorts of things in sand, when we take them into the woods and let them form little baskets out of burrs, and then stimulate them to make other things of burrs stuck together. Things which draw on a certain inventive talent nourish sensibility and creative imagination. Strange as it may seem, such cultivation of sensibility brings serenity of soul, inner harmony, and contentment. Moreover, when we go for a walk with a child, it is good to leave him free to do whatever he will, provided he does not behave too badly. And when the child does anything, we should show our pleasure, our participation, and interest. We should not be unresponsive or lacking in interest in what the child produces out of his own inner nature. Even when instructing a child, we should connect what we teach him with the forms and processes of nature. When children reach an older stage, we should not then occupy them with riddles or puzzles taken from newspapers. This leads only to pedantry. On the contrary, observation of nature offers us the opposite of what newspapers generally offer for the cultivation of emotions. A serene heart and an harmonious life of feeling determine not only mental health but also bodily health, even though long stretches of time may intervene between cause and effect. We come now to the third aspect of supersensible life, to thinking. We nurture and sharpen this especially by developing characteristics which seem to have nothing whatever to do with thinking, with concepts. The best method of developing good thinking is by complete absorption and insight, not so much through logical exercises, but by observing one thing and another, using processes in nature for this purpose in order to penetrate into hidden mysteries. Through absorption in problems of nature and of humanity, through the endeavor to understand complex personalities, through the intensifying of attentiveness, we grow wise. Absorption means striving to unravel something by thinking, by conceiving. We shall be able to see that such mental absorption has a wonderful good effect in later life. The following example is taken from life. A little boy showed his mother remarkable aspects of his observation, which were associated with extraordinary devotion and capacity for insight. He said, quote, "You know, when I walk on the streets and see people and animals, it seems as if I had to enter into the people and the animals. I met a poor woman and I entered into her, and this was terribly painful to me, very distressing." Close quote. The child had not seen any sort of poverty at home. Continue quote, and then I entered into a horse, and then into a pig, close quote. He described this in detail, and was stimulated to an extraordinary degree of compassion, to special deeds of pity, through feeling union with the life of others. Whence does this come, this expansion of one's understanding for other beings? If we think the matter over in this case, we are led back into a preceding incarnation, when the person in question had cultivated absorption in things, in the secrets of things, as we have described. But we do not have to wait until the next incarnation for the results which follow our cultivation of devotion to and absorption in things. These manifest themselves even in a single life. When we are induced in earliest youth to develop all of this, we shall develop in later life a clear, transparent thinking, whereas otherwise we develop scrappy, illogical thinking. It is a fact that truly spiritual principles can advance us in our life. During recent decades, there have been few truly spiritual principles underlying education, almost none at all. And now we are experiencing the results. There is an extraordinary amount of wrong thinking in our day. One can suffer the pains of martyrdom from experiencing the terribly illogical ways of the world. Anyone who has acquired a certain clairvoyance does not simply feel that one thing is correct and another incorrect, but he suffers actual pain when confronted by illogical thinking, and a sense of well-being in connection with clear, transparent thinking. This signifies that he has acquired a feeling for such things, and this enables him to distinguish clearly. And this brings far truer differentiations when one has actually reached this stage. It gives a far truer discrimination between truth and untruth. This seems incredible, but it is true. When something erroneous is said in the presence of a clairvoyant person, the pain which rises in him shows him that this is illogical, erroneous. Illogical thinking is extraordinarily widespread. At no time has illogical thinking been so widespread as in our own time, in spite of the fact that people pride themselves so much on their logical thinking. The following is an example that may well seem somewhat crass, but is typical of the habit of experiencing things without interest or thought. I was once traveling from Rostock to Berlin. Into my compartment entered two people, a gentleman and a lady. I sat in one corner and wished only to observe. The gentleman was very soon behaving strangely, though he was otherwise probably a well-educated person. He lay down, sprang up again in 5 minutes, then again he groaned pitiably. Since the lady thought he was ill, she was seized by pity, and very soon a conversation between them was in full flow. She told him that she had clearly noticed he was ill, and that she knew what it meant to be ill, for she was ill also. She said she had a basket with her in which she had everything that was effective in curing her. She said, quote, "I can cure anything, for I have the remedy for everything. And just think what a misfortune has befallen me. I have come from deep inside Russia all the way here to the Baltic Sea in order to recuperate and to do something for my ailment, and just as I arrive, I find that I have left at home one of my important remedies. Now I must turn back at once, and my hope of convalescence has been in vain." Close quote. The gentleman then narrated his sufferings, and she gave him a remedy for each of his illnesses, and he promised to do everything she said, making notes about all. I think there were 11 different prescriptions. She then began to enumerate all of her illnesses one by one, and he began to show his knowledge of what would cure them. That for one ailment she could be helped in a certain sanatorium, and for another in another sanatorium. She in turn wrote down all the addresses, and was only worried about that the pharmacies might be closed for Sunday when she arrived in Berlin. These two people never for one moment noticed the strange contradiction of each knowing only what might help the other one, but knowing no means of help for themselves. Thus these two educated people were able to bathe in a sea of nonsense. Such things must be clearly seen when we demand that self-knowledge shall give insight. We must require self-knowledge to develop our coherent thinking, but especially absorption in and devotion to the matter in hand. All these things work together in the soul. Scrappy thinking has the inevitable result, even though this takes a long time to appear, of making a person morose, sullen, hypochondriacal about everything. And frequently we do not know where the causes of this are to be found. Insufficient cultivation of concentration and insight makes one sullen, morose, hypochondriacal. What is so absolutely essential to thinking seems at first sight to have nothing to do with it. All obstinacy, all self-seeking have a destructive effect upon thinking. All characteristics connected with obstinacy and selfishness, such as ambition, vanity, all these things that seem to tend in a very different direction, make our thinking unsound and act unfavorably upon our mood of soul. We must seek, therefore, to overcome obstinacy, self-seeking, egoism, and cultivate, on the contrary, a certain absorption in and devotion to things, and a certain self-sacrificing attitude toward other beings. Absorption, devotion, and a self-sacrificing attitude in regard to the most insignificant objects and occurrences have a favorable effect upon thinking and upon one's mood. In truth, self-seeking and egoism bring their own punishment, because the self-seeking person becomes more and more discontented, complains more and more that he comes off badly. When anyone feels this way about himself, he ought to acknowledge the law of karma and ask himself when he is discontented, quote, "What self-seeking has brought this discontent upon me?" Close quote. Thus we can describe how we may develop and how we may injure the three aspects of soul life, and this is extraordinarily important. We see, therefore, that spiritual science lays deep hold upon our life. Our true observation of spiritual principles may lead us to self-education, and this is of the most vital importance, and will become of ever-increasing significance. The time in man's evolution has passed when human beings were led by the gods from above, from the higher worlds. In ever-increasing measure, human beings will have to do things for themselves without being directed and led. With regard to what the Masters have taught about working our way upward to Christ, who will appear in this very century on the astral plane, greater understanding of what this advance means for humanity can be achieved only when the human being learns increasingly to find his own direction, provide his own impulses. Just as we explained to you yesterday that human beings gradually work their way upward to Christ, so must we gradually perfect in freedom our thinking, feeling, and will impulses. And this can be achieved only through self-mastery, self-observation. Just as, in earlier times, in ancient clairvoyance, the gods gave man impulses from above, so will man determine his own way in later times through newly developing clairvoyance. This is why anthroposophy appears precisely in our time, so that mankind may learn to develop soul characteristics in the right way. In this way, man learns to meet what the future will bring. Only in this way can we understand what must one day come about, that those who are both clever and immoral will be cast out and rendered harmless. The characteristics I have spoken of are important for every human being, but they are especially important to those determined to strive in a particular way to attain characteristics, speedily and rationally, which will become more and more necessary for humanity. For this reason, it is the leaders of mankind who strive to achieve this development in very special measure in themselves, because highest attainments can be reached only by means of the highest attributes. This evolution is carried through to the highest degree by that individuality who once ascended to the rank of a Bodhisattva, when the preceding Bodhisattva became a Buddha, and who has since then been incarnated once in nearly every century, who lived as Jeshu ben Pandira, herald of the Christ, 100 years before Christ. 5,000 years are needed for his ascent to the rank of a Buddha, and this Buddha will then be the Maitreya Buddha. He will be a bringer of good, because, as can be seen by those who are sufficiently clairvoyant, he succeeds through the most intense self-discipline in developing to the utmost powers manifesting in magical moral forces, which enable him to impart heart forces and moral impulses to human souls through the word itself. We cannot as yet develop on the physical plane any words capable of doing this. Even the Maitreya Buddha could not do this at present, could not develop such magical words. Today only thoughts can be directly imparted by means of words. How is he preparing himself? By developing to the highest possible degree those qualities which are called good. The Bodhisattva develops in the highest degree what we may describe as devotion, serenity in the presence of destiny, attentiveness to all occurrences in one's surroundings, devotion to all living beings, and insight. And although many incarnations will be needed for the future Buddha, yet he devotes himself during his incarnations primarily to giving attention to what will come about. What he now does is relatively little, since he is utterly devoted to preparing for his future mission. This mission will be achieved through a special law pertaining to this Bodhisattva alone. This law we shall understand if we take account of the possibility that a complete revolution in the soul's life may occur at a certain age. The greatest of such transformations that ever occurred took place at the baptism by John. What occurred there was that the ego of Jesus, in the 30th year of his life, abandoned the flesh, and another ego entered, the Christ ego, leader of the sun beings. A like transformation will be experienced by the future Maitreya Buddha. But he experiences such a revolution in his incarnations quite differently. The Bodhisattva patterns his life on that of Christ, and those who are initiated know that he manifests in every incarnation very special characteristics. It will always be noted that in the period between his 30th and 33rd years, a mighty revolution occurs in his life. There will then be an interchange of souls, though not in so mighty a manner as in the case of Christ. The, in quotes, ego, which has until then given life to the body, passes out at that time, and the Bodhisattva becomes, in a fundamental sense, altogether a different person from what he has been hitherto, even though the ego does not cease and is not replaced by another, as was true of the Christ. This is what all occultists call attention to, that he cannot be recognized before this time, before this transformation. Up to this time, although he will be absorbed intensely in all things, his mission will not be especially conspicuous. And even though the revolution is certain to occur, no one can ever say what will then happen to him. The earlier period of youth is always utterly unlike that into which he is transformed between his 30th and 33rd years. Thus does he prepare for a great event in which the old ego passes out and another ego then enters. And this may be such an individuality as Moses, Abraham, or Elijah. This ego will then be active for a certain time in this body. Thus can take place what must take place in order to prepare the Maitreya Buddha. For the rest of his life, he lives with this ego which enters at that moment. What then occurs is like a complete transformation. Indeed, what is needed for the recognition of the Bodhisattva can then occur. And when he appears after 3,000 years, elevated to the rank of Maitreya Buddha, his ego will remain in him, but will be permeated inwardly by still another individuality. And this will occur in his 33rd year, in the year in which, in the case of Christ, the mystery of Golgotha occurred. And then he will come forth as teacher of the good, as a great teacher who will prepare the true teaching of Christ and the true wisdom of Christ in a manner entirely different from what is possible today. Spiritual science must prepare for what will one day take place upon our earth. Now, anyone in our time can cultivate those characteristics which are injurious to the emotional life, such as apathy, etc. But this results in a laxity in the emotions, a laxity in the inner soul life. And such a person will no longer be able to carry out his task in life, will no longer be able to fulfill it. For this reason, everyone may consider it a special blessing if he can acquire for himself a knowledge of what is to occur in the future. Whoever has the opportunity today to devote himself to spirit knowledge enjoys a karmic gift of grace. For having a knowledge of these things gives a foundation for security, devotion, and peace in our souls, for serenity, confidence, and hope in meeting what faces us in the coming millennia of the evolution of humanity. All who can know these things should consider this a special good fortune, something which evokes the highest powers of the human being, which can enkindle everything in his soul that seems at the point of being extinguished, or is in a state of disharmony, or approaching destruction. Enthusiasm, fire, rapture become also health and happiness in outer life. He who earnestly acquaints himself with these things, who can develop the necessary absorption in these things, will surely experience the happiness and inner harmony they can bring him. And if anyone in our society does not yet find this manifest in himself, he should for once accept such knowledge and say, "If I have not yet felt this, the fault lies in me. It is my duty to steep myself in the mysteries one may hear today. It is my duty to feel that as a human being I am one link in a chain which has to stretch from the beginning to the end of evolution, in which are linked together all human beings, individualities, bodhisattvas, Buddhas, Christ. I must say to myself, quote, to feel that I am a link in it is to be conscious of my true worth as a human being. This I must sense. This I must feel." Close quote. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz, translated by Matthew Barton. This is Lecture 9, the first of two lectures given in Munich, this one on the 18th of November, 1911, entitled The Christ Impulse as Living Reality. Anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is based on occult science, as we have often emphasized, which brings us knowledge of the forces underlying the various epochs, and also enables us to understand what is at work in the cultural periods of our own epoch. So we must speak of these inner forces of our own time, whenever and wherever we meet, in order to understand the tasks of spiritual science in relation to what is at work beneath the surface of life, and so that occult research can help us direct our lives in harmony with the great goals of mankind. In order to speak about contemporary occult trends, it would be a good thing to start from the point where deep occult research can lead us to what is also taking place in the supersensible world in our time. By way of introduction, we must also take into account what we have right in front of us at present, though we can only give a general sketch of it and not go into any details. Many things can be spoken of without embarrassment only in anthroposophical gatherings, for ours is a time of dogmatism and abstraction. The strange thing is that this basic characteristic is not recognized in exoteric life, and people generally believe that their thoughts and actions are free of dogma, when in fact they are extremely dogmatic. They think they are taking their lead from reality, although they are really lost in the wildest abstractions. Therefore, it is worthwhile bringing the realities of anthroposophically oriented spiritual science to the attention of wider circles, to open up the possibility for an understanding of our epoch, though it will probably be a long time before the outside world wants to develop a deeper understanding for these things. We do not see how tied up in dogmas and abstractions our civilization is until we stop looking at it from the abstract point of view and begin seeing it in a really living way. One then finds a trend of thought whose chief characteristic consists in the laying down of ready-made dogmas that enlightened people are required to accept, whilst imagining they are being genuinely discriminating. Something of the sort is evident in the so-called monistic movement, though it is not justified in calling itself monistic. It gets its chief dogmas from modern natural science. In fact, that particular branch of it, which, strictly speaking, likes acquiring knowledge through purely external methods. If this natural science were to limit itself to its own field of activity, it could do important work. Instead of this, it leads to the formation of a new religion. People take the facts of materialistic natural science and turn them into abstract dogmas. And anyone who is of the opinion that he is right because he is convinced of these dogmas himself believes that the others have lagged a long way behind. Such people completely ignore the rich tapestry of human individuality and strive only to cram their heads with external dogmas and to regard the conclusions drawn from abstractions as the most important thing. This leads to the formation of cliques and sects whose adherents cling to expert opinions, principles, and dogmas, which they then advocate as the important thing. All that comprises the anthroposophically oriented spiritual movement represents the opposite of this. This movement does not set out to follow a number of doctrines, but to place the worth of the human individual in the foreground. Anthroposophically oriented spiritual science leads to social life based on mutual trust between people. Human beings should and will come together who have trust in one another. And in joint tasks one ought to say, "You are the right person," not because you adhere to this or the other principle, but because you can achieve this or that and do not disturb other people in the course of your work. Nothing could be worse than the bad modern habit of sectarianism taking hold of anthroposophical life. It is not only when you are in full agreement with your neighbor that you should listen to him. Even if you are not, you should still maintain freedom and flexibility for yourself and for him, and with this recognition of individualities, work educationally in the anthroposophical movement. Our time has very little understanding for this sort of thing. It aims at generalities. What seems right to one can make others think him a fool. In the anthroposophical movement, we must make a clean sweep of that. If this attitude were not prevalent in the wider materialistic world, people would hasten of their own accord to understand human individuals in our own way, and then a scientific spirituality would soon appear that would be bound to lead to a world conception of a spiritual kind. But people are rigid with dogmas, and therefore cannot attain this. If you examine the principles upheld in monistic gatherings, you would soon see that none of these principles and dogmas are based on the outlook and results of present-day science, but on those of 15 to 20 years ago. Thus, for instance, a distinguished personality in modern scientific circles said at a recent scientific meeting in Königsberg, quote, "Facts of physics are all tending in a certain direction. People always used to speak of ether as being something present in matter and all around us, and it was taken for granted without taking the other known material sciences into account. But this idea has gradually met with justified doubt, and therefore we must now ask what physicists should assume to be there in place of the ether." Close quote. His answer was purely mathematical constructions, Hertz's and Maxwell's equations, conceptual formula. According to these, light does not spread through space by means of ether vibrations, but assuming them not to be there, it overcomes non-material, vacuum space in a way formulated through the equations referred to, so that according to this, the transmission of light appears to be bound to concepts and ideas. It could quite easily happen that anyone who pointed to such hypotheses of the most up-to-date science in a monistic meeting could be mistaken for a mad theosophist, making the absurd proposition that thoughts are the bearers of light. Yet Max Planck of Berlin, a respected authority on natural science, declared this to be his scientific opinion. If therefore the monists wanted to make progress in science, they would also have to accept this expert opinion. As this is not the case, a monistic religion will only be possible if its supporters believe they have a scientific basis, but do not know that their assumptions have long been superseded. People who think in a monistic way are only sustained by so-called intellectual research and its underlying world conception, or the biased dogmas arising out of this. The anthroposophically oriented theosophist, in contrast, turns to facts that cannot deprive anyone of freedom or lead to the formation of sects, and so each individual can remain free. An important aspect of the anthroposophically oriented spiritual movement is that it gives an impulse for self-education in a way that is hardly equaled at the present time. We must realize what we ourselves are as a movement, and realize that this movement is based on foundations that can only be found within this movement and nowhere else. Life itself can show us this. There are many people who think we ought to take what anthroposophically oriented spiritual science has to offer and present it in philosophical terms, in the style of official science, to make spiritual science more acceptable to the representatives and followers of officialdom. But that cannot be done, because it is impossible to make compromises between the occult stream of spiritual science and any other movement that arises from the characteristic outlook of our times, like the monistic one, for instance. That is, one that has a completely different basis. To bring about compromises between the two, even if only in form, is impossible. It is much more a matter of aiming at introducing a new impulse into the culture of our times. The others cannot even understand or explain their own basic facts, nor gain any objective distance to them, because they lack the courage to draw the conclusions arising from these facts. On closer examination, we find incomplete thought processes in every sectarian movement, including scientific circles, and spiritual science must see these for what they are. For we know that a half-truth or a quarter-truth is worse than a total fallacy, because it deceives the outside world, which is not competent to judge. The anthroposophist must enter the very nerve of the spiritual movement in order to understand the external materialistic trend, because the latter sometimes works with facts that are tending in the direction of spiritual truth, but are not fully developed. If medical science has serious intentions of researching into the human body, it cannot ignore the sphere, the concepts, and the results of occult investigation. The psychoanalysis of Sigmund Freud in Vienna, which enjoys a large and growing interest, gives us an instructive example of the difficulties arising in this sphere. It began by investigating the life of the soul in both the physically and the mentally ill, in an attempt to discover certain psychic causes there, in the long-forgotten early years, for example, because there was a definite feeling that what is still there in the unconscious has its lasting effect on later life too. An ingenious doctor of this school, Dr. Breuer, tried to put patients into a condition of hypnosis and then let them make a kind of confession, so that he could probe into the depths of their souls. You all know that it is a great relief to talk about what is oppressing you. People were often cured by these hypnotic confessions, or they were well on the way to it. Even without hypnosis, Freud often achieved the same results by means of well-chosen questions. Apart from this, he discovered that happenings of a largely unconscious kind are revealed in dream life, and out of this a kind of dream interpretation arose in the school of psychoanalysis. It would be wrong to suggest that this could provide a good opportunity to strike a compromise between spiritual science and such research, because despite the quarter-truth contained in it, one would soon become aware that it leads to the wildest errors, and that it would in fact be preferable to keep to purely materialistic interpretations. Spiritual science, when properly understood, has to reject such things. The point is that these ideas about the soul's dream life and the resulting theory are steeped in coarse, sense-bound thinking, and it is therefore not possible to turn it into a spiritual truth. In order to do that, one needs the spiritual foundations that spiritual science has to offer. Otherwise, one gropes around in obscure hypotheses and theories and explains them in a materialistic way. And that is the way things have turned out in the Freudian school. They certainly got as far as the symbolism of dreams, but wove into them ideas of the materialistic age, whilst Schubert's and Foucault's ideas began to go in the right direction, but could not be further developed. People came to regard dreams as symbolic of sexual life, because our time is incapable of realizing that this area is the lowest revelation of innumerable worlds that rise far above our world in spiritual significance. By so doing, they are turning it into something that gives an irresponsible flavor to a whole field of investigation, and in consequence brings about the most serious errors. Therefore, the only thing that spiritual science can say about the Freudian school is that it has to reject its research on the grounds that it is superficial. If it would first of all thoroughly acquaint itself with spiritual investigation, these truths would produce quite different results. You can therefore begin to see that our age is an intellectual age, an age of dogma, that drives people into a wild chaos of instincts and passions, and is satisfied with what is merely intellectual and abstract. In the example of the Freudian school, therefore, we see an area of soul life being shown in a wrong light, and dragged down by the worst kind of materialism. It tries to relate everything to sex, a procedure, one could say, that arose out of the scientist's own personal inclination, only they are not conscious of it, and which is dilettante into the bargain. We must feel how necessary it is that spiritual investigation rejects half and quarter truths, and only adopts those it can defend with its own principles. For we realize that spiritual science can give people strength to work out of themselves. It is important to stress that my first books did not grow out of theosophy, yet outsiders find it strange that I nevertheless became a theosophist later on. That is a short-sighted, narrow-minded view, however. It is characteristic of these books that despite their strictly scientific attitude, they do not have dealings with what is regarded as official science, or assume the style that believes itself capable of making general definitions. Spiritual science should draw abundant life from the foundations of occultism, make no compromises, and show a courage that is lacking in other domains. Whoever refuses to make any compromises of this kind acquires a reputation for being inadequate in the eyes of those people who always want one to give way, but do not do so themselves. Spiritual science, in contrast, stands in the world as a spiritual movement, firmly established on its own foundations. Its members must always be conscious of this fact, and see this as a vital element. It sometimes happens that people interested in specific research come into spiritual science, but where spiritual science and spiritual investigations are concerned, it is not a case of specific interests. Each individual can follow these up for himself, and he should not expect spiritual science to follow after him. Spiritual science must penetrate into our whole culture, and have the courage to carry out its task rigorously and consistently in an age that is justifiably called intellectual. But do not let us imagine that this intellectuality ought to merge in the same way with spiritual life, for we have to take our start from facts that are reached by clairvoyant means. We find then that the life of the soul has three basic elements. There is firstly the life of concepts, intellectuality, which initially only comes to expression in perception. When we consider intellectuality by itself, we notice that it is bound in the widest sense to the material world from which man abstracts his mental images. These images themselves, however, are supersensible. From the very connection between the life of mental imagery and the life of perception, we see that the former is not connected with the physical plane. If we involve ourselves in difficult thoughts and think to such an extent that we get tired, then we sleep well, provided that only the life of thought and not the life of feeling was engaged in the activity. Therefore we can grasp the statement that the life of thought is a supersensible process and is connected with the next element, the astral world. It is from the astral plane that those forces come that awaken and sustain the life of thought in the human soul. The second element consists of the waves of feeling that pass through our soul, such as pleasure and displeasure, joy and pain, sorrow, love, dislike, and so on. The flow of thought and feeling is intimately connected with our ego, and these feelings can rob us of our sleep, because their emotional unrest prevents us entering the astral plane. We can understand, therefore, that this astral plane brings us into connection with lower Devachan, which does not accept our emotions if they are impure. In other words, that part of the astral world that is lower Devachan rejects them. Morality and will impulses are the third element. The person can look back on good deeds when reviewing his day, can experience a moment of bliss before falling asleep. He enjoys a condition of which he can say, "If only it were possible to prolong it, to enjoy the enlivening power of it, so that it can take hold of one's whole soul life as a fructifying force. This enables us to understand what occult investigations tell us, that will impulses point us to higher Devachan, where they are accepted only if they issue from a pure will and accord with this spiritual world. Thus our life of mental images and concepts, our intellectuality, is closely connected with the astral world, our life of feeling with lower Devachan, and our life of will with higher Devachan. In addition to these, we have our life of sense perception on the physical plane. These four elements develop at a different rate in human incarnations during the various cultural epochs. When we consider the occult background, we see how the life of perception comes to the fore in the Greco-Roman era, how the Greek and the Roman were completely attuned to the physical world that they esteemed so highly. Our time, the fifth cultural epoch, is that of thinking, of intellectuality. This is why the abstract sciences are flourishing. The coming sixth age will retain intellectual life, in the same way as we in the fifth have retained the life of perception, and will, in addition, express itself in the feeling life of the soul. The environment will affect people so that it causes them pleasure and displeasure, joy and pain, sympathy and antipathy, to a degree that as yet can only be felt by the occultist who is capable of overcoming mere intellect and understanding certain aspects of life with real feeling, without lengthy logical reasoning. The occultist feels displeasure at illogical things, joy and peace of soul at logical things. If he defends something that he immediately sees to be right, he has to prove it nowadays with a lengthy argument in order to be understood. The occultist feels pain especially vividly when he reads the newspaper, because it is particularly in the daily papers that one frequently finds illogicality incarnate. You have to read them, nevertheless, being selective if possible, in order to keep in touch with the outside world. You should not, however, be selective in the way the professor of Chinese was, who told his colleague one day in a great state of agitation, "I have just this moment discovered," it was the year 1870-71, "that Germany has been at war with France for half a year, because I only read the Chinese newspapers." In the last post-Atlantean epoch, the seventh era, the sense for morality will develop, that is, the sense for will impulses. Remarkable progress will come about through this. Occult investigations, even those of the present day, show us that someone can be very clever and intellectual without being moral. Nowadays, intellectuality and morality exist alongside each other. Little by little, however, the curious fact will emerge that a person's immorality will kill off his cleverness, so that in the far future an immoral person will actually be stupid, or will have to become so. A moral idea is coming in which the morality of our whole soul life and the intellectuality of those later times will become one. Let me read that again. A moral era is coming in, which the morality of our whole soul life and the intellectuality of those later times will become one. Although man has within his soul all the four elements we have mentioned, sense perception predominated over all others in the Greco-Roman era, and intellectuality is added to this to a greater degree in the present. In the penultimate era, the sixth period, emotion will predominate, and in the seventh, the last cultural epoch, it will be morality, and in a way we can only dream of today. We cannot even imagine what it would be like as Socrates could, who considered that virtue could be both taught and learned. All this, however, will become reality by the seventh epoch. For tendencies already clearly perceptible in occultism foretell this. Intellectuality, then, is the chief spiritual characteristic of our age. But there is a difference between the way it comes to expression in the materialistic thinking of the world and in spiritual science. Man is connected through his intellect with the astral plane, but he will only be conscious of this, and he will only make the right use of it when he has developed clairvoyance. This will begin in an ever-increasing number of human beings in the course of the 20th century. Progress will only be made in this direction when people not only develop a heightened intellect for themselves, but also raise it up into the astral world. The human being who has advanced to intellectual clairvoyance in this way can and will approach the etherically visible Christ more and more clearly in the course of the next 3,000 years. In bygone times, however, when man was mainly connected with the physical plane, Christ could only appear in physical incarnation. In the present age of the intellect, he can appear only in etheric form. Spiritual science wishes to prepare mankind for this in such a way that it acquires a proper understanding and makes proper use of the clairvoyant faculties that are slowly appearing and will, in the course of natural evolution, come to be used for spiritual vision later on. And this will ensure that in the second half of our intellectual age, the Christ will be seen clairvoyantly in his etheric form. The age of feeling will develop the soul further in a different respect, enabling it to enter the lower devachanic world in a conscious way. Christ will appear as a form of light in the lower devachanic world to a number of human beings, revealing himself through sound. And from his astral body of light, he will fill their receptive souls with the word that was active in astral form in the beginning, as is expressed by John in the opening words of his Gospel. In the age of morality, a number of human beings will perceive the Christ, revealing himself from higher devachan in his true ego that surpasses all human egos in inconceivable greatness, and with such splendor that it can bestow on man the highest possible moral impulses, such as the connection between the impulses of the different cultural epochs and the soul of man. From higher and ever higher worlds will come the forces that flow into man and become active within him. Perception in the physical world is wonderful indeed. Even more wonderful is the intellect when it attains predominance and forms a connection with the astral world. And even greater still are the feelings and morality that are connected with the devachanic world. Thinking it through logically, you will realize the logic in this evolution, because life everywhere confirms it. The anthroposophist goes to meet such evolution, not only in broad sweeps and universal truths, but also in the individual details of human development. In the aberrations of the world around us, the striving toward intellectual dogma is very prominent. But for spiritual knowledge, the intellect has to become spiritualized, so that it can understand the more advanced results of occult investigation. We can see this clearly from the fact that in the Greco-Roman era, through the mystery of Golgotha, we are presented in physical form with what then developed further so as to lead humanity upward through its effect on the human soul. It is necessary, above all, that man learns to understand what this Christ impulse signifies for our world. It has to be stressed that this Christ impulse is a living reality streaming into mankind, and that Christ did not give the world a doctrine or a theory, but the impulse for a new life. For new life. Let us take a serious look at this. Since the Saturn stage, throughout the stages of sun and moon, man has developed his physical, etheric, and astral bodies. The ego could only appear on earth in bodies that were sufficiently prepared for it, and then develop further under the nurturing influence of the Christ impulse, because Christ is the same macrocosmically as our ego is to us microcosmically. The four principles of the macrocosm are connected in manifold ways with our 4 lower principles, including the most important of these, the ego. In our present cultural epoch, higher human principles can already be glimpsed in our development. Life spirit, spirit self, and spirit man will be developed in us out of the higher spirit worlds through macrocosmic principles. Not through the 4th macrocosmic principle, however, but through the help of beings that have no macrocosmic significance of their own, but only microcosmic significance. These will work as teachers among mankind, since they have themselves advanced by 1 or more principles beyond man himself. Christ, in contrast, is a macrocosmic being at the 4th stage of his macrocosmic development, just as man is at the 4th stage microcosmically. So you should keep macrocosmic and microcosmic principles apart, but be clear about the fact that the 4 first macrocosmic principles, of course, include all the higher macrocosmic principles. Thus the microcosmic beings work as teachers and seek to carry mankind forward through their teaching, whereas Christ, working as a macrocosmic reality, is not a teacher like the other teachers of humanity, for he united himself with the earth as a reality, as power, as very life. The loftiest teachers of the successive epochs are the so-called Bodhisattvas, who already in the pre-Christian era pointed to Christ in his full reality of being. Again, in the Christian era, they point to him as a power who is now united with the earth. Thus the Bodhisattvas work both before and after Christ's physical life on earth. He who was born as the son of a king in India 550 years before Christ lived and taught for 29 years as a bodhisattva, and then ascended to the rank of Buddha. Thereafter he was never again to appear on the earth in a body of flesh, but from then onward he worked from the spiritual world. When this bodhisattva became Buddha, he was succeeded in that very moment by the new bodhisattva, whose mission it is to lead mankind to an understanding of the Christ impulse. This came to pass before the appearance of Christ on the earth. For around 105 BC, there lived in Palestine a man still to this day defamed in rabbinical literature, Jeshu ben Pandira, and he was this new bodhisattva. Jesus of Nazareth is an essentially different being, in that when he reached the age of 30, he became the bearer of Christ at the Jordan baptism by John. It was Jeshu ben Pandira from whom the Essene teachings were mainly derived. One of his pupils bore the name of Matthew, and he too pointed toward the mystery of Golgotha. Jeshu ben Pandira was stoned by his enemies, and his corpse was hung on a cross as a further mark of contempt. His existence can be established without the help of occult research, for plenty is said about him in rabbinical literature, although the information is either misleading or deliberately falsified. He bore within him the individuality of the new bodhisattva, and was the successor of Gautama Buddha. The name of his pupil, Matthew, passed over to later pupils, and there was a gospel known by that name in existence already since the time of the first Matthew, in the form of a description of rituals contained in the ancient mystery scripts. In the life of Christ Jesus, the essential content of these mysteries became reality on the physical plane. What were previously only pictures from the mysteries, seeds, as it were, of subsequent happenings, now became reality. Thus the Christ mystery had already been known prophetically, had indeed been enacted in the ceremonies of the ancient mysteries, before it became once and once only an actual event on the physical plane. The bodhisattva who once lived as Jeshu ben Pandira comes down to the earth again and again in a human body, and will continue to do so in order to fulfill the rest of his task and particular mission, which cannot yet be completed. although its consummation can already be foreseen by clairvoyance, no larynx exists that is capable of producing the sounds of the speech that will be uttered when this Bodhisattva rises to the rank of Buddha. In agreement with Oriental occultism, therefore, it can be said, 5,000 years after Gautama Buddha, that is to say, toward the end of the next 3,000 years, the Bodhisattva who is his successor will become Buddha. But as it is his mission to prepare human beings for the epoch, above all connected with the development of true morality, when in future he becomes Buddha, his spoken words will contain the magic power of goodness. For thousands of years, therefore, Oriental tradition has predicted Maitreya Buddha, the Buddha who is to come, will be a bringer of goodness through the word. He will then be able to teach human beings the real nature of the Christ impulse. And in that age, the Buddha stream and the Christ stream will flow into one. Only thus can the Christ mystery be truly understood. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. This is the 10th lecture. It's the second one given in Munich on the 20th of November, 1911, and it is entitled The Christ Impulse as Living Reality. So mighty and all-pervading was the impulse poured into the evolution of mankind by the Christ that its waves surge onward into future epochs. In the fourth epoch of post-Atlantean civilization, this impulse was manifested in the incarnation of Christ in a human physical body. And we are now approaching an epoch when the impulse will manifest in such a way that human beings behold the Christ on the astral plane in an etheric form. Yesterday we heard of human beings who in still later epochs will be able to behold him in even higher forms in the aesthetic and moral spheres. But when we speak in this way of the Christ impulse, we are concerned with ideas which will be resolutely opposed, above all by the churches of Christendom. Great and incisive measures have been and are necessary in the onward progress of human evolution in order to promote increasing understanding of the Christ impulse. Hitherto, indeed, such understanding has been lacking, and anyone who considers modern theology will realize not only the futility of the attitude maintained by opponents of Christianity, but also by those who claim to be its steadfast adherents. The theosophical movement in the West should have become that stream of spiritual life which draws on true and genuine sources to awaken understanding for Christianity in the modern age. But such endeavors met with strong opposition. It is important to understand the real sources of Christianity, but owing to lack of time, they cannot all be mentioned today. We shall speak only of those which have been accessible to mankind since the 13th century. Since the 13th century, the movement connected with the name of Christian Rosenkreutz has been an integral part of the spiritual life of mankind. Spiritual measures of a very definite kind were necessary in the 13th century to enable the influence connected with this name to become part of the spiritual life of the modern age. At the time when the spiritual world was entirely shut off from human vision, a council of 12 wise men came together. All the spiritual knowledge then existing of the world and its secrets was gathered from their separate different spheres into this council. By means of certain occult processes, the wisdom that had passed over from Atlantis to the holy rishis had been transmitted to 7 of these 12 men. In 4 others lived the wisdom of the sacred mysteries of the Indian, Persian, Egyptian, and Greco-Roman epochs, respectively. And what had, so far, unfolded as characteristic of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, constituted the wisdom of the 12th. The whole scope of spiritual life was thus accessible to these 12. Now it was known at that time that a certain individuality, who had been a contemporary of the mystery of Golgotha, was to be born again as a child. Meanwhile, through a number of incarnations, this individuality had unfolded a power of deep and fervent piety, devotion, and love. The council of the 12 wise men took this child into their care soon after he was born. Shut off from the outside exoteric world, he came under no influence save theirs. They cared for all his bodily needs and were also his teachers. The manner of the child's development was altogether unique. The profound spirituality he bore within him, as the fruit of many incarnations, came to expression too in his outer bodily form. He was a weak and sickly child, but his body became marvelously transparent. He grew up and developed in such a way that a radiant, shining spirit indwelt a body that had become transparent. Through a profoundly wise form of education, all the wisdom from the ages preceding and during post-Atlantean times, which the 12 wise men were able to impart, rayed into his soul. Through deeper soul forces, not through the intellect, the treasures of all this wisdom united in the soul of this child. He then fell into a strange condition. For a certain period of time he ceased to take nourishment. All external functions of life were as though paralyzed, and the whole of the wisdom received by the child rayed back to the 12. Each of them received back what he had originally given, but now in a different form. And those 12 wise men felt that now, for the first time, the 12 great religions and world conceptions had been united into one interconnected whole. And henceforward, what we call Rosicrucian Christianity lived in these 12 men. The child lived only for a short time longer. In the external world, we give the name Christian Rosenkreutz to this individuality. But it was not until the 14th century that he was known by this name. In the 14th century he was born again, and lived then for more than 100 years. Even when he was not incarnated in the flesh, he worked through his etheric body, always with the purpose of influencing the development of Christianity in its true form as the synthesis of all the great religions and systems of thought in the world. And he has worked on into our time, either as a human being or from his etheric body, inspiring all that was done in the West to establish a synthesis of the great religions. His influence today is increasing all the time. Many a person of whom we do not expect it is a pupil chosen by Christian Rosenkreutz. Nowadays it is already possible to speak of a sign by means of which Christian Rosenkreutz calls one whom he has chosen. Many people can discover this sign in their life. It may express itself in 1,000 ways, but these different manifestations all lead back to a typical form which may be described as follows. Someone may, for example, be chosen in the following way. A person embarks upon some undertaking, he spares no effort to make it successful, and forges straight toward his goal. While he is ruthlessly making his way in the world, he may be a thorough materialist. He suddenly hears a voice saying, quote, "Stop what you propose to do," close quote. And he will be aware that this was no physical voice. But now suppose that he refrains from pursuing his project. Then he will be able to realize that if he had continued ruthlessly toward his goal, this would certainly have led to his death. These are the two essential aspects. Firstly, that he knows with certainty that the warning came from the spiritual world. And secondly, that he knows death would have come to him had he persisted in his undertaking. One who is to become a pupil is shown that he has been saved, moreover, by a warning proceeding from a world which, to begin with, he dwells outside of. So far as earthly circumstances are concerned, death has already come to him, and his further life is to be regarded as a gift. And when the person in question realizes that he will be led to the resolve to work in a spiritual movement, if the resolve is taken, this means that he has been chosen. This is how Christian Rosenkreutz begins to gather his pupils around him, and many human beings, if they were sufficiently alert, would be conscious of such an event in their life. The human beings of whom it can be said that they were or will be united in this way with Christian Rosenkreutz are those who should be the pioneers of a deeper understanding of esoteric Christianity. This stream of spiritual life connected with Christian Rosenkreutz provides the highest means for enabling the Christ impulse to be understood in our time. The beginning was already made long ago, 100 years before the mystery of Golgotha, through Jeshu ben Pandira, whose essential mission it was to make preparation for the coming of Christ. He had a pupil, Matthew, whose name subsequently passed over to his successor, living at the time of Jesus of Nazareth. The greatest deed accomplished by Jeshu ben Pandira was to originate and prepare the Gospel according to St. Matthew. The content of this Gospel derives from a ritual of initiation, and passages such as that concerning the temptation, and others too, originate from the ancient mysteries. All these processes in the evolution of humanity were to be enacted on the physical plane too. This was written down in outline by the pupil of Jeshu ben Pandira. Jeshu ben Pandira was not spared from the hard fate he himself predicted. He was stoned, and his corpse was suspended from a cross. The original chronicle was preserved in the hands of a few of his adherents in deep secrecy. We can best follow what happened to it later on, when the great church father Jerome himself says that he had received the document of the Matthew Gospel from a Christian sect. The original record was held at that time in the secret keeping of a small circle, and through certain circumstances came into the hands of Jerome. He was charged by his bishop with the task of translating it. Jerome himself narrates this, but he says at the same time that because of the form and manner of the transcription, it should not pass into outside hands. He wanted to translate it in such a way that its secrets would remain secret, and he says furthermore that he himself does not understand it. The nature of what thus came into existence was such that one person could express it in one way and another in a different way in secular language. And this is how it has come down to posterity. In reality, therefore, the world does not yet possess the Gospels in their true form. There is every reason and justification, then, for spiritual research today in shedding new light upon the Gospels, to go back to the Akashic record, because there and there only are they to be found in their original form. Let there be no mistake about it. Christianity in its true form has yet to be separated from the dross. One sign among many others indicates how necessary this is. In the year 1873 in France, a count was taken of true, genuine Catholics. They amounted to 1/3. The other 2/3 proved no longer to be adherents in the real sense. And these 2/3 were certainly not people who never feel the need of religion. People's religious longings do incline toward the Christ, but the true sources of Christianity must be rediscovered. And it is to this end that the stream of spiritual life emanating from Jeshu ben Pandira flows into the other stream, which at the beginning of the 13th century is connected with the name of Christian Rosenkreutz. It is also necessary for us to know that one of the characteristics of the incarnations of the Bodhisattva is that in his youth he cannot be recognized as such. Between his 30th and 33rd year, a great revolution takes place, so that this individuality is fundamentally transformed. For example, a Moses or Abraham individuality can take possession of a Bodhisattva individuality at this time of his life. About 3,000 years after our present time, this Bodhisattva will become the Maitreya Buddha, and then his influence will flow from the spiritual world into the hearts of human beings as a magical moral power. In this way, the two streams work together, the stream of the Maitreya Buddha and the Western stream connected with Christian Rosenkreutz. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. This is Lecture 11, given in Nuremberg on the 2nd of December 1911, one of two lectures given. And it is entitled Faith, Love, Hope, the Third Revelation to Mankind, translated by Matthew Barton. This evening and tomorrow evening we are going to attempt a coherent study of the being of man and of his connection with occult aspects underlying our present time and the near future. From various indications I have given here, you will have grasped that today we are to some extent facing a new revelation, a new annunciation to mankind. If we keep in mind the recent periods of man's evolution, it may well be that we shall best understand what is approaching if we connect it with two other important revelations. In doing so, we shall be considering, it is true, only what has been revealed to mankind in times relatively near to our own. These three revelations, the one now to come and the two others, may be best understood when compared with the early development of a child. Observing the child rightly, we find that on first coming into the world, it has to be protected and cared for by those around it. It has no means of expressing what is going on within it, or of formulating in thought what affects its soul. To begin with, the child cannot speak, cannot think. Everything must be done for it by those who have received it in their midst. Then it starts to speak. Those who watch it attentively, this is mentioned in my book titled The Education of the Child, will know that first it imitates what it hears, but that in the early days of talking it has no understanding which can be attributed to thinking. What the child says does not arise out of thought, but the other way round. It learns to think by talking, learns gradually to apprehend in clear thought what previously it was prompted to say out of the obscure depths of feeling. Thus, we have three successive periods in the child's development. A first period, when it can neither speak nor think. A second, when it can speak, but not yet think. And a third, when it becomes conscious of the thought content in what it says. With these three stages in the child's development, we may compare what mankind has gone through, and has still to go through, since about 1500 years before the Christian era. The first revelation of which we can speak, as coming to mankind during the present cycle of time, is the revelation proceeding from Sinai in the form of the Ten Commandments. Anyone going more deeply into the significance of what was revealed to mankind in these commandments will find great cause for wonder. The fact is, however, that people take these spiritual treasures so much for granted that little thought is given to them. But those who reflect upon their significance have to confess how remarkable it is that in these 10 commandments something is given which has spread through the world as law, something which in its fundamental character still holds good today, and forms the basis of the law in all countries, insofar as, during the last 1,000 years, they have gradually embraced modern civilization. Something all-embracing, grand, universal, is revealed to mankind, as if to say that there is a primal being in the spiritual world, whose image is here on earth, the ego. This being can so infuse his own power into the human ego, so pour himself into it, that man can follow the norms, the laws, given in the 10 Commandments. The second revelation came about through the mystery of Golgotha. What can we say about this mystery? What can be said was indicated yesterday in the public lecture, titled From Jesus to Christ. It was shown there how we have to trace back all physically embodied human beings to the original human couple on earth. And as we can understand man's bodily nature only as descending through the generations from this couple, so in order rightly to understand our ego's greatest gift, that must root itself more and more deeply into our ego during earthly existence, we must trace it back to the mystery of Golgotha. It need not here concern us that in this connection the old Hebrew tradition has a different conception from that of modern science. If we trace back mankind's blood relationship, its bodily relation, to that original human couple, Adam and Eve, who once lived on earth as archetypal individuals, as the primal forebears of mankind, and if we must therefore say that the blood flowing in people's veins goes back to that human pair, we can ask, where must we look for the origin of the most precious gift bestowed on our soul, that holiest, most valuable gift, which accomplishes in the soul never-ending marvels, and makes itself known to our consciousness as something higher than the ordinary ego within us? For the answer we must turn to what arose from the grave on Golgotha. In every human soul that has experienced an inner awakening, there lives on what then arose, just as the blood of Adam and Eve continues to live in the body of every human being. We have to see a kind of fountainhead, a primal fatherhood in the risen Christ, the spiritual Adam who enters the souls of those who have experienced an awakening, bringing them for the first time to the fullness of their ego, to what gives life to their ego in the right way. Thus, just as the life of Adam's body lives on in the physical bodies of all human beings, what arose from the grave on Golgotha flows in like manner through the souls of those who find the path to it. That is the second revelation given to mankind. We are able to learn what came about through the mystery of Golgotha. If in the 10 Commandments man has received guidance from without, this guidance may be compared to what happens to the child before it can either speak or think. What is done for the child by its environment is comparable to what the old Jewish law achieved for all mankind, which until then, as it were, lacked the power of speaking and thinking. People have now learned to speak, however, or rather have learned something that may be compared with a child's learning to speak. They have gained knowledge of the mystery of Golgotha through the Gospels. And the way in which they first understood the Gospels may be compared with how a child learns to speak. Through the Gospels there has come to human souls and human hearts some degree of understanding for the mystery of Golgotha, which has found its way into human feelings and perceptions, and into the soul forces arising in us, when, for example, we allow the deeply significant, intuitive scenes and pictures drawn from the Gospels by great painters to work upon us. It is the same with traditional pictures, pictures of the adoration of the child by the shepherds, or by the wise men from the east, of the flight into Egypt, and so on. All this leads back in the end to the Gospels. it has reached man's understanding in such a way that he may be said to have learned to speak, in his own fashion, about the mystery of Golgotha. Viewed in this way, we are now moving toward the third period, which may be compared with how the child learns the thought content in its own speech, and can become conscious of it. We are approaching the revelation which should give us the full content, the thought content of the Gospels, all they contain of soul and spirit. For at present the Gospels are no better understood than the child understands what it says before it can think. In the context of world history, people are meant to learn through spiritual science, to reflect upon the thoughts in the Gospels, to let the whole deep spiritual content of the Gospels work upon them for the first time. This is connected with a further great event which human beings can feel approaching, and which they will experience before the end of this 20th century. This event can be brought before our souls in somewhat the following way. If we return to the nature of the mystery of Golgotha, we realize that those elements of the Christ which rose from the grave of Golgotha have remained with the earth, so that they can directly affect every human soul, and can in each soul awaken the ego to a higher stage of existence. Speaking thus of the mystery of Golgotha, we may say, Christ then became the spirit of the earth, and since that time has remained so. In our day, however, a change in Christ's relation to man is coming, an important change, connected with what all of you have come to know something about, the new revelation to man of the Christ. This revelation can also be characterized in another way. For this, indeed, we must turn to what happens when a person goes through the gate of death. This is something that could not be described in books, but must now be spoken of. When a person has passed through the gate of death, has experienced the backward survey over his previous earthly life, and come to the point when his etheric body is laid aside, and the time has come for his kamaloka, he first meets two figures. Usually only one is mentioned, but to complete the picture, and this is a reality for every true occultist, we must say that before his kamaloka, a person is confronted by two figures. What I am now telling you holds good, it is true, only for people of the West, and for those who, during the last 1,000 years, have been connected with Western culture. A person after death is confronted by two figures. One of these is Moses. The person knows quite clearly that it is Moses who stands before him, holding up the tables of the law. In the Middle Ages, they spoke of Moses, quote, with his stern law, close quote. And in his soul, the person is keenly aware of how far in his inmost being he has transgressed against this law. The other figure is, quote, the cherubim with the flaming sword, close quote, who pronounces judgment on these transgressions. That is an experience a person has after death. Thus, in accordance with our spiritual science, it can be said that there is a kind of settlement of our karmic account by these two figures, Moses with the stern law and the cherubim with the flaming sword. In our time, however, a change is approaching, an important change. Christ is becoming Lord of Karma for all those who, after death, experience what has just been described. Christ is taking up the office of judge. Let us look more closely into this fact. From the world conception of spiritual science, we all know that a karmic account is kept of our life, that there is a certain balancing between the deeds on the credit side of the account, the sensible deeds, the fine deeds, those that are good, and on the other side, the bad, ugly, lying deeds and thoughts. Now, it is important that in the further course of a person's earthly life, he should himself adjust the balance of this karmic account. But this living out of the result of his good and splendid deeds, or those that are bad, can be done in many different ways. The particular adjustment in our future life is not always determined according to the same pattern. Suppose someone has done a bad action. He must compensate for it by doing a good one. This good action, however, can be achieved in two ways, and it may require the same effort on the man's part to do good only to a few people as to benefit a considerable number. To ensure that in future, when we have found our way to Christ, our karmic account will be balanced, made part of the cosmic order, in such a way that the settlement will benefit as many people as possible, that will be the concern of him who in our time is becoming Lord of Karma. It will be the concern of the Christ. This taking over by Christ of the judging of human deeds is a result of his direct intervention in human destiny. This intervention is not in a physical body, but on behalf of those people on earth who will increasingly acquire the capacity of perceiving him. There will be people, for instance, who, while carrying out some deed, suddenly become aware. There will be more and more cases of this from now on during the next 3,000 years, of an urge to step back from what they are doing because of a remarkable vision. They will perceive in a dreamlike way what appears to be an action of their own, yet they will not be able to remember having done it. Those who are not prepared for such a thing to happen in the course of their evolution will look upon it merely as imagination run wild, or as a pathological condition of the soul. Those, however, who are sufficiently prepared through the new revelation coming in our time to mankind by means of spiritual science, that is, through this third revelation during the latest cycle of mankind, will realize that all this points to the growing of new human faculties, enabling people to see into the spiritual world. They will also realize that this picture appearing to their soul is a forewarning of the karmic deed that must be brought about, either in this life on earth or in a later one, to compensate for what they have done. In short, people will gradually achieve, through their own efforts, the faculty for beholding a vision of the karmic adjustment, the compensating deed which must come about in future. From this fact it can be seen that in our time too, we should say, as did John the Baptist by the Jordan, "Change your state of soul, for the time is coming when new faculties will awake in human beings." But this form of karmic perception will arise in such a way that here and there the figure of the etheric Christ will be directly visible, the actual Christ as he is living in the astral world, not in the physical body, but visible to the newly awakened human faculties. He will manifest on earth as counselor and protector of those who need advice, help, or solace in the loneliness of their lives. The time is coming when human beings who feel depressed and miserable for one or other reason will increasingly find the help of their fellows less important and valuable. This is because the force of individuality, of individual life, will count for more and more, while the power of one man to work helpfully upon the soul of another, which held good in the past, will constantly tend to diminish. In its stead, the great counselor will appear in etheric form. The best advice we can receive for the future is therefore to make our souls strong and full of energy, so that with increased strength, the further we advance into the future, whether in this incarnation, and certainly this applies to young people of today, or in the next, we may realize that newly awakened faculties give us knowledge of the great counselor, who is becoming at the same time the judge of human karma, knowledge, that is, of Christ in his new form. For those people who have already prepared themselves here for the Christ event of the 20th century, it will make no difference whether they are in the physical body when this event becomes a widespread experience, or have passed through the gate of death. Those who have passed on will still have the right understanding of the Christ event and the right connection with it, but not those who have thoughtlessly passed by this third great annunciation to mankind given through spiritual science. For we must prepare for the Christ event here on earth while in the physical body. Those who go through the gate of death without even glancing at spiritual science during their present incarnation will have to wait until their next before gaining a right understanding of the Christ event. The fact of the matter is that those who on the physical plane have never heard of the Christ event are unable to come to an understanding of it between death and rebirth. They too must wait until they can prepare for it on their return to the physical plane. Thus mankind now faces the mighty event referred to. Christ takes upon himself the office of judge and intervenes in an etheric body directly from the astral world in the evolution of mankind, becoming visible in various places among human beings. It is characteristic of human evolution, however, that old human attributes, not closely connected with spiritual evolution, gradually lose significance. When we consider human evolution since the Atlantean catastrophe, we can say, among the great distinctions and differences prepared during the Atlantean age, present-day human beings have become accustomed to those of race. We can still speak in a certain sense of an old Indian race, of an old Persian race, of an Egyptian or a Greco-Latin one, and even of something in our own time corresponding to a fifth race. But the concept of race in relation to human evolution is ceasing to have a right meaning. Something that held good in earlier times will no longer do so in the sixth cultural epoch, which is to follow our own. Namely, that it was essential to have some geographical center from which to spread the culture of the epoch. The important thing is the spreading of spiritual science among human beings without distinction of race, nation, or family. In the sixth cultural epoch, those who have accepted spiritual science will come from every race, and will found all over the globe a new culture no longer based on the concept of race, which will have lost its significance. In short, what is important in the world of Maya, the external world of space and location, vanishes away. We must learn to recognize this in the further development of our spiritual scientific movement. At the beginning, this was not understood. Therefore, we see how, when we read Alcott's book titled The Buddhist Catechism, which is otherwise so useful, we have the impression that races always go on like so many wheels. But for the coming time, such concepts are losing their significance. Everything subject to limitations of space will lose significance. Hence, anyone who thoroughly understands the meaning of human evolution understands also that the coming appearance of Christ during the next 3,000 years does not entail Christ being confined to a body bound by space, nor limited to a certain territory. Neither will his appearance be limited by an inability to appear in more than one place at a time. His help will be forthcoming at the same moment here, there, and everywhere. And as a spiritual being is not subject to the laws of space, anyone who can be helped by Christ's direct presence is able to receive that help at one end of the earth just as well as another person at the opposite end. Only those unwilling to recognize the progress of mankind toward spirituality, and what gradually transforms all the most important events into the spiritual, can declare that the Christ being is limited to a physical body. We have now described the facts concerning the third revelation, and how this revelation is already in process of throwing new light on the Gospels. The Gospels are the language, and in relation to them, anthroposophy is the thought content. As language is related to a child's full consciousness, so are the Gospels related to the new revelation that comes directly from the spiritual world, related, in effect, to what spiritual science is to become for mankind. We must be aware that we have, in fact, a certain task to fulfill, a task of understanding, when we come first out of the soul's unconscious depths, and then ever more clearly to discern our connection with anthroposophy. We must look upon it, in a sense, as a mark of distinction bestowed by the world spirit, as a sign of grace on the part of the creative, guiding spirit of the world, when today our heart urges us toward this new annunciation, this third revelation, added to those proclaimed from Sinai and then from the Jordan. To learn to know man in his entire being is the task given in this new annunciation. To perceive ever more deeply that the body we are principally conscious of is enclosed in other members of man's being, which are important for our whole life. It is necessary for our friends to learn about these matters from the most various points of view. Today we will begin by first saying a few words about man's inner being. You know that if we start from the actual center of his being, from his ego, we come next to the sheath, to which we give the more or less abstract name of astral body. Proceeding further outward, we find the so-called etheric body, and still further outside, the physical body. From a real experience of life, however, we can also speak about the human sheaths in another way. Today we will take directly from life what can, it is true, be learned only from occult conception, but can be understood through unprejudiced observation. Many of those whom the so-called scientific worldview has made arrogant and overbearing now say, quote, "The ages of faith are long past. They were fit for mankind in their stage of childhood, but mankind has now progressed to knowledge. Today people must have knowledge of everything and should no longer merely believe." Close quote. Now, that may sound all very well, but does not rest on genuine understanding. We must ask more questions about such matters than merely whether, in the course of human evolution, knowledge has been gained through ordinary science. This other question must also be asked: does faith, as such, mean anything for mankind? May it not be part of a man's very nature to believe? Naturally, it might be possible that people should want, for some reason, to dispense with faith, to put it behind them. But just as one can get away with playing fast and loose with one's health without any obvious harm for a while, it might very well be, and is actually so, that people come to look upon faith merely as a well-worn gift granted to their fathers in the past. This is just as if, for a time, they were recklessly to abuse their health, thereby using up the forces they once possessed. When a person regards faith in that way, however, he is still, where the life forces of his soul are concerned, living on the old gift of faith handed down to him through tradition. It is not for man to decide whether to lay aside faith or not. Faith is a question of life-giving forces in his soul. The important point is not whether we believe or not, but that the forces expressed in the word faith are necessary to the soul. For the soul incapable of faith becomes withered, dried up as the desert. There were once people who, without any knowledge of natural science, were much cleverer than those who nowadays promote a scientific worldview. They did not say what people imagine they would have said, quote, "I believe what I do not know," close quote. They said, quote, "I believe what I know for certain," close quote. Knowledge is only the foundation of faith. We should know in order to take increasing possession of those forces which are forces of faith in the human soul. In our soul, we must have what enables us to look toward a supersensible world, makes it possible for us to turn all our thoughts and conceptions in that direction. If we do not possess forces such as are expressed in the word faith, something in us goes to waste. We wither as do the leaves in autumn. For a while this may not seem to matter, then things begin to go wrong. Were people really to lose all faith, they would soon see what it means for evolution. By losing the forces of faith, they would be incapacitated for finding their way about in life. Their very existence would be undermined by fear, care, and anxiety. To put it briefly, it is through the forces of faith alone that we can receive the life which should well up to invigorate the soul. This is because, imperceptible at first for ordinary consciousness, there lies in the hidden depths of our being something in which our true ego is embedded. This something, which immediately makes itself felt if we fail to bring it fresh life, is the human bodily sheath where the forces of faith are active. We may term it the faith soul, or, as I prefer, the faith body. It has hitherto been given the more abstract name of astral body. The most important forces of the astral body are those of faith. So the term astral body and the term faith body are equally justified. A second force that is also to be found in the hidden depths of our being is the force expressed by the word love. Love is not only something linking people together, it is also needed by them as individuals. When someone is incapable of developing the force of love, he too becomes dried up and withered in his inner being. We have merely to picture to ourselves someone who is actually so great an egoist that he is unable to love. Even where the case is less extreme, it is sad to see people who find it difficult to love, who pass through an incarnation without engendering in themselves the living warmth that only arises when we can love at least something on earth. Such people are a distressing sight, as in their dull, prosaic way they go through the world. For love is a living force that stimulates something deep in our being, keeping it awake and alive, an even deeper force than faith. And just as we are cradled in a body of faith, which from another aspect can be called the astral body, so are we cradled also in a body of love, or as we call it in spiritual science, the etheric body, the body of life forces. For the chief forces working in us from the etheric body, out of the depths of our being, are those expressed in a person's capacity for loving at every stage of his existence. If a person could completely empty his being of the force of love, but that indeed is impossible even for the greatest egoist, thanks be to God, for even in egoistical striving there is still some element of love. Even someone who is unable to love anything else can often begin, if he is sufficiently avaricious, to love money, at least substituting for charitable love another love, albeit one arising from egoism. But if, as I was saying, there were no love at all in a person, the bodily sheath which should be sustained by love forces would shrivel, and the person empty of love would actually perish. He would really meet with physical death. This shriveling of the forces of love can also be called a shriveling of the forces of the etheric body. For the etheric body is the same as the body of love. Thus, at the very center of a human being, we have his essential kernel, the ego, surrounded by its sheaths. First the body of faith, and then round it the body of love. If we go further, we come to another set of forces we all need in life. And if we do not or cannot have them at all, well, that is very distinctly to be seen in our external nature. For the forces we need as life-giving, vitalizing forces are those of hope, of confidence in the future. As far as the physical world is concerned, people cannot take a single step in life without hope. They certainly make some strange excuses sometimes if they are unwilling to acknowledge that human beings need to know something of what happens between death and rebirth. They say, quote, "Why do we need to know that when we don't even know what will happen to us tomorrow? So why are we supposed to know what takes place between death and a new birth?" Close quote. But do we actually know nothing about the following day? We may have no knowledge of what is important for the details of our supersensible life, or, to state it more bluntly, whether or not we shall be physically alive. We do, however, know one thing, that if we are physically alive, the next day there will be morning, midday, evening, just as there are today. If today as a carpenter I have made a table, it will still be there tomorrow. If I am a shoemaker, someone will be able to put on tomorrow what I have made today. And if I have sown seeds, I know that next year they will come up. We know about the future just as much as we need to know. Life would be impossible in the physical world were not future events to be preceded in this rhythmical way by hope. Would anyone make a table today without being sure it would not be destroyed in the night? Would anyone sow seeds if he had no idea what would become of them? It is precisely in outer physical life that we need hope, for everything is upheld by hope, and without it nothing can be done. The forces of hope, therefore, are connected with the last bodily sheath of our being, with our physical body. What the forces of faith are for our astral body, and the love forces for the etheric, the forces of hope are for the physical body. Thus someone who is unable to hope, someone always despondent about what he supposes the future may bring, will go through the world with this clearly visible in his physical appearance. Nothing makes for deep wrinkles, those deadening forces in the physical body, sooner than lack of hope. The inmost kernel of our being may be said to be sheathed in our faith body or astral body, in our body of love or etheric body, and in our hope body or physical body. And we comprehend the true significance of our physical body only when we bear in mind that in reality it is not sustained by external physical forces of attraction and repulsion, that is a materialistic idea, but has in it what according to our concepts we know as forces of hope. Our physical body is built up by hope, not by forces of attraction and repulsion. This itself can show us that the new spiritual scientific revelation gives us what is right, what we need. By revealing the all-embracing laws of karma and reincarnation, spiritual science gives us something which permeates us with spiritual hope, just as does our awareness on the physical plane that the sun will rise tomorrow, and that seeds will eventually grow into plants. It shows, if we understand karma, that our physical body, which will perish into dust when we have gone through the gate of death, can be rebuilt for a new life through the forces imbuing us with hope. Spiritual science fills people with the strongest forces of hope. Were this spiritual science, this new revelation for the present time, to be rejected, people would naturally still return to earth in future, for life on earth would not cease on account of people's ignorance of its laws. Human beings would incarnate again, but there would be something very strange about these incarnations. Human beings would gradually become a race with bodies wrinkled and shriveled all over, earthly bodies which would finally be so crippled that people would be entirely incapacitated. To put it briefly, in future incarnations, a condition of dying away, of withering up, would assail mankind if our human consciousness, and from there the hidden depths of our being right down into the physical body, were not given fresh life through the power of hope. This power of hope arises through the certainty of knowledge gained from the laws of karma and reincarnation. Already there is a tendency in human beings to produce withering bodies, which in future would become increasingly rickety, even in the very bones. Marrow will be brought to the bones, forces of life to the nerves, by this new revelation, whose value will not reside merely in theories, but in its life-giving forces, above all in those of hope. Faith, love, hope constitute three stages in the essential being of man. They are necessary for health and for life as a whole, for without them we cannot exist. Just as work cannot be done in a dark room until it is lit, it is equally impossible for a human being to survive in his fourfold nature if his three sheaths are not permeated, warmed through, and strengthened by faith, love, and hope. For faith, love, hope are the basic forces in our astral body, our etheric body, and our physical body. And from this alone, you can judge how the new revelation makes its entry into the world, permeating the old language with thought content. Are not these three wonderful words urged upon us in the gospel revelation? These words of wisdom that ring through the ages, faith, love, hope. But little has been understood of their whole connection with human life. So little that only in certain places has their right sequence been observed. It is true that faith, love, hope are sometimes put in this correct order, but the significance of the words is so little appreciated that we often hear faith, hope, love, which is incorrect, for you cannot say astral body, physical body, etheric body, if you would give them their right sequence. That would be putting things higgledy-piggledy, as a child will sometimes do before it understands the thought content of what is said. It is the same with everything relating to the second revelation. It is permeated with thought, and we have striven to permeate with thought our explanation of the Gospels. For what have these Gospels meant for people up to now? They have been something with which to fortify mankind, and to fill them with great and powerful perceptions. Something to inspire people to enter into the depth of heart and feeling in the mystery of Golgotha. But now consider the simple fact that people have only just begun really to reflect upon the Gospels. And in doing so they have straightway found contradictions upon which spiritual science alone can help to throw light. Thus it is only now that people will begin to let the thought content of the Gospels, given them in a language of supersensible worlds, work upon their souls. In this connection, we have pointed out what is so essential and of such consequence for our age: the new appearance of the Christ in an etheric body, for his reappearance in a physical body is ruled out by the whole character of our times. Thus we have shown that the Christ, in contrast, as it were, to the suffering Christ on Golgotha, is appearing now as Christ triumphant, Christ the Judge and Lord of Karma. This has been foreshadowed by those who have painted him as the Christ of the Last Judgment. Whether painted or described in words, something is there represented which at the appointed time will come to pass. In truth, this begins in the 20th century and will not hold good until the end of the earth. It is in our 20th century that this judgment, this ordering of karma, begins. And we have seen how infinitely important it is for our age that this revelation should come to people, so that even concepts such as faith, love, hope can be truly valued for the first time. John the Baptist said, "Change your mood of soul. The kingdom of heaven is at hand." That is, take to yourselves the human ego that need not diminish itself in order to approach the spiritual world. This points clearly to the important fact that with the event of Palestine, the time came for the supersensible to pour light into the ego of man, so that the heavens were able to descend into his ego. Previously, the ego could come to people only by sinking into their unconscious. Those who interpret everything materialistically say that the Christ, reckoning with the weaknesses, errors, and prejudices of his contemporaries, even foretold, like the credulous people of his time, that either 1,000-year kingdom would come about, or that a great catastrophe would befall the earth. Neither of these events, however, they say, came about. There was indeed a catastrophe, but perceptible only to the spirit. The credulous and superstitious who believe Christ to have foretold how he would literally descend from the clouds interpreted his meaning in a materialistic way. Today also there are people who interpret materialistically what is to be grasped only in spirit, and when nothing happens in a material sense, they judge the matter in just the same way as was done in the case of the 1,000-year kingdom. How many indeed we find today, who, speaking almost pityingly of those things, say that Christ was simply influenced by the beliefs of his time, and looked for the impending descent to earth of the kingdom of heaven. That was a weakness on Christ's part, they say. And then it was seen and remarked upon even by distinguished theologians that the kingdom of heaven has not come down to earth. It may be that people will meet our new revelation too in such a way that after a time, when the enhancement of human faculties is in full swing, they will say, quote, "Well, nothing has come of all these predictions of yours," close quote, not realizing that they just cannot see what is there. Thus do events repeat themselves. Anthroposophy is intended to gather together a large number of people in preparation of the fulfillment of what those with the right knowledge say, that during this century the new revelation and new supersensible facts are appearing in human evolution. These will then continue to unfold, becoming ever more significant throughout the next 3,000 years, until important new revelations are once more vouchsafed to mankind. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Esoteric Christianity and the Mission of Christian Rosenkreutz. This is the second lecture given in Nuremberg, this one on the 3rd of December 1911, numbered number 12, with the same title, Faith, Love, Hope, the Third Revelation to Mankind. Yesterday we tried to gain a conception of the importance in human life of what may be termed the supersensible revelation of our age. We indicated that this was to be regarded as the third revelation in the most recent cycle of mankind, and should, in a certain sense, be seen in sequence to the Sinai revelation and the revelation at the time of the mystery of Golgotha. We ought not to look upon this feature of our age as something affecting us merely theoretically or scientifically. As anthroposophists, we must rise to an ever fuller realization that we are neglecting something essential in our evolution if we hold aloof from all that is being revealed to us now and will be revealed in the future. It is quite fitting that the external world should at first pass this by, or even treat it as sheer fantasy, and quite natural also that many people should initially pay no attention to the harmful consequences of disregarding these things. But anthroposophists should be clear that the souls in human bodies today, irrespective of what they absorb at present, are working their way toward a quite particular future. What I shall have to say concerns every soul, for it is part of the whole trend of change in our time. The souls incarnated today have only recently advanced to that stage of genuine ego consciousness, which has been in preparation during the course of evolution ever since the ancient Atlantean period. But for the people of those ancient days, up to the time when the mystery of Golgotha intimated a great transformation, this ego consciousness was gradually freeing itself from a consciousness of which modern people no longer have any real knowledge. People of today generally distinguish only between our ordinary condition of being awake and the state of sleep, when consciousness is in complete abeyance. Between these states they recognize also the intermediate one of dreaming, but from the present-day perspective they can regard it only as a kind of aberration, a departure from the normal. Through dream pictures, certain events from the depths of soul life rise into consciousness. But in ordinary dreaming, they emerge in such an obscure form that the dreamer is scarcely ever able properly to interpret their very real bearing on deep supersensible processes in his life of soul. In order to grasp one characteristic feature of this intermediate dreaming state, a state well understood in earlier times, let us take an ordinary dream which a modern scientific investigator of dreams, able to interpret it only superficially and in a materialistic way, has made into a regular riddle, a highly significant dream. You see, I am taking my example from the science of dreams, which, as I have mentioned before, has today been given a place, little understood though it is, among sciences such as chemistry and physics. The following dream, a characteristic one, has been recorded. I might easily have taken my example from similar unpublished dreams, but I would like to deal with one which raises certain problems for present-day commentators, who have no key to such matters. The case is as follows. A married couple had a much beloved son, who was the apple of their eye. One day he fell ill, and his condition worsened in a few hours so quickly that at the end of this one day he passed through the gate of death. Thus, to all outward appearance, this couple's son was abruptly snatched from them, and the son himself torn from a life full of promise. The parents naturally mourned their son. During the months following, there was a great deal in the dreams of both husband and wife to remind them of him. But quite a long time, many, many months after his death, there came a night when his father and mother had exactly the same dream. They dreamed that their son appeared to them saying he had been buried alive, having only been in a trance, and that they merely had to look into the matter to be convinced that this was true. The parents told each other what they had dreamt on the same night, and such was their attitude to life that they immediately asked the authorities for permission to have their son's body disinterred. The request was refused, giving the parents further cause for grieving. Now the researcher who gave his account of the dream, and could think of it only in a materialistic way, was faced with great difficulties. He finally explained it in a remarkable way, which is bound to seem very contrived to anyone reading it. He said, "We can only assume that one parent had the dream and the other, hearing it when awake, got the idea that he or she had dreamt it also. To present-day consciousness, this interpretation at first seems fairly obvious, but it doesn't go very deep. I have expressly mentioned that for anyone well versed in dream experiences, there is nothing unusual in several people having the same dream at the same time. Let us try now to look into this dream experience from the point of view of spiritual science. The results of spiritual investigation show how a person who has gone through the gate of death lives on as an individuality in the world of spirit. We know, too, that there are definite connections between everything and every being in the world, and that this is evident in the link that unites those who have departed with people still on earth, when the latter lovingly concentrate thoughts on their dead. There is no question of there not being a connection between those on the physical plane and those who have left it for the supersensible world. There is always a connection when those left on the physical plane turn their thoughts to the dead, a connection that may continue even when their thoughts are directed elsewhere. But the point is that human beings, organized as they are now for life on the physical plane, are unable to become conscious of these bonds when awake. Having no knowledge of a thing, however, does not justify denying its existence. That would be a very superficial conclusion. On that basis, those now sitting in this room and not seeing Nuremberg could easily prove there is no such place. So we must be clear that it is only because of their present-day organization that people know nothing of their connection with the dead. It exists all the same. However, knowledge of what is going on in the depths of the soul can occasionally be conjured up into consciousness, and this happens in dreams. It is one thing we have to reckon with when considering dream experiences. Another thing is the knowledge that passing through death is not the sudden leap imagined by those knowing nothing about it. It is a gradual transition. What occupies a soul here on earth does not vanish in a moment when we die. What we love, we continue to love after our death. But there is no possibility of satisfying a feeling which depends for its satisfaction on a physical body. The wishes and desires of the soul, its joys, sorrows, the particular tendencies it has during incarnation in a physical body, these naturally continue even when we have passed through the gate of death. We can therefore understand how strong was the feeling in that young man, meeting death quite unprepared, that he would like to be still on earth, and how keen was his longing to be in a physical body. This desire, working as a force in the soul, lasted for a long, long time during his Kamaloka. Now, vividly picture to yourselves the parents with their thoughts engrossed by their beloved dead son. Even in sleep the connecting links were there. Just at the moment when both father and mother began to dream, the son, in accordance with the state of his soul, had a particularly keen desire that we may perhaps clothe in these words, quote, "Oh, if only I were still on earth in a physical body," close quote. This thought on the part of the dead son sank deep into his parents' souls, but they had no special faculty for understanding what lay behind the dream. Thus the imprint of the thought in their life of soul was transformed into familiar images. If they could have clearly perceived what the Son was pouring into their souls, their interpretation would have been, quote, "Our son is longing just now for a physical body," close quote. In fact, the dream image clothed itself in words they understood, quote, "He has been buried alive," close quote, which hid the truth from them. Thus, in dream pictures of this kind, we should not look for an exact replica of spiritual reality. We must expect the actual objective occurrence to be veiled in accordance with the dreamer's degree of understanding. Today, it is the peculiar feature of the dream world that if we are unable to go into these matters more deeply, we can no longer regard its pictures as faithful images of what underlies them. We are obliged to say that something always lives in our soul behind the dream image, and this image can be regarded only as a still greater illusion than the external world we see when we are awake. It is only in our time that dreams are appearing to people in this guise. Strictly speaking, only since the events in Palestine, when ego consciousness took on the form it has now. Before then, the images appeared while people were in a state different from either waking or sleeping, a third state, more like the one prevailing in the supersensible world. Human beings lived with the dead in spirit, far more than is possible nowadays. There is no need to look back many centuries before the Christian era to realize that countless numbers of people were then able to say, quote, "The dead are certainly not dead. They are living in the supersensible world. I can perceive what they are feeling and seeing, what they now actually are. This holds good also for other beings in the supersensible world, those, for instance, whom we know as the hierarchies." Close quote. Thus, for human beings in certain states between waking and sleeping, these were experiences of which only the last degenerate echoes linger on in dreams. Hence it was very significant for people to feel this disappearance of something they once possessed. In that transitional epoch of human evolution, when the great events were taking place in Palestine, there was indeed cause for saying, quote, "Change your mood of soul. Quite different times are coming for mankind." Close quote. And among the changes was this, that the old possibility of seeing into the spiritual world, of personally experiencing how matters stood with the dead and with all other spiritual beings, was going to pass away. The history of those olden days offers ample evidence of this living with the dead, notably in the religious veneration arising everywhere in the form of ancestor worship. This was founded on belief in the reality and activity of those who had died, and whereas it continued almost everywhere during the transitional period, people's experience was this, though perhaps not put clearly into words. Quote, "Formerly our souls could rise to the world we call that of the spirit, and we were able to dwell among higher beings and with the dead. But now our dead leave us in quite another sense. They disappear from our consciousness, and the old vivid contact is no more." Close quote. We come here to something exceptionally difficult to grasp, but the intelligent mind, the intelligent soul, can learn to do so. It was the early Christians who felt most vividly the loss of direct psychic contact with the dead, and it was this that made their worship of God so full of meaning, so infinitely deep and holy. They compensated for what was lost by the reverent feeling they brought to their religious ceremonies. When, for instance, they sacrificed at the graves of their dead, or celebrated the Mass, or observed any other religious rite. In fact, it was during this period of transition, when consciousness of the dead was seen to be waning, that altars took the shape of coffins. Thus it was with this kind of feeling for human mortal remains, different from that of the ancient Egyptians, that the service of God, the service of the Spirit, was reverently performed. As I've said, this is something not easy to understand. We need, however, only observe the form of an altar, and allow our hearts to respond to this gradual change in man's whole outlook, and feeling and understanding will then arise for the change and its consequences. We see, therefore, that slowly, gradually, the present state of the human soul came about. From indications given yesterday, it can be gathered that what has thus come into being will again be succeeded by a different state, for which people are already developing faculties. The example I gave you yesterday of how a person will see in a kind of dream picture his future karmic compensation for some deed means the reawakening of faculties that will lead the soul once more to spiritual worlds. In relation to earthly evolution as a whole, the intermediate state, when the soul is cut off from the supersensible world, will prove to be comparatively short. It had to come about for man to be able to acquire the strongest possible forces for his freedom. But something else of which I have spoken was bound up with the whole progress of human evolution, that only in this way were people able to acquire a feeling of the ego within them, to have, that is, the right ego consciousness. The farther we advance into the future, the more firmly will this ego consciousness establish itself within us, continually increasing in significance. In other words, the force and self-sufficiency of human individuality will be increasingly accentuated, so that it becomes necessary for people to find in themselves their own means of support and self-reliance. Thus we see that the ego consciousness people have today does not go back as far as is usually imagined. Only a few incarnations ago, people had no ego feeling, such as is characteristic of them today. And as the ego feeling is intimately connected with memory, we need not be surprised that many people should not have begun as yet to look back on their previous incarnations. Because of the undeveloped state of this feeling for their ego during early childhood, people do not even remember what happened to them then. So it seems quite understandable that for the same reasons they are as yet unable to remember their earlier incarnations. But now we have come to the point when man has developed a feeling for his ego, and the forces are unfolding which will make it necessary in our coming incarnations to remember those who have gone before. The days are drawing near when people will feel bound to admit, quote, "We have strange glimpses into the past, when we were on the earth before, but living in another bodily form. We look back and have to say that we have already been on earth," close quote. And among the faculties appearing more and more in human beings will be one which arouses the feeling of looking back to one's own earlier incarnations. Just think how in human souls now on earth the inner force is already arising which will enable them in their next incarnations to look back and to recognize themselves. But for those who have not become familiar with the idea of reincarnation, this looking back will be a veritable torment. Ignorance of the mysteries of repeated earthly lives will be actually painful for these human beings. Forces in them are striving to rise and bear witness to earlier times, but this cannot happen because all knowledge of these forces is rejected. Not to learn of the truths now being advanced by spiritual science does not just mean neglecting mere theories, but means preparing a torment for oneself in future incarnations. In these times of transition, accordingly, something is happening. The slow preparation for it can also be gathered from our second mystery play titled The Soul's Probation, where the characters' former incarnations are portrayed, incarnations that occurred just a few centuries earlier. This preparation is already taking place. And now, thanks to the wisdom of cosmic guidance, human beings will be given positive opportunities for making themselves familiar with the truths of the mysteries. At present, comparatively few people find their way to spiritual science. Their number is modest compared with that of the rest of mankind. It may be said that interest in anthroposophy is not yet very widespread. But in our age, the law of reincarnation is such that those now going through the world apathetically, ignoring what experience can tell about the need for exploring the riddles of life, will incarnate again in a relatively short time, and thus have ample opportunity then for absorbing the truths of spiritual science. That is how things stand. So that when perhaps we see around us people we esteem, people we love, who will have nothing to do with anthroposophy, or even hostile toward it, we ought not to take it too much to heart. It is perfectly true and should be realized by anthroposophists that refusing to examine spiritual science or anthroposophy means preparing a life of torment for future incarnations on earth. That is true and should not be treated lightly. On the other hand, those who see friends and acquaintances they care for showing no inclination toward anthroposophy can say, quote, "If I become a good anthroposophist myself, I shall find an early opportunity, with the forces remaining to me after death, to prove helpful to these souls," close quote. Provided the living link we have spoken of exists. And because the interval between death and rebirth is becoming shorter, these souls too will have the opportunity of absorbing the mystery truths that must be absorbed if torment is to be avoided in people's coming incarnations. All is not yet lost. We have therefore to look upon anthroposophy as a real power. but on the other hand must not be unduly grieved or pessimistic about the matter. It would be mistaken optimism to say, quote, "If that is how things are, I need not accept the truths of spiritual science till my next incarnation." Close quote. If everyone were to say that, there would be too few opportunities for effective aid to be given through subsequent incarnations. Even if those wishing for anthroposophy can now receive its truths from a few people only, the situation will be different for the countless hosts of those who, in a comparatively short time, will be eagerly turning to anthroposophy. A countless number of anthroposophists will then be needed to make these truths known, either here on the physical plane, or if they are not incarnated, from higher planes. That is one thing we must learn from the whole character of the great change now taking place. The other is that all this has to be experienced by the ego so that it should rely increasingly upon itself, becoming more and more independent. The self-reliance of the ego must come for all souls, but it will mean disaster for those who make no effort to learn about the great spiritual truths, for increasing individualism will be felt by them as isolation. On the other hand, those who have made themselves familiar with the deep mysteries of the spiritual world will thereby find a way to forge ever stronger spiritual bonds between souls. Old bonds will be loosened, new ones formed. All this is imminent, but it will only gradually come about. We are living at present in the 5th post-Atlantean period, which will be followed by a 6th and then by a 7th, when a catastrophe will come upon us, just as one came between the Atlantean and post-Atlantean periods. When I gave lectures on the apocalypse here in Nuremberg, you heard a description of this coming catastrophe, of how it will resemble and how differ from the one in old Atlantis. If we observe life around us, we might express the particular feature of our age in the following way. The most active element in human beings today is their intellectualism, their intellectual conception of the world. We are living altogether in an age of intellectualism. It has been brought about through quite special circumstances, and we shall come to understand these if we look back to the time before our present 5th post-Atlantean cultural epoch, the Greco-Roman, as it is called. That was a remarkable period when human beings had not reached their present state of detachment from natural phenomena and their knowledge of the world. But, at the same time, it was the epoch in which the ego dawned. The Christ event had also to happen in that epoch, because it was then that the ego dawned in a special way. What then is our present experience? It is not just of the ego's dawning. We now experience how one of our bodily sheaths casts a kind of reflection upon the soul. The sheath to which we yesterday gave the name of faith body casts its reflection onto the human soul in this 5th epoch. Thus it is a feature of present-day man that he has something in his soul which is, as it were, a reflection of the astral body's faith nature. In the 6th post-Atlantean epoch, there will be a reflection within man of the love nature of the etheric body, and in the 7th, before the great catastrophe, the reflection of the hope nature of the physical body. For those who have heard lectures I have recently been giving in various places, I would note that these gradual developments have been described from a different point of view, both in Munich and in Stuttgart. The theme, however, is always the same. What I am now describing in connection with the 3 great human forces, faith, love, hope, was there represented in direct relation to the elements in a person's soul life, but it is all the same thing. I have done this intentionally, so that anthroposophists may grow accustomed to get the gist of a matter without strict adherence to particular words. When we realize that things can be described from many different angles, we shall no longer pin so much faith on specific words, but focus our efforts on the matter itself, knowing that any description amounts only to an approximation of the truth. This insistence on someone's original words is the last thing that can help us get to the heart of a matter. The one helpful means is to harmonize what has been said in successive lectures, just as we learn about a tree by studying it not from one direction only, but from many different aspects. At present, then, it is essentially the force of faith of the astral body, which, shining into the soul, is characteristic of our time. Someone might say, quote, "That is rather strange. You are telling us now that the ruling force of the age is faith." We might admit this is the case for those who hold to old beliefs, but today so many people are too mature for that, and they look down on such old beliefs as belonging to the childish stage of human evolution. Close quote. It may well be that people who say they are monists believe they do not believe, but actually they are more ready to do so than those calling themselves believers. For though monists are not conscious of it, all that we see in the various forms of monism is belief of the blindest kind, believed by the monists to be knowledge. We cannot describe their doings at all without mentioning belief. And apart from the belief of those who believe they do not believe, we find that, strictly speaking, an endless amount of what is most important today depends upon the reflection the astral body throws into the soul, thereby giving it the character of ardent faith. We have only to call to mind lives of the great figures of our age, Richard Wagner's, for example, and how even as an artist he was aspiring all his life to a certain intensity of faith. It is fascinating to watch this in the development of his personality. Everywhere we look today, the light and shadow of our time can be interpreted as the reflection of faith in what we may call man's ego soul. Our age will be followed by one upon which the need for love will cast its light. What can also be called Christian love will manifest in a very different form in the sixth cultural epoch. Slowly we draw nearer to that epoch, and by making those in the anthroposophical movement familiar with the mysteries of the cosmos, with the nature of various individualities, both on the physical plane and on the higher planes, we try to kindle love for everything that exists. This is not done so much by talking of love as by feeling what can kindle love in the soul. Thus we prepare for the sixth epoch by means of anthroposophy. Through anthroposophy, the forces of love are specially aroused in the whole human soul. And what we need for gradually acquiring a true understanding of the mystery of Golgotha is prepared. For although the mystery of Golgotha came to pass, and although the Gospels have evoked something which yesterday was likened to how children learn to speak, the deepest lesson, the mission of earthly love, in its connection with the mystery of Golgotha, has not yet been grasped. Full understanding of this will be possible only in the sixth post-Atlantean cultural epoch, when people grow to realize more and more that the foundations for it are actually within them, and out of their innermost being, in other words, out of love, do what should be done. Then the guidance of the commandments will have been outlived, and the stage reached that is described in Goethe's words, quote, "Duty is when one loves the commands one gives to oneself." Close quote. When forces waken in our souls, which impel us to do what we should through love alone, we then discover in ourselves something that must gradually become widespread, in the sixth cultural epoch. Then quite special forces of the etheric body, too, will make themselves known to humankind. To understand what will increasingly come about in this way, we have to consider it from two angles. One aspect is related to something that has certainly not come yet, and is only dreamt of by the most advanced in spirit, a quite particular relationship to morals, ethics, and the understanding intellectuality. Today a person may be quite a rascal, yet at the same time intelligent and clever. He may even use his very cleverness to further his knavery. People do not yet have to combine their intelligence with an equal degree of morality. To all that we have been anticipating for the future, this must be added, that as we advance, it will no longer be possible for these two qualities of the human soul to be kept apart, or to exist in unequal measure. A person who, according to the reckoning of his previous incarnation, has become particularly intelligent without being moral, will in his new incarnation possess only a stunted intelligence. Thus, to have equal amounts of intelligence and morality in future incarnations, he will be obliged, as a consequence of universal cosmic law, to enter his new incarnation with an intelligence that is crippled, so that immorality and stupidity coincide. For immorality has a crippling effect upon intelligence. In other words, we are approaching the age when morality and what has now been described for the sixth post-Atlantean epoch as the etheric body's love forces shining into the ego soul point essentially to the harmonizing of intelligence and morality. That is the one aspect to be considered. The other aspect is this, that it is solely through harmony of this kind between morality and intelligence that the whole depth of the mystery of Golgotha is to be grasped. This will come about through the individuality who, before Christ Jesus came to earth, prepared man for that mystery. And in his successive incarnations, he will develop ever greater powers as teacher of the greatest of all earthly events. This individuality, whom in his rank as Bodhisattva we call the successor of Gautama Buddha, was incarnated in the individual living about 100 years before Christ, under the name of Jeshu ben Pandira. Among his many students was one who had, at that time, already in a certain sense, written down a prophetic version of the Matthew Gospel, and this, after the mystery of Golgotha had been fulfilled, needed only to be given a new form. There have been and will continue to be frequent incarnations of the individuality who appeared as Jeshu ben Pandira, until he rises from the rank of Bodhisattva to that of Buddha. According to our reckoning of time, this will be in about 3,000 years, when a sufficient number of people will possess the faculties we have spoken of, and when, in the course of a remarkable incarnation of the individual who was once Jeshu ben Pandira, this great teacher of mankind will have been able to act as interpreter of the mystery of Golgotha in a very different way from what is possible today. It is true that even today a seer into the supersensible worlds can gain some idea of what is to happen then. But the ordinary earthly organization of man cannot yet provide a physical body capable of doing what that teacher will be able to do approximately 3,000 years hence. There is, as yet, no human language through which verbal teaching could exert the magical effects that will spring from the words of that great teacher of humanity. His words will flow directly to human hearts, into their souls, like a healing medicine. Nothing in those words will be merely theoretical. At the same time, the teaching will contain, to an extent far greater than it is possible to conceive today, a magical moral force, carrying to hearts and souls a full conviction of the eternal, deeply significant brotherhood of intellect and morality. This great teacher, who will be able to give to a mankind that is ripe for it the profoundest instruction on the nature of the mystery of Golgotha, will fulfill what Oriental prophets have always said, that the true successor of Buddha would be the greatest teacher of the good for all mankind. For that reason he has been called in Oriental tradition the Maitreya Buddha. His task will be to enlighten human beings about the mystery of Golgotha, and for this he will draw ideas and words of the deepest significance from the very language he will use. No human language today can evoke any conception of it. His words will directly, magically imprint into human souls the nature of the mystery of Golgotha. So, in this way, too, we are approaching what we may call the future moral age of man. In a certain sense, we could describe it as a coming golden age. Even today, however, when we speak out of anthroposophy, we point in full consciousness to what is destined to come about, how the Christ will gradually reveal himself to ever higher powers in human beings, and how the teachers who up to now have taught only particular peoples and individuals will become interpreters of the great Christ event for all who are willing to listen. And we can point out how the dawning of the age of love also provides conditions needed for this age of morality. Then will come the last epoch, during which human souls will receive the reflection of what we call hope, when, strengthened through the force flowing from the mystery of Golgotha and from the age of morality, human beings will take forces of hope into themselves. This is the most important gift they need in order to face the next catastrophe and to begin new life, just as the post-Atlantean age brought new life to birth. When, in the final post-Atlantean epoch, our external culture, with its tendency to logic and calculation, comes to a climax, bringing no feeling of satisfaction, but leaving those who may not have developed the spiritual within them to face their culture in utter desolation, then out of spirituality the seed of hope will be sown. And in the next period of human evolution, this will grow to maturity. If the Spirit is denied all possibility of imparting to human souls what it can give, and what the anthroposophical movement has the will to convey, this external culture might for a short while be able to hold its own. Ultimately, however, people would ask themselves what they had gained and say, quote, "We have high-tech equipment, undreamt of by our ancestors, to transmit our thoughts all over the earth, yet what good does it do us? The most trivial, unproductive thoughts are sent hither and thither, and human ingenuity has to be strained to the utmost to enable us to transport from some far distant region, by means of all kinds of perfected appliances, something for us to eat, or to travel at high speeds round the globe. But in our heads there is nothing worth sending from place to place, for our thoughts are cheerless. Moreover, since we have had our present means of communication, they have become even more cheerless than when they were conveyed in the old snail-like fashion." Close quote. In short, despair and desolation are all that our external civilization can spread over the earth. But in the last cultural epoch, souls who have taken up the spiritual in life will have become enriched, though standing amongst the ruins of external cultural life. Their surety that this acceptance of the spiritual has not been in vain will be the strong force of hope within them, hope that after a great catastrophe a new age will come for human beings, when there will appear in external life, in a new culture, what has already been prepared spiritually within the soul. Thus, if we permeate our whole being with spiritual science, we advance step by step, in full consciousness, from our age of faith through the age of love and that of hope, to what we can see approaching us as the highest, truest, most beautiful goals of humanity. The end of Lecture 12.